Yes, people, good morning to you all. Excuse me, good afternoon and good evening. Please kindly accept whatever suits your time zone. Again, it's a complex system, all the screens I'm using, and I'm doing this just alone. Apologies for the late start, but we're good to go. And it's going to be a long one today. Even if I'm going to leave to go do something else, I think I'll hand over to somebody until I come back. But more importantly, we have quite a lot to talk about. Jorginho, Enzo Fernandez, Moses Caicedo, Conor Gallagher, and every other topic that may pop up because it's deadline day. Be rest assured, quite a lot will come up, and we'll talk about all of them. And more importantly, like I said, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're eating blue, sleeping blue, waking up blue, and living the blue life. So thank you again. A blue morning to you all. Thank you for finding the time to join the show. And here we have Blue Blood. Looks like Jorginho is virtually a done deal. It's done already to Arsenal for 12 million, and the majority of the Arsenal fan base believe it's a good deal. It's a good deal indeed. We don't know. You don't know what you have until it's gone, really. Unfortunately for Jorginho, he always get the stick. But if we really paid attention to how many times how we play, whenever we play a game and he's on the pitch, how many times everything go through him to the mistakes he's made, you'd see that again. The ratio is actually the disparity is seriously yawning between the mistakes he's made and how well he's done for us. But unfortunately, most people don't see football like that. But that's by the way we move on. This Enzo deal, it's given me high blood pressure. At least I don't. We're not sure what's going to happen. It's intense. It's a serious one. But hopefully, again, I still think we'll get it done. Because I don't see the possibility. Again, the club sanctioning the sale of Jorginho without being sure they're going to get that one over the line, or maybe being sure they're going to get in someone else that's going to help us get the job done. But there will also be there could be an there could be an argument. We're letting Jorginho go because we're being that is we're certain we're going to bring in another midfielder, but maybe not Enzo. We don't know. But my point is, I think we're going to see how good he is, and the two remains. Ateta was with Pep Guardiola when Pep pushed to get Jorginho, which means he has a good idea as to how to get the best out of the man. But that's, by the way, we'll move on. We'll follow again. I'll be looking at my screen. If anything pops up, be rest assured. This is one of the first places you'd hear about it. Um, Again, just quickly, I wanted to say something. Bobby isn't feeling well. He told me he had to be taken to the hospital for an emergency surgery, but he believes he'd be all right. That he's gonna be okay. So please, if you believe in a higher power, just pray for Bobby so that again he recovers quickly. We'll miss him, but more importantly, it's important that he recovers and be in good health before anything else. The show will not run away. The show will be here until he comes back. Rodrigo, big up, brother. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, big up, coach, and obviously, I thought up and praise up with Bobby. I think he will get. He's a strong guy. He will get
Yep,
whatever happening. Yeah, we get well soon. Yeah, yeah.
yep.
Uh oh man.
You're not sure. You're not sure
I'm
where to
not sure.
start.
I don't know what topics you have lined up. I don't know what the first topics you have
We're
lined up.
part of it. Let me just try and catch up with more of what we have
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
chat as usual.
yeah. Please,
I just
yeah,
wanted to
please,
say
please.
hello to you.
Yeah,
All right,
please,
thank
please.
you. I'll be back in a bit. Yep. A blue morning, Kachila, again, panel and chat. Blue morning to all of you. Please make sure you're dropping the likes as you're coming in. Let's try and get it to 100 as soon as possible. And then the average right now for the past 3 days has been 300. And I think we can try and shoot for 400. After all, it is deadline day today, and we'll be here for as long as it takes. Let's see again. Please like and subscribe when you enter, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Let's see. Good day, bro. I'm so relieved again seeing Jorginho leaving. I know you feel like that, but I think it's this one. We may well regret this one. Again, if I'm being honest. Let me see what else. Let me see what else we have here again. Yep. Let me see anything else to read here quickly. I may well scroll to the very bottom. I'm not shocked he's gone. Again, there I am shocked at the price. 12 million. He has just 6 months left on his contract. So if you play around, he'd stay and live on the free. And I'm sure his preference would have been to live on the free. But again, it's a 1 year extension at Arsenal. He may well decide, okay, I've won the league. If they get to win it, maybe it's time to move on. He gets to leave on a free after a year. So I think the deal is structured in a way that it suits him. He gets a chance to win the Premier League. If Arsenal are able to win it at the end of the season, then he moves on as a free agent too. If he goes to Arsenal, he's gone already for just 12 million. Arsenal have had okay, big time. I'm not going to read that one. So apologies, guys. Again, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom as I get Rodrigo's overview on everything that's going on right now, and then I'll try to get your subsequent contributions. Jorginho, you go ahead. Your thoughts on everything that's going on there.
Yeah, I know people are happy are celebrating this. I'm looking at this from two sides. Yeah, it's coming toward the end of his contract. To get £12 million in, I think is good business for 31-year-old guy who actually, I believe he wanted to run down his contract to get bigger fee. We know that. That's probably bigger sign-on bonus. So that's good. But that's one side. On a footballing side, we actually don't have a midfielder that's fit right now in our team. I think we should have, I don't know. I have a feeling like this is a mistake. I think we should have just, for the sake of £12 million, we should have kept him till the end of the season to steady the ship. Because right now, we literally have, who do we have to play in the pivot or in midfield? We literally have no one. Because obviously, I don't know, later on we might get on to Enzo and have a target, but we stick to Jorginho. I don't think we have... I think we don't have the numbers in midfield at this moment in time to make such a decision like this. Yeah, people are not looking.
To me, yeah. Go ahead.
People are happy. They're just happy. Oh, J5 is gone. Oh, blah blah blah. But they're not looking at it objectively. I feel that's the people are just not looking at it objectively. They're happy he's gone. Yeah, fair enough. But what do we have now?
It's a huge mistake, really. It's a huge mistake without getting in a replacement. As bad as you think Jorginho, again, it has been for Chelsea, or as bad as as bad as you think he is, yeah, there's some. Again, let me repeat myself again. Just take some time, get pen and paper or whatever. If you want to use a calculator, calculate how many mistakes he's made since he joined Chelsea, and how many times. Again, even if he's passing it backwards or sideways, how many times we'll play the ball through him, and get the ratio. Then tell yourself the truth. Is he worth it? All the times he's been getting the sticks from our fan base. I think this is a huge mistake. But just quickly, let me ask you this, Rodrigo. What do you think, again, is the lure for him to have accepted to go to Arsenal? What do you think?
Obviously, everyone loves to have job security. I think if someone comes to you, offers you maybe a pay rise and a secure job for 2 years, most people might take it. Because football is a short career, and I think with Arsenal, they're probably going to give him, if now, more than what we offered him, and then he's going to be there for at least 2 years. So he knows he's going to run down that contract, and in 2 years' time, he's going to be, 33? So he can then get his sign-on bonus. And I think it's mostly job security and the fact that he has a family in London. So they probably settled and they want to stay here.
Here's why I don't think it's security for the sake of his family. Maybe for the sake of his family, he wants to plan very well before he moves out of the UK. But more importantly, I think it is to win the Premier League. And I'm hearing that the contract is just 1 year with an option to extend. So to me, it makes sense for him to, again, get the chance to try and win the Premier League with Arsenal, because you could argue that's one of the biggest. And you could say if he adds that to his to the trophies he's won in England, then it's huge. So and the contract, if it is just 1 year with an option to extend, I think it makes sense. He'd still get a chance to be a free agent after 1 year.
Yeah,
I don't know if that makes any sort of sense to you. So to me, I think the biggest attraction for him agreeing to join Arsenal would be to win the Premier League, because he could have said no, he doesn't want to go to Arsenal, and there's nothing we'll do. If we want to force him out, then we have to terminate his contract and still pay him some money, if that makes sense. But again, that's, by the way, again, I wouldn't, again, in a million years, love us to sell him to Arsenal. I think he makes them better. And I'm going to repeat myself. Yeah, go ahead.
Even players that I don't rate.
Go ahead, you were saying something.
I was saying, even the players that I don't personally rate in our squad, I will never sell them to Arsenal or to any of our close rivals. Never. I wouldn't even consider that. I'd rather they run out of contract and go abroad than send him to Arsenal or to any of our rivals. Because actually, he's better than the Lokonga guy. So they have a very good replacement for Partey when Partey needs a break.
They're getting leadership too.
Yeah.
They're getting leadership too. More importantly, Arteta knows what he's doing. Look, listen, like I said, first of all, if you've forgotten, remember Arteta was part of Pep Guardiola's crew when they tried to get him.
Yeah, exactly.
So he knows them quite well. Even he makes them stronger, no matter how we see it. And because we started a bit late, and again, the chart is loaded, I'm just going to scroll to the very bottom again, and I'll get your subsequent contributions. Apologies, guys. I'm a human being, and I know quite a lot. I enjoy reading it, but I think, it wouldn't make any sort of sense to start reading from the top to the bottom, given how much we already have in the in the comments section already. This is again from Chelsea Boys. We have given up on European experience and midfield stability. I understand Chelsea wanting to help him realize the goal of winning the Premier League. I don't know. That doesn't make any sort of sense to me. That's really, again, infuriating me. I have to say, Jorginho should go again. He's a bunch of mistakes. Is that how you say it? Then maybe if that's how you see football, that's you. It's been left too late. I have a bad feeling on Enzo coming to Chelsea. I don't know what to say to that one. Caicedo will leave again in the summer rather than now. And then, okay, then if it's looking more like we're not going to get Enzo, then what do you think happens? John Carter, Caicedo cannot give us, again, what we need from Enzo. Yeah, I don't know why people are going, if you don't get this one, then get the other one. Again, it just sounds like they feel like they're two different, they're the same type in terms of their profile. No, they're not. They're two different type of profile. Again, they play differently. Rodrigo, do you want to talk about that?
What Caicedo and Enzo, yeah, the different type of completely different type of players. Yeah, they're not even the same. I'm just so shocked about this Jorginho.
I'm shocked, really. But do you think that's guarantees again that maybe for the club to have sanctioned Jorginho's move away from Stamford Bridge, that they getting in Enzo, or maybe do you think just because maybe they're sure they're going to get in another midfielder? What do you think the case is?
The better do, because we haven't invested in midfield since 2018, and then this window we didn't buy anyone. Anyone in the team, and then we actually weakening the midfield. So I don't know. So I hope that's what I hope they have that feeling that they'll get Enzo. But personally, from all the reports I'm seeing, I doubt it.
Well, for instance, give us an example. I don't see it. There's nothing that says well, it's forget about it. That it's not going to happen. I haven't seen anything that say
everything is pointing toward the payment structure. Benfica are not happy with what payment structure, what we're proposing, and I think I have a feeling at the end of the day, we're just gonna pay that whole release clause in one go.
Yeah, and given the sales we're making, we've sold Jorginho for a little bit of money. If we get to say Conor Gallagher, as the FFP explains, that will again make up for the money we're spending already, even with all the long-term contract and all the players were signed. But here's the thing: I hope it gets done as quickly as possible, so people don't lose their lives waiting for Chelsea to get it done. Yeah, that's how a lot of people are concerned. But I think it's going to get done. Let's look at the first thing we have lined up here. I think we'll start taking these things one by one. And remember, if you know Bobby, please pray for him. He said he had to go into the hospital for an emergency surgery. I told him I'll be praying for him. And again, I'm letting you guys know in case if you believe in higher power, please do pray for Bobby. We will start looking at the things we have lined up here. Just give me 1 second in a bit. It looks like I'm still a bit sleepy here, man. But I'm gulping down the coffee to wake up. It's been some crazy 3 days for me. But that's, by the way, looking at my screen is also freezing at the same time. Okay, let's keep going here. Sorry, guys, my screen was frozen. I couldn't do anything about it. The first thing we have lined up here is that OG needs trying to sign Datro Fofana on loan, and Chelsea are fine for him to leave on that basis. Negotiations are ongoing and have been for weeks. And there's also interest from Bayern Leverkusen. This is another stupid one I don't understand. Amanda Broya is out. Aubameyang isn't the quickest. As much as I think the goals will start coming. Yeah. As much as I think the goals will start coming for him, given that, again, we've signed some fine wingers who can create Madueke and Mudryk. But why let this kid go out on loan? His numbers, again, you could say are exceptional, really. He's not the type of talent you let go on loan. What is going on here?
And plus, he can even keep him to acclimatize himself with the team. Even if he only he only plays maybe 2 or 3 games, the fact that he's training with the team, he's understanding the tactics. I mean, it's better than sending him on loan. I don't see what a loan is going to achieve for him.
That's why I'm not sure what's going on. If you're in the chat, let us know what you think about this. I don't think it makes any sort of sense to let Datro Fofana live alone. Are we signing a new striker? I don't know. I'm so confused. He was going to leave in the summer anyways. Who are you referring to? Please do let us know. Chelsea all the way said, what if a player runs down his contract and signs for Arsenal? What are you going to do about it? Nothing. You can't. He has, again, once he's out of contract, he has every right. Even, I think, for instance, again, I think in January, soon he has, again, I forgot how that works. Rodrigo, when does the player have the right to start talking to other clubs?
In January.
So again, now. So now for Jorginho, right?
Yeah.
No, you mean for Jorginho, it will be January next year. Is that what the case is?
No, Jorginho now, is out of contract. So it's now for foreign clubs. He can start talking now. Him and Kante, they can talk to foreign clubs now. But not to a Premier League club. They can't talk to Premier League clubs.
Oh, now I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for explaining that. Well, a man can only wait and see what happens. That's what we're going to do. Let's wait and see what happens. I don't think Enzo will join, but I do think we'll get a midfielder. There's no way we're getting rid of J5 without getting one. it's done already. I think the time is fast. And again, Chelsea should come back and go for Alan Barella. Again, please, this guy is so good. Omatayo, I don't know the player that well to, again, argue for or against him. Please, again, and I'm sure the clubs have all the options lined up, but I still think there's no way the transfer window, again, shots, and we're also not getting Enzo. Caicedo is a defensive-minded midfielder. Enzo isn't. Yeah, Enzo will give you more offensively. Caicedo will give you more defensively. That is a clear difference between the two players. So I don't know why Chelsea fans are going as if we can't get A, let's just go for B. It still works. No, I think we weren't looking at them to help us fulfill the same role. We're looking at one to help us, again, fulfill the defensive aspect of the game, and the other one as a deep lying playmaker, if that makes sense to you. What we have here, again, Campbell says, again, it's as it stands, Arsenal is not good at, again, managing games. J5 will help them do that. Rodrigo, here's another point there. Another point there.
Yeah.
You see, I don't know. This is a serious mistake. If anything, we've helped them strengthen, again, their chances, enhance their chances of winning the Premier League.
Exactly.
Go ahead if you have anything to add to that.
You know how Jorginho slows down the tempo. Arsenal play at high speed. They play very quickly. So they don't. He doesn't need to start the game. He comes in the second half, in the last 30 minutes, to keep the ball ticking. And then Arsenal play. They play they're very good in possession. So he is a player that
Mm-hmm.
when he plays, that's good in possession. When you hold the ball 60% of the time, he's very good. Because that mask his deficiency. He doesn't have to run back and defend because Arsenal have the legs to press. All you have to do is just keep the ball, keep it moving, and he's very good at that. I think it's a mistake for me personally. Even if we did sign Enzo, I'll still have kept Jorginho because I felt like Jorginho and Enzo could have worked.
Yeah, they could have, again, even if Jorginho pairing of Jorginho and Enzo doesn't work, Jorginho and Kovacic is still one of the best pairing we've seen. Because the secret to the best out of Jorginho is ensuring you have one player close to him that always provides an extra passing lane. Sarri did it. At one point again, I think even what's his name, Thomas Tuchel did it effectively. Just have one player that always provide extra passing lane, and Jorginho will cook for you. And again, this explains what he do for Arsenal, and that enhances their chances of winning the Premier League. But unfortunately, most of us didn't pay attention to that. Let me see what else we have here. Get rid of J5 and possibly Conor with no return would seem odd. Okay, what do you do in their absence? And what again? If you forget us getting rid of Jorginho, what do we do now? What if we don't get Enzo and we don't get Caicedo, for instance? Caicedo isn't even capable of doing what Jorginho does. And Enzo plays differently. Enzo isn't Jorginho. As good as he is, he cannot do for us what Jorginho does for us. Yes, he contributes more offensively. He's a dead ball specialist, more physical and all that. But you need a mix of everything to have, again, a good team. But that's, by the way, again, if you're watching, if you haven't, take a second to drop a like on the stream and also do subscribe for the channel. If you haven't, let's try and get it to 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. We're at 9,489 and we're moving. We're doing well because of your support. Gallagher, RSC, and cover good enough to deputize for Jorginho for the rest of the season. They're not. They are not even close. None of them. As good as Kovacic is, Kovacic is good at progressing the ball when oppositions press us aggressively. Again, he's good at, again, progressing the ball no matter how many people you have on him. But in terms of controlling how the game is played, dictating how the game is played, none of them is capable of doing that. Rodrigo, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. None of these players. The only one that can receive the ball under pressure from the centre backs and build a structure is probably Kovacic.
And that's it, yeah. But he's not good at, again, dictating the tempo of the game. That's not his thing.
No.
And suggesting Gallagher that's too much in a hurry.
Gallagher is so bad. Especially Gallagher is bad at receiving ball in tight space with people closing down on him. He always panic and lose the ball. It's not press resistant.
Yeah,
Gallagher is good off the ball.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gallagher is good off the ball, but on the ball, Gallagher is very, very limited. He's a very limited player.
And I think if it's pressed aggressively, or if you have more than one player on him, he's done. He's done. He needs space to be effective. As much as I still think we should keep him given time and find where he really fits. Because the truth is, there's no clarity as to where Gallagher fits in this particular team, if that makes any sort of sense to you. But that's, by the way, Wally Wonder say it's Rui Costa that's not happy that, again, the Benfica board want, again, this, but Rui Costa is being a pen, you know where. But that's, by the way, Coach, it hurts me to see him going to Arsenal. People who don't see what J5 adds don't know football. Again, I get it. Some will say he's, again, mediocre and all that nonsense. But if you want to let him go, at least bring somebody who's capable of doing what he's doing and doing it even better. Now, what are we going to do if we haven't signed anybody? The way Arsenal play, Jorginho will slow down the play and effectiveness. Is that how you see it? Fine. I get your argument. Again, channels. Chelsea made a huge mistake with J5. The only one that can rectify this, the only thing that we can do to rectify this will be by signing Enzo and Caicedo. Let's see what happens. If Jorginho is sold, then Enzo must be a done deal. I'm suspicious of that, or maybe there's another player that they're looking to bring in. Do you think this is the case, Rodrigo?
I don't know. For me, when I read all the reports, I am not confident at all. Like with Enzo, I don't know. I feel like he's I don't know. I'm not confident that Enzo's coming. But I don't know why they would do this.
Is that you picking up the key of your panic box where
exactly.
you kept it?
Is a transfer window, right? But then again, I don't think I don't think they're so stupid to do this. You know, they're not
going to make that mistake.
They're not going to.
I think Bobby is correct. Something is going to happen.
Graham Potter himself has to think about it. This is the area of the pitch where you'd say we have a lot of injuries right now. We literally were struggling to have any player. So I could see. Nah.
Really, again, I don't know what to say about that. Let me catch up with more of what we have in the chat. I'll bring in Potter's lawyer to find out what he thinks.
He's here.
He's here about the situation. Again, Agent 005 is coming. Maybe see how this Chelsea fan is seeing it. CFC 247. Maybe you never know. He becomes an agent for us because it looks like every time rival signs a player for us, they end up doing something that favors us. I don't think that's the case here. Now that again intro will wake everyone up. Yeah. Let's again the best of luck, Bobby, and quick recovery. Thank you for saying that. Our prayers are with Bobby, and again I hope he recovers soon. I cannot wait to see him play for again Blues. Enzo Fernandez. Do you know anything we don't know? We have Zakaria already in the midfield. Chelsea get another person again if Benfica refuse to give us Enzo. Wow, it's not that simple, really. You have just a few hours before the transfer window shut. Big up, coach. Yes, people, keep liking the stream. 100 likes right now. Let's get it to 200 as soon as possible. And the average has become 300, and I hope we're able to get it there. So thank you so much, people. I appreciate that. Chelsea should buy Zakaria. I don't think so. It's a risk at this moment. We have to be patient. We have to the end of the season to properly assess him to see whether he stays fit. So it's not a case of him being fit 1 month and then the next month is out injured or having fitness issues here and there. But that's, by the way, let me see what we have here. What is Chelsea doing with these transfer outgoing is making me wonder if it is FIFA 23 career mode. I don't know. I think we will sign Zakaria in the summer. Again, to be honest, same with Felix. Yep, Felix, there's clarity now that we have an option to sign him if we want to. We saw him play against Man City, and he looked promising. I was baffled to see Potter not give him any minutes. I'm not sure what's going on. I think you're talking about Datro Fofana. Jorginho would have left in the summer, coming on a free. So Chelsea was smart to cash out. Okay, let's assume Chelsea was smart to cash out. What if we're not able to get Enzo? And Enzo, to be clear, cannot do what Jorginho, again, has done for us. And Enzo operates differently, if that makes sense to you. So, yeah, it's smart to cash in, to cash out now. But, yeah, what do we do? You answer that. Roger, let me get your thoughts on this situation, really. And big up to you. I hope you're doing well.
Hello, gentlemen. First of all, I want to wish Bobby a speedy and full recovery.
That's important. Thank you.
I'm really sorry to hear he's not doing well. So keep your chin up, Albin, and get well. So
thank you for saying that.
Yeah, he's a wonderful human being. He really is. Plus, he's a Chelsea fan. Regarding Jorginho, may I talk about him?
Do you need work permit?
Is the Pope Catholic? Listen, it's been quite apparent that we have not tried to extend his contract, and he doesn't wish to stay here. So, why are we having this conversation now?
Do you ever think it was going to be possible for us to pay him something that will match what he'd get as a sign-on fee if he gets to leave on the free? That was why I've always argued he's going to leave. But I'm probably right now bitter because he's joining Arsenal.
Yeah,
and he makes them better. But go ahead.
Well, take aside from his destination, just for the moment, I'm just looking at what he does. Okay, and I'm being objective here, and I hope you realize this. First of all, I think his strongest attribute is his leadership on and off the field. And I talk about this often, where you can have a player, but what he does behind the scenes, i.e., in the locker room, is crucial. Leadership within, because don't forget, the majority of players are quite young, generally speaking, in a lot of squads. And you need maturity. You need someone that's, let's say, 21, 22, 23. And we've all been there. Most men, with all due respect to the male species, are not as mature as our female counterparts. And listen, you're given an inordinate amount of obscene salary at that young age, and they can easily be strayed. But when you have people like a Sterling, like a Jorginho, that are mature and like more family orientated and say, no, you don't need to go out or don't do drugs, etc. You know what I'm saying? They keep them on the straight and narrow. This cannot be stressed. I will give him his dues when it's warranted. This is a very important attribute, gentlemen. Now, on the field, he is a very much a possession-based player. In my opinion, my humble opinion, I believe he passes back way too much. He obviously, and not due to his own fault, but he doesn't possess the physical characteristics that make him vulnerable, namely upper body strength and speed. He lacks those. So in that regard, I would perceive him that his detractions are quite serious. And we've seen that on occasion, like the Man United game, where at the halfway line from a corner, instead of headering the ball, he takes it down and you watch him from the reverse angle. He just stands there walking. He doesn't even try to go back. How do you know the goalkeeper could have saved something, could have hit the post, and sprinting back could have been a deciding factor? So he lacks certain attributes. Does he have positive attributes? Of course he does. Of course. That would be negligent of me to think otherwise. In my humble opinion, I believe that it's best that we move on from him. Now, apart from the last game, the Liverpool game, I believe, we didn't play with him for a couple of games, and we played quite well. I think it was the Fulham and a couple of City games. And we are able to work without him. We have shown that. So I don't know what all this guffaddle is about. Well, why? Yet now I admit, going to Arsenal, does he make them stronger? Certainly from a leadership perspective, yes. But you're forgetting one other thing. What do other when we have invariably sucked and Jorginho's been playing, what has our opposition done? Smothered him physically. They've identified him as a weakness, and they've proceeded thus verily. Simple as that. So you need to remember those low points, that when you see him with the ball.
I have to remember. But how many low points versus the high points? If we're being honest, mathematically, if we use ratio now to say how many mistakes has he made, and here's the thing: the argument about Jorginho passing backwards and all that, it all comes down to the demands of the coach in particular, under Sarri, who understands how to use him very well. And using Jorginho is actually quite simple. Like I've explained this before, just find a player close to him that always provide extra passing lane. Jorginho doesn't actually shy away from receiving the ball, no matter the situation. Even if you have 4 people, even when you target him. Listen, under Sarri, did we complain about him passing backwards? No, because he progressed the ball very well. And he started well under Graham Potter, actually.
Yes, because we had bloody Kanté right next to him.
Listen, how many times did Kanté play alongside him under Graham Potter, really? If we're being honest, here's the thing. Here's one thing I've found out, really. I think you're one of those that really don't appreciate him, if I'm being honest. You don't appreciate him. What you did right now is just you lifted him very high to the sky and just let him drop.
No, I'm objective. I have stipulated his strong points and have not diminished them. So for you to interpret me praising him disingenuously like that, I think is egregious in your in your account of me there. I'm being serious, and I said we
No,
cannot.
I get your point. I'm just saying that's
No, but
how
I haven't.
that's
No, but
how
then you.
I view it. That's how
Well,
I view it. I think
well,
most people don't really
and you're
pay
entitled.
attention to how many times
You're
we play
diminishing.
through Jorginho and
you're
compare it to how many times he's made
sure.
mistakes.
So let me counter. Let me drop, as you would say. So let me counter that. For you to say that this is how I view it, and you're entitled to your view, just as everyone else is on this planet. However, I am sincere in my observation, meaning I don't have an agenda. Would I want him to be very fast, very etc. A, B, C, D, E, and F? Yes, of course I would. Of course I want Chelsea to succeed. There is no player that is on our squad or any squad that is perfect. Okay,
Nobody is. N'Golo Kante isn't perfect. He's made one high-profile mistake against Arsenal that you could argue led to us losing the game.
You're not letting me drop, Albin. So I am saying that no player is perfect. However, when you say, well, he hasn't done that well with Kante under Potter. Well, first of all, under Potter, how many games has Kante played? Okay,
I said the same. I asked the same thing.
Right, because of his injury, and you're seeing that. You're seeing that. I would say a world-class central midfielder as Kante is. I don't think that's being hyperbolic at all. I would class him as a world-class player, and basically he masks Jorginho's deficiencies, and we're seeing that now. Now I think
that argument that the one player masks his deficiencies or not, I think that is over. I think it's over. How do I phrase it? I think we've talked too much. It doesn't make sense sometimes. To a certain extent, fine. It's just one player complementing the attributes of the other, but we'll talk about it too much as if Jorginho cannot be on the pitch if Kante isn't there. Jorginho's best pairing actually has always been Kovacic, not Kante.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roger. I love this argument. I wish we have too much time today, but go ahead, Roger.
No, that's fine. Well, we got all day. But anyway, I understand your point of view. And yes, I understand to a certain extent, but Kante is a vacuum cleaner. He sucks up all the balls. As simple as that. He's a tackling machine. Okay. Now, I must admit, there's been a couple of games as of recent that I've been very impressed with Jorginho, because he's tracking back, he puts in an effort, but you seldom see him do that. So, which begs the question, why doesn't he do this consistently? Now, I understand they play an inordinate amount of games, so maybe the legs get tired. I'm not dismissing that. Okay, but then to me, and you're right, it's he plays. Everyone does. Everyone plays with which the coaching staff / head coach / manager wants them to play. I get that. I understand that. So if you see a player not passing back at all and he only passes forward, that's because he's been instructed to. I understand that concept. However, it's like I have seen him often where he's had an opportunity to turn around because there's no one around him. And what does he do? He passes backwards. He doesn't even turn. Now, he does turn a lot. His head is always on a swivel. But his first instinct is to pass back. This is his.
All right. Again, I get your argument quite clearly. He didn't do that. Again, the passing backwards and all that and sideways, he didn't do that much under Thomas Tuchel until we start having an issue. Under Sarri, he hardly.
No, I beg to differ.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Here's the thing. Go ahead, Rodrigo, because we have Eddie in the house. But Rodrigo, go ahead with your thoughts so that we can bring Eddie in.
Start contradict what Roger's saying. Maybe on the eye test, you think he passed back, but he actually is the only one that passed forward most of the times. So I know. I think with Jorginho, I think people, when you have an idea of someone, it doesn't matter what that person does. You're always gonna have that in the back of your head. Even he's like
subconsciously, yes, I agree.
Yeah, it's a subconscious thing. You can watch a game where Jorginho's been like the Liverpool game that we just drew 0-0. I think he was unbelievable in that game.
I agree. I just stated that. I concede that. I'm open-minded, which begs the question, and because he got benched for a couple of games, which begs the question, why doesn't he perform like that always? I know.
Is that the only game you accept?
Sorry? You froze.
What we won that Europa League, even the Champions League, we won. How important he was throughout our European nights.
Coach, you froze. Could you repeat that, please?
I'm saying, is that the only game you accept he did well?
No, I
That's
said
really not fair, Roger.
No, no,
I know you
said
want to
games.
go to heaven.
I said games, plural, sir. Understand, whenever I use the English language, I use it specifically. I never said singular. I said plural.
Okay.
So you need to detract that.
Okay. Good. Rodrigo, were you still talking? I want to hear Eddie's thoughts, but
No,
unfortunately,
go to
Eddie is for Jorginho out, and I know that in advance. So
I'm not
and guys,
specifically
if you're in the
Jorginho
chat, if you
out.
can hear me talk, you will see I'm losing my voice. So I'm not going to be reading that much of what the stuff we have in the chat, please. I'm losing my voice. So yeah, go ahead, Eddie. Your thoughts on the debate? Sorry to call it argument. It's still argument, though. But some people might see it as a
disrespectful.
Yeah, exactly. So Eddie, your thoughts?
Hi, big up, Kochi. Big up to everyone.
Hello,
big up
Eddie.
to you too.
And let me join others in wishing Bobby speedy recovery, and I hope all goes well for him and he comes back quickly on his feet. So we remember him in our prayers. So, talking about Jorginho, you've answered for me anyway. You know where I stand about Jorginho. So,
so Eddie, why? What do you see about Jorginho that doesn't suit your eye, or do you believe he should go?
You see, Jorginho has got talent. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
He's a talented footballer, no doubt about it. But
Eddie is taking him to a height where he wants to drop him from. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Brutal.
I'm listening.
He's no doubt about his talents, yeah. But unfortunately for Chelsea, it doesn't suit us. And maybe with the crop of signings we're making now, I say Jorginho maybe would have suited Chelsea, because we now have it, or it looks like we now have proper attacking players.
Just quickly, Eddie. Please, if you're in the chat and you're more and you're knowledgeable, you can help me get responded to some of the questions in the chat. Please, I'm losing my voice, and if I push too hard this morning, I may well not be able to talk when I come back for the evening show. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, so with the attacking players we have now, it might have been good if Jorginho would be there. But do I bother about Jorginho leaving? Not really. But would it help Arsenal to improve? Definitely. Because the way Arsenal plays, Arsenal always have possession of the ball. So it puts Jorginho under less pressure. And Jorginho doesn't thrive playing under pressure at all. So if Arsenal gets him and they continue the way they are playing, I say, unfortunately, we're going to see Jorginho at his best. But when he's being figured out, like when you mentioned about Sarri, under Sarri, nobody knew Jorginho. But when people started noticing and started working out his weaknesses, they targeted him. And Jorginho, I've always said, it never plays well under pressure. And in the Premier League, there is no game that you see that you're not going to be under pressure. There are very few games. Maybe when you play the big six, as we call them, maybe against Man City, they don't target him. He gets time on the ball. But when you play the likes of the lower side, with all due respect, they target him, they press him hard. He doesn't really play well. So for me, it's I don't want to lose sleep over Jorginho leaving. But the only problem I have is going to Arsenal.
Yeah,
he will definitely improve Arsenal. That's only my worry.
That's what angers me the most. I wouldn't have the time to argue this much if he hadn't gone to Arsenal, because he makes them serious. He makes them serious contender. And like somebody more importantly pointed out, what Arsenal lacks right now is the ability to control games in most cases, because they have kids. Even Partey can't do that. They're always in a hurry all the time.
Exactly.
They have a young team. They have
exactly. So Jorginho makes a huge difference. It's like somebody said in the chat, Agent Jorginho. I know where that's coming from, but this is not Agent Jorginho. If anything, he becomes a double agent, really. But go ahead, Eddie. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, that's fine. So it's just like that. Anyway, we just move on from Jorginho. But Chelsea letting Jorginho leave. Do I think Enzo's deal will not happen? Absolutely not. It will 100% happen. And I'm still sticking out my neck. That deal is as good as done. I can tell you that. All what we're hearing, they are all Enzo? Just normal. Sorry?
The Enzo deal you're talking about.
The Enzo deal, 100%. Yes.
Why are you so sure about that one? Do you think? Are you saying that because Chelsea sanctioning the departure of Jorginho means he's coming? Because if he's not coming and Jorginho is gone, we're worse off than we were before he left.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But go ahead.
Exactly. I don't see how they'll sanction Jorginho leaving without having the green light about that deal. That deal, for me, I still tell you, is going to make headline at about 5 p.m. You see, they work in conjunction with Sky Sports and all. They know when to hit us with the break. All this news will come out when they are on Sky Sports transfer update and all. If we don't hear it 1 p.m., which I don't think is going to happen, 5 p.m. I can tell you is going to come a breaking news. That's the way it's structured. They just plan these things. It's just for media hype and everything. It's just for what do I use now?
Exposure.
Exactly, media exposure and proper audience just waiting and see, oh, we have a breaking news. Sky Sports is the one breaking it, and everybody is sitting glued to their TV. That's what is going to happen about 5 p.m. You watch. This deal, I will be shocked. I don't know how I'll feel, but I will be really, really shocked if it doesn't happen. But I tell you, I believe 100% this deal is happening. This deal is happening.
If this deal doesn't happen, Eddie is so sure. I would think he's gonna do 20 push-up if it doesn't happen on camera.
Yeah.
And then what if it happens, coach?
I'll do 20 push-ups on camera. No.
Excellent. Excellent.
Really? Do I look like I can't do 20 push-ups?
You do 20.
You look like Jorginho. You look like Jorginho.
Hey, coach, he said that I didn't.
Eddie, let me start you with this one here that I'm looking on the screen. You haven't spoken about it, and I'm sure Roger haven't spoken about it. They're saying we're negotiating with OG Nice to take Datro Fofana on loan. First of all, I've always argued he's not the type of sort of talent you send out on loan. If you paid attention to his numbers, why are we doing this? Aubameyang isn't the quickest right now, even though, yes, this argument that he gets the service he needs to start scoring for us. But what's his name? Will be out until the end of the season. What's his name again? Broja, exactly. So it doesn't make any sort of sense to send this guy out on loan. Although this is coming from Santi FM, I don't know that source. Your thoughts? Does it make any sort of sense?
Yeah, it does. Okay. To me, it does. It does, to be honest.
Why? Can you elaborate?
We've got overbloated squad. And ever since Datro Fofana signed, they've always had it at the back of their mind. They're sending this guy on loan. For whatever reason, I do not know. But it's always been there in the open that they want to send him out on loan. So I don't know why that is. That one, I think, had been made for in a long time ago. But the reason why I think they are deciding to let him go now on loan, because they've not been able to get Aubameyang off the wage bill, and he's still there. You cannot keep Aubameyang. Whatever level we want to look at Aubameyang, whatever performances we say he gives, Aubameyang, if he stays there and doesn't play, is going to disrupt the team. In order to avoid that, they will be allowing him to have games. Because if Datro Fofana stays, Aubameyang will definitely be coming on just to keep harmony in the squad or the team, and then he will be at the detriment of this guy. So it's better off for us, let him go on loan, come back fresh during summer, and then he trains with his team, and then we take it from there. Maybe at that time, Broja is back, Aubameyang might be gone, and then don't forget, what's it called now? Felix can play as a first 9 as well. So all these things, and then we have Chukwuemeka and all these lads that are going to come into the picture. So the team is so big that we can't afford to have them sitting on the bench and not having game time. For me, I think it's a good move for him if he makes it. Let him go and play, let him have the feel of playing, and then he comes back fresh during the summer, and then he's involved in preseason. I think it's good.
I would honestly say, again, it's just sentimental, again, sending him out on loan because we fear Aubameyang will cause problems in the dressing room. I would say that,
but
honestly.
I think it's going to happen. Aubameyang is going to disrupt the dressing room. And then we know, and then apart from that,
then
we're not allowed to register.
If he's really going to do that, then we should let him go and keep the kid. I don't know.
Yeah, but nobody's taking him. Nobody's taking him because he wants to go to Barcelona. And Barcelona, I don't think, can afford to get him now. And then we can't sign
No,
more than
the
3
rules
players.
say they cannot register him again for
Exactly. So he might be waiting for during the summer to go back to Barcelona. Maybe he doesn't want to go anywhere else. And then we cannot sign more than about, I think, 3 new players in the knockout stage of the Champions League. And that is the only trophy, if we want to be honest, that we should be, where we're going to be in for going forward. And if Datro Fofana is not there, if he's not registered for the Champions League, he doesn't get game time in the league. We're out of all the cups. Where is he going to get his game time? So I think from that angle, this season is like we're just playing. If we can push up the table, if we're lucky, we get top 4. If not, we make whatever position we can get. This season is like more or less like we're only playing for the Champions League. And if we cannot register more than 3 players from the number of players we just signed, Datro Fofana will not be one of them to sign. Modric and others will go ahead of him to be signed, because according to information I'm hearing, we're only allowed to sign 3 players in this knockout stage.
Wow. Again, it says Enzo is a massive upgrade on Jorginho in terms of his overall attributes. But there's something Jorginho does that I don't see him. Again, he hasn't done that. Yeah, he's a different profile player. If we're being honest, yes, he's a dead ball, again, a specialist, creates more chances, he's more physical. But Jorginho is a regista traditionally, and that's what Enzo isn't. If anything, again, but I get the differences. I get Enzo is a better player overall, if that makes sense to you. Roger, I want you to come in. And again, please, I apologize. I'm not going to be reading too many stuff. I'm losing my voice. And if I try to read too much today, I think I may well, by the end of the day, if you're talking to me, I'll just be looking at you and going,
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, and I don't want that to happen. Those who want Jorginho, again, that's what Chikanda, it says, those who want Jorginho back, you're free to follow him. Okay, thank you. We should buy Zakaria. We have to the end of the season to assess him and see if we need to pay that money. And this says, again, Coach, what I said the other day, yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Roger, your thoughts on Datro Fofana going out on loan.
I actually don't want him to go out on loan because I want to see him, exposed to more of the training ground, more importantly than game time, but obviously game time also, and to understand what the coaching staff require of him, because that'll be very different from going out on loan. So there's that aspect, because he's very young. He's exceptionally young, Fofana. So, and also he will be integrated within the team. He'll feel more part of the team. There's that aspect. I understand everything Eddie has said, and for the most part, I agree with it. However, I believe that if the coaching staff / manager decides that he needs to go out on loan, there's a reason why. Either that they see stuff on the training ground that they believe it's warranted that he plays consistently at any level, where they believe his skills can be fine-tuned. That's one reason why there's a possibility they could perceive that. When I see Pierre-Emerick come on time after time instead of Fofana, I'm somewhat dismayed. I'm like, why aren't we giving this young physical talent who has much better, stronger legs and physicality than him? Why isn't this transpiring? And it could be for the simple reason that perhaps they believe he's, and I'm not using age because you have Hall that's 18, but he may be too young. He may not be exhibiting the maturity on the practice field. Does that make sense? So there's stuff that we're not privy to that obviously the coaching staff is in Cobham. So you have to really understand that we are speculating on circumstances that we're not privy to. And I think that's what we need to understand. We have to give the coaching staff the benefit of the doubt and in their insight and obviously their experience and know-how. This is what we have to assume. At least that's what I'm doing, logically. I'm just being logical. Well, do I want him to start instead of Pierre-Emerick every day of the week and twice on Sunday, sir?
Yeah. Just, oh my goodness, my voice.
What I've done is...
and the coffee isn't helping, really. Go ahead.
What I've done is just play devil's advocate. That's all I've done.
Oh, yeah. Again, I think I understand where you're coming from. I mean, it makes sense. There may be other reasons why they're letting him go. Go ahead, Roger. You were going to say something?
No.
Rodrigo.
Yeah, Roger, one thing what Roger said, when I wanted Fofana to stay to acclimatize himself to the surrounding, because there's only 4 months left in the season.
Yeah.
So how much game time is really gonna help him going to Nice? But there's another issue. I think we can't register. There's an issue about registering play in the Premiership where you need a certain number of homegrown players. Maybe that's another issue we need to look into. I haven't really read the rules in that. I know in the Champions League.
Yeah, Emmerich isn't homegrown either. So with the logic,
I think there is I think we have a max number of squad players that we can have. I know in the Champions League we can have
max number of foreigners.
Yeah, non-homegrown.
But I think in the league, I think there is that. Maybe that's the reason why we have to send him on loan. So
Sure, and that could very well be down to rules and regulations, limitations.
Yeah, that's probably why.
There could be a myriad of different reasons.
Yeah, especially if they're confident they are gonna bring 1 or 2 midfielders by today, so they need to make space in the squad. So
yeah. But I would. That's a valid point, Rodrigo. But I would honestly love to see him play this year. And I'm not saying this year doesn't matter, but if we can't make top 4 mathematically, but we can make whatever, I would like to see him start more and more, because this is like a pre-season, a precursor, for next year.
Yeah, Roger, if you know your client well, he always does.
Really?
We
went there, really?
Yeah, when Caicedo signed in January for Brighton. He didn't play until I think he played the next season. I don't think he's played at all. Even McAllister, even Mitoma. I think he tend to he's in players that come in from different leagues. I think I'll look into that. I think Caicedo came from the Ecuadorian league. They might have sent him on loan to Belgium, or
that's interesting.
He didn't play because they sent him straight from the Ecuadorian league, and McAllister as well, straight from Argentina. And I don't think he went straight into the Brighton team. Maybe he thinks players that come from these foreign leagues, they need the loan, they need time to acclimatize himself to the. Yeah,
that's an interesting observation. Well done.
And Roger, please, again, and Rodrigo, you can be looking at the chat yourself. If you see anything you want to address, go ahead. Because like I said, if you're listening, apologies, I can't read that much. As if you hear how I'm sounding, I'm losing my voice already. Not because Roger was fighting me, other factors.
I have that effect on Coach.
Yeah, Roger, it looks like Eddie wants to say something. Since he's unmuted his microphone.
Sure.
Yeah, we just is there anyone here that believes that we can actually get Moise Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez today?
I don't think so. But go ahead.
You're man of belief, man.
Go ahead, tell us why it's possible.
Because I read somewhere that it could happen. That's why we're letting them have Jorginho. I don't know how far that's true, but we keep our eyes open.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's a release clause for Caicedo.
Eddie, we're getting the feedback from your end.
So I believe there is no release clause for him. Otherwise, we would have activated it, triggered it. So because there is no release clause, basically the holding team, namely Brighton, can say no. We'll sell him for 1 billion. They can say no. He's not. We're not open to negotiation. Period. And that's effectively end of story. So it's not.
Does that help them, or is it? I think they're playing a dangerous game right there.
Who, Brighton?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. No. Listen. It's like right now. Let's say we want to keep Kante, hypothetically. And we don't want to accept any offers. We have the right to do that. He is our player. So you have to respect a team that a player plays for. We don't have the right to acquire any player, period. It's simple as that. That's how I believe.
Yeah, Eddie, you brought up that topic. Do you think that's gonna happen?
Yeah, because I say maybe they're looking at just using this loop, whatever they call the loophole or whatever it is, that is still there. Just use it the maximum in this window, and then by summer they don't have to think about this. It could be that spend as much as we can, sell the players we can send, and then someone was explaining If we sold a player for 40 million, that amounts to like 250 from other or 280 from other clubs, which is kind of the explanation we got about it. So if that is true, so why not when we sell, say we Gallagher, we sell Gallagher, Jorginho is gone, some other player, and then why not? Why not get? We have a good relationship with Brighton. Don't forget that. So it could happen. It could happen.
Yeah, Fairboy, big up to you, brother. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. You want to comment anything you want to start from, or
Hello?
should we move on? Yeah, we can hear you. Fairboy, can you hear me?
Yes, Coach Silva, I can hear you.
Yeah, so
But
the
can you
question
hear
again, yeah, crystal clear. Yeah, crystal clear. You want to comment anywhere? You have anything you want to talk about again that you've heard us discuss, or do you want us to, or should we move on?
Please come again. I didn't get you clearly.
If you were listening, do you have anything that you've heard us discuss that you want to talk about, or should we move on?
I think a lot have been said about Enzo Fernandez. Let's carry on. Let's carry on.
Okay. How about your IBZ? You want to come in anywhere? Anything you've heard us discuss, or should we move on?
No, nothing, man. I just come to you get me, just sit.
Hello,
in the-
IBC.
How you doing, man? How you doing?
Oh, okay.
Coming to just sit in with
Surely,
you guys
again,
and-
wouldn't get rid of Jorginho without getting a midfielder. I keep hearing the reason why we got rid because we have the youngster Andrew Santos, who, again, by the way, we're not sure whether he gets a work permit or not, but it's looking likely given exploits in the under-20 South American competition. That's a big cap. Again, he's younger. He's a youngster and doesn't have the leadership qualities that we can get from Jorginho. He's learning his trade. But that's, by the way, I'm going to say this, probably my bitterness is driven by the fact that he's been sold to Arsenal. Benfica are looking for Enzo replacement and could mean, again, the deal can be done soon. Hopefully, again, all goes well. I hope so. Yeah, go ahead.
We should hijack Benfica's replacement for Enzo too.
Because he must be good.
Oh, that's a good idea.
They're good at finding. Finding good talent.
Exactly.
Felix, name them again, all of them, except the one I don't really like is what's the one that went to Liverpool? He's got
Darwin.
Yeah,
Charles Darwin.
He's got yeah, that one has a Pro Max back touch, really. But that's by the way. Again, if Chelsea offers 80 million, I'm really trying, but I'm losing my voice. I believe they can get a Caicedo. And as far as says, again, big up, guys. Again, deadline day madness. Again, I bet no one would have thought that Jorginho to Arsenal on deadline day last week. Nobody. I didn't think that will happen, even though I knew he was going to leave Chelsea, but I didn't think he'd actually leave, us getting money for it. But like I argued, I think probably the attraction for him would be the chance to win the Premier League. And the contract is structured in a way he still gets to be a free agent after a year. Guys, please keep liking the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I won't be talking much, and I'm begging those mods in the chat and those that understand the topics or whatever that's going on quite well to help me, again, help the panelists answer questions there. Or if you're a panelist, you see anything you want to address, you go ahead and do so. Let me see what else we have to touch here. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying really hard here, but I'm losing my voice. Where are the topics? I think I need to go find a remedy once once we'll have a break. Sorry guys, I'm so sorry about that. I like this one. It says if Chelsea wants to keep João Felix, then no problem with agreement with Atletico. He absolutely loves it at Chelsea. Likes the atmosphere and everything. Plus, again, it's an exciting project. He and an attack-minded again manager, plus the sort of players we're signing. I think the only thing he has to do is just excel. Anybody else want to talk about that, or should we move on?
No, I want to mention about. I don't like the way that Barcelona is poaching him right now.
Difference, and that's why this is coming out now. I think I think Fabrizio is talking about it, and the other person that's been quoted, mentioned here, credited here, is because the rumors came out that Barcelona are already negotiating with Atletico Madrid. I don't think that changes anything, because if the player wants to stay with us,
exactly,
that's a lot. You go ahead with what you want to say.
Yeah, so TalkSport were talking, I think with Simon Jordan or whoever it was yesterday, that Barcelona have sent representatives to London, and I find that, you know, he's only played an hour for us basically, and he's a new arrival, and they're ready. I respect the fact that I identify him as a potential starter for them, but they have to understand, guess what? He doesn't belong to them, and he's not open to negotiation right now. It's simple as that. He's on loan to us. He's owned by Atletico, and if anything, we have a right of first refusal to him. So therefore, they need to contact us before contacting him. That is the etiquette, if I'm not mistaken. And I think they breached that.
Only issue Barcelona have, you know, they can't register. They couldn't register Marcus Alonso contract renewal because they have La Liga has told them to reduce the wage bill by something 150 million euros, something like that. So
they have a hard cap, don't they, in Spain?
Yeah.
Which I actually, I'll be honest with you, this actually is a huge advantage to other leagues that don't have a hard salary cap, and that's why I can, and I understand the reason why they need to do that, because they'll see a lot of their other sides just signing players for the sake of signing them, and they'll go bust. And you've seen that a couple of times in the lower leagues in Britain in the last 10, 20 years. So that's why they've instituted it, because they realize that they can't compete financially with the Premier League. So, and because of financial irresponsibility of board members of various clubs. But I believe that that's a huge advantage to us in the Premier League. But I think there's going to be eventually a hard salary cap like there is in the NFL. Eventually, there's going to have to be.
Again, in between, Judson Subel moved to Sports on a permanent. Another Cobham talent. Is he? Can anybody on the panel? Do you know him quite well? Is he, again, do you think we're missing a big talent here?
Nah, mate. We're not missing out on nothing, mate. Exactly. If we missed out on him, we could have missed out on David Solanke when we sold him to Liverpool, or we could have missed out on God knows whoever we sold. No, Tottenham, yeah, man, whatever. Yeah,
I was surprised about Solanke.
Listen, Troy Parrott, yeah, is their hot prospect up front. Yeah, Troy Parrott. He's 10 times better than Joe Castle-Bell. Yeah,
Chelsea Academy boy.
No, he's a Tottenham Academy boy. He plays the same position as Bell. He plays up front. His name's Troy Parrott. He is 10. Listen, he's going to be the next Harry Kane, probably even better. But he will not even. There's no comparison to Bell. So I don't know why Bell made the move to Tottenham. I don't know how that's going to benefit him.
But maybe he thinks he's just going to go straight into their first team. No, him. I say him. And I'm not saying me. I say maybe he thinks. No, I don't know. What do you want me to say?
He's allergic to youngsters.
I don't know why that means. I don't know how that did. I don't know how that. I don't know. You can argue maybe it's the way that we got him.
It's really a funny one. I don't know, really.
I don't know.
Okay, some update again. A few here. It's conflicting, but I'm going to get them in a bit. Let me see. Well, let me try and get a few stuff in the chat here. I'm trying my best, and again, apologies in advance. We're at 160 likes. Let's try and get it to 200 as soon as possible. It's official. Done. Jorginho has signed up for Arsenal and did his medical test. Good luck to him. The more I try to talk about him, the more I get pissed. At least that's by the way.
Guys, just like that, Jorginho's gone. Just like that. Like that. Again, he's no more a player for us no more. Just like that.
Yeah, this bro. I know you want to go to heaven, the beautiful game, and he's trying to make it worse for me. He says, "Coach, I see you, bro, trying to get a day off sick. Nice try. I expect to see you bright and early at work tomorrow with a marathon all day straight." pull yourself together. Okay, as much as oh my gosh, I can't even laugh. But that's, by the way, let's get again a few updates. This one here, again, it's scary, but I say again, don't give up yet. But let's look at it in a bit. And again, the panic bus driver will say he said it. He knew that was the case. Let's look at it. This one right here says Benfica have not given Chelsea a direct no, but more to the terms and structure. Not really scary. Again, Chelsea haven't walked away yet, but they might soon. Chelsea had a jet raid. Chelsea had been preparing announcement, talks ongoing. Again, and getting decisive. I don't know what to make of this. You don't have an agreement and you're preparing a jet and an announcement and you let Jorginho go. I don't know. Anybody want to come in? Yeah, let's make it free form so that I can talk less as much. Anybody want to come in for that?
We have to pay the bill to Benfica for all the fees on the private jet.
I'm just staying optimistic. If we don't get man, I believe we'll get someone.
Why waste the whole time on this again on this particular player?
Because that's what the direction of travel was.
Well, they've identified him as their number one target, but they haven't tied up all their own resources. Don't forget, Win Stanley is still in Britain, and he's the one that came from Brighton. So they have more than just Egbali and Bivell. There's multiple people that can work, plus Boehly, etc., etc. I believe it's a done deal. Listen, what they're trying to do is negotiate the structure and terms of this contract. And if worse comes to,
that has been the issue since 1982.
And worse comes to worse.
And they're looking for replacements. I think I said this yesterday. That's the way it works. They won't come out with
Eddie, can you check your audio? Check your audio. It's really
static.
Yeah, and it bites the ear actually.
You want to talk? Can you test it now? Can you talk, or do you want to? Oh, he's gone.
No, he's trying. Maybe he's gone off to come back and say, yeah.
And so basically, worst comes to worst, that Chelsea's getting this player in this deadline, I believe, and I believe if that doesn't, I believe that this is their option. If they do not acquiesce, meaning Benfica, and they do not come to terms, then guess what? Then Chelsea will trigger the clause. And then they will negotiate the actual tax to be paid over X amount of years. So he's coming to Chelsea, but Chelsea hierarchy just wish for it to be more of a structured financial settlement as opposed to a one-off. So that this is the sticking point. So I can't see them walking away and them coming back without him on the plane. They've even taken the medical staff to give him a medical exam. So they're serious about it.
Yeah, this one here, Loving the Spirit from Jorginho. A couple of first-time shots on the J5 topic. All that missing. It's a huge tackle. I am hopeful. Okay, let's see what happens. He speaks in parables, and you have to pay attention before you understand it.
Oh yeah,
but always funny. Always funny, really. Let's see what else we have here. Again, Simon Phillips is waffling. Again, a big up Chelsea perspective. The reason why the Enzo deal takes too long is because Benfica are looking for a replacement. Sure. If they have a replacement, yeah, I think it makes sense. That's a chance. That's a chance. They may have again. That's a chance again. That they may have accepted the deal already had they gotten a replacement. If that makes sense. But that's, by the way. What else do we have here? Enzo again. Aliens have invaded the planet because of the static noise. Yeah, I get that one. Thank you, it's Kami. I hope you're doing well. Again, it makes no sense to let J5 go unless they are certain of bringing in someone. Yeah, not necessarily Enzo Fernandez, if that makes sense. Sabotage. Who's that really? I don't know that. It's Enzo deal again for Chelsea. I'm not sure where we're at with that one. Enzo Fernandez will be our new number 5 if Chelsea sign him. Okay, I thought you were so certain you were going to say again when he comes, let's see what happens again. I said the other day, we are not signing Enzo. You cannot be too certain now because it's not over yet. We cannot wait to pay the release clause because that has a tax. Yeah. Again, that makes serious, but that makes serious sense. But I also heard that the tax can also be paid in bits. Again,
Yes.
once we get Enzo Fernandez, we will go on a winning run in February and March. Okay, let's see. Yeah, who's this player? I don't know this player that well. Again, anybody on the panel know the player in question? Sabitzer?
No.
Marcel Sabitzer from Bayern Munich.
Do you know him that
Bayern.
well?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the rumors are that again, us and Manchester United, they were looking at him. I'll be right back in a minute. You guys can go. Rodrigo, you can go ahead again. Hold the fort for me. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Yes.
That's so underwhelming.
That's so underwhelming. He doesn't fit. Isn't he like an advanced midfielder? Sabitzer.
Yeah, he used to play like on the wing and attacker. Now he's actually a centre mid.
Yeah, that's underwhelming.
That's so underwhelming.
I rather just to stay with what we have. To be honest.
Oh, you know.
Yeah. I just think in on Friday when we play Fulham, I don't even know what our pivot is gonna look like. Maybe Loftus is fit. Maybe Loftus and Kovacic.
Have we heard any update about Sakura?
I heard if it's not Enzo, it's Barella from Inter Milan, which I will take.
Oh, Barella.
I don't know
I'll take. But I don't think Inter Milan will sell him now. Too late.
Now, too late.
Window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been fine.
There's another player I like because I like his game is Zubimendi, but I don't think Chelsea will link to him. His release clause is not that high either. It's like 60 million euros or something like that.
Not that high. Are you kidding me?
Well, compared to 120.
That's a lot. No, I get it.
20. Yeah.
So what do you think the chances are percentage of us getting?
I think it's
Enzo?
and I think it's very low.
Really?
I think it's very low.
Oh,
can get. I think what I think will happen is the Chelsea people will be like, right, you know what? Let's just bust the case. We're gonna pay this release clause. I think it will get to that point.
Yeah.
I think it will be a point where they'll just be like, you know what? Sigh. Okay.
I think they get. I think we're trying to be amicable with Benfica, and
Sure.
They're just not coming to. They're not being reasonable.
I believe it's a 99% chance because I believe they're prepared to trigger that release clause regardless.
I think the biggest point as well, Rogers, is like we are willing to at least get to that release clause because initially we weren't willing to even get to 120. I remember when in early January, even David Ormson said Chelsea would not be held hostage. They have evaluation in their head. They will never go as high as the release clause. For us to actually say, right, we're gonna pay this release clause, but we want to do it in installment. And then another thing is we're not actually putting any add-ons. So we literally telling them we're gonna pay all, regardless of how many games. But you know, sometimes we can style and say, right, we'll pay you 80 million, the rest in add-ons. But we're saying we're paying everything, but in installment. It's an amazing thing.
It's been reported, just 1 second, I apologize. It's been reported that we're prepared to pay £115 million if we can actually structure this loan. We're willing to pay 10 million above the release clause if it can be restructured.
I think David Olsen said no. David Olsen said is actually we actually just going up to 120, 105 GBP.
Okay. Well,
here's the thing. I think the structure has always been the issue. We're actually willing to pay them more.
How
but
can
not in bulk. Yeah.
Yeah.
who's gonna ever pay 120 million pounds in one go? Like, who does that?
No, but at
Well,
least again, quicker than how we want it paid. We
No,
want it paid over a longer period. But in most cases, again, I'm not sure how they do it, but we want it paid longer than usual. If that makes sense. Go ahead, Rodrigo, if you wanted to say something.
no, because this comment here is in one go with nothing. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I haven't actually heard anybody paying one go actually, no matter
No.
how you want it paid. If that makes sense, yeah.
They sold João Felix for what, 130 million euros. They didn't
Something
get
like
that
that.
payment.
Mhm.
Yeah, they didn't get all that payment in one go.
And that was a
Yeah,
long
let me-
time ago, by the way.
Go
That was
ahead.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, sorry guys, I'm losing my voice. I cannot read everything in the chat. Coach, I am heading home, and we'll join the panel in a couple of hours or in the evening. Just leave it till the evening, bro. Get some rest and recover. It's not easy. No matter how small the surgery is, it's still something serious. Please get some rest. And we're happy to see that you're heading home. Again, thank you so much for updating us.
Bobby, this isn't to remove a Jorginho tattoo, is it? Gonna resist all being.
Yeah, as the man that loves to see her the most, right? I get that. Let's see again, guys. Be patient. We're still looking for updates, and hopefully, I'll be able to find someone to stay. And again, keep stuff going while I take my son to school, because I eventually have to do that. But I have to apologize in advance. Some update here from Ben Jacobs. Let me find it and share with you guys. Go ahead, you guys can discuss whatever you want to discuss. I'll find it and I'll come back to you guys in a bit. Some update from Ben Jacobs. Let's see. Okay. Let's see.
Chelsea. Sabitzer. Oh my God, that's for me. It's.
You don't want him, because I think what you say.
It's not deep line. It's nothing like what we're losing.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing here, let me just use this one because this one is just slow. My man, it looks like we're looking at one of the guys I want us to sign. Rodrigo, you talk about Nicolo Barella. I actually did see it yesterday. If I had to choose between Nicolo Barella and Enzo Fernandez, then I'll take Barella. Honestly, your thoughts, Rodrigo, I want to know.
Barella or Fernandez? Whoa.
Yeah, who would you choose? Yeah, let me get your thoughts. Who would you choose of the two players?
I still take Enzo.
Why? Can you tell us why?
I don't know. I think Enzo convinced me that when I saw him play for Benfica before in the Champions League, and then when I saw him in the World Cup, there's just something about this guy.
Look at Rodrigo being proactive. Look at Rodrigo being proactive. He knew I was going to say you're probably saying this because it's just export. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I know. You're not catching me. I did watch him before.
Look at him being proactive.
It reminds me so, because for me, my favorite midfielder at Chelsea, obviously apart from the obvious one, Lampard, Ballack, is Fabregas. I love watching Fabregas. And Enzo has that Fabregas in him.
He doesn't. In terms of chance creation, if you're talking of the two players, Enzo and Barella, who's more aligned to Fabregas, again, I'd say clearly it's Barella. Honestly,
really?
That's just my argument. But I get your point. Barella, again, you could say maybe Enzo is more physical, but Barella is also physical. He's also a good tackler, reads the game quite well. But I think he's a better chance creator than Enzo, really.
Inter Milan are not selling him. There's no way. Inter Milan selling him. We have to bid crazy money.
Yeah, that makes sense because the argument has always been we would be the favorite to sign him. That is if Nicola Barella wants to leave Inter Milan. And I don't think that's the case right now.
No.
If that makes any sense, yeah. But I hope we get him. Really, he's a player I love so much. But go ahead, what you're saying. What you're saying. I see the reports here. Chelsea have spoken to Inter about Nicolo Barella's availability following the departure of Jorginho. Because, I think he's that player. Talk about a player that's capable of doing Jorginho's job. He's one player that's capable of, again, doing Jorginho's job, but at the same time, fulfilling the role of a traditional DM. Plus, the Fabregas role because he's a fine creator, he's a fine finisher, and his finishes it's not about power, it's a finesse and everything, and he has effective solutions in tight spaces. This is the guy for me, really, but I don't think he's.
I think he's a good player. I would love to have him and Enzo in our team. That's good.
We can have them both. Then he can be the most the more disciplined of the two.
Yeah, he will be the most disciplined. Of the two. Actually, I agree with you. I don't know, Roger. I think Inter Milan. This kid, because this kid is like Inter Milan is literally the heart of their midfield. They're not gonna sell him now. I don't think it's impossible.
But they want money. They want money.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, yeah. Money talks, doesn't it?
They want money. Except if we're not gonna, maybe if we're able to pay up, I think he leaves. But go ahead with what you were saying.
I don't think he has a release clause. I don't think they do a release clause in Italy.
Yeah, they do. Remember your boy Leao.
Don't remind me.
Yeah, your boy Leao. Even Ismail Banessa too. He's extended, and he has 50 million euros a buyer clause on his contract. And I'm not sure why we're not looking at Banessa, because he's another fine player that can help improve our midfield.
And talking about Leao, I don't know. It looks like you were right about Modric. You remember you were saying you prefer Modric to Leao because of like the way he plays, his intensity. I think you might be onto something.
Yeah, let's see. I think, and plus, there's another argument. We may have given up on Leao because he's on. We learned that he was on the verge of extending his stay at AC Milan. I don't know. That may well be the reason why. Again, we let him go. I'm looking. The updates are popping up everywhere, and it's a bit too many. But again, if we can get Barella, even if we miss out on Enzo, I'll be fine with it.
How much would he cost?
Let me check that for you.
It'll be similar amount, I think.
And what's his age?
25,
I think so.
25. Good age for midfielder.
Yeah.
I'm always scared to have an 18-year-old playing in midfield. I don't know. I think midfielders in 21 up to 25. 25 is perfect age for midfielder, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, I get it.
Especially when you play in a double pivot.
Enzo's not 25 though.
He's 21, but
21,
he has
or 22. He's
22. He's 22 now.
Yeah, exactly. So he's.
I actually did a video that I had to redo because I said he's 21.
Actually, for his age, he's quite mature for his age.
Barella's contract at Inter is until 2026, and Barella is how old is he now? 25. So ripe old age for football again. And he's played so many games. I remember we wanted him under Antonio Conte.
Yeah.
So
go
ahead.
Yeah, I remember we're linked to him then, and I think we're also linked to him under Tuchel. I don't know if I'm correct, but apparently Inter Milan like flat out say no. When we tried to sign Lukaku, and I don't know. I might be making this up, but I remember maybe it's the content.
You're not. They value him a lot.
Oh yeah, I think it's Inter through and through.
They value him a lot because he's a fine player. There's no denying that. But again, I don't think the Enzo story is. I think we'll just end up paying the buyer clause as these guys want it, and probably, and again, it will force us to sell quite a lot of players. We'll sell again a few this January. Again, we'll see a lot going on at the club. What do you think, Rodrigo? Or Roger, if you want to come in, that's fine.
No, I think this summer, I think you're going to see multiple people leave. Obviously, depends who and where they go to. You cannot sustain this larger quantity of a squad. The squad is huge. It's over 30. It's like 33 currently. This is not sustainable. So, and plus we've got over 20, 22. Last time I counted, I believe it was like 22 people on loan also. We cannot forget them. You know, there's a lot of people on loan. Some lesser known people, but regardless, you know, they're all on. So you're looking at technically a squad of 50 to 60 players. That's horrendously large. This has to be trimmed down, and shall we say this has to be, I think, looked at immediately in the next coming seasons, because first of all, there's going to probably be limitation put on us shortly. They've already implied that recently, so I think we need to address this as soon as possible.
Yeah. Now, here's Bobby. Even he, one of the biggest critics of Jorginho, he's concerned now.
Yeah. That was my first think as well when we sold him. I was thinking, who's going to play?
Yep. He's concerned now. But again, we'll move on from there. I'm not sure what we're going to do. Maybe someone
can I
comes
ask
in.
A question? Do we have an update on Zakaria's health? I haven't heard anything about
nothing in a while.
Medical situation.
4 weeks out after the
Fulham. Are you serious?
Yeah. So that's I think after the Dortmund game.
Where did you hear that?
After the Fulham game. Like I think it was the next press conference, I think.
Really, I don't recall that. So
because we play Fulham on a Thursday, right?
We play Friday, Fulham.
No. I'm talking about the first game when we played them last time. Was he on a Thursday, wasn't he?
I'd have to look it up. I can't.
Yeah, I think it was after the game. I think they would. Yeah, things that carries out for 4 weeks. I think it's an ankle.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. So that's why I'm arguing. I think it would be difficult for the club to risk it. Even for 25 million, it's still a huge risk if it cannot be fit. Yeah, so I just don't understand.
We'll see. We'll see. It's too premature. I mean, you're right. Yeah, it's looking that way, doesn't it? Let's be honest here. It's looking that way that he had no fault of his own. You know, that's genetics. That's bad luck. However you want to term it. There are some players that are able to sustain a very long and healthy career, and there are some players that never actually have a career because they sustain injuries. And that is down to genetics and luck. That's as simple as that, or maybe lack of training correctly. So this chap may be cursed. You don't know, and I hope that's not the case. And I wish him well, sincerely, regardless of who he plays for, because I like him as a player. I really. You
guys should go ahead. I want to bring up Enzo Fernandez's statistics so we can look at it.
So let's have a look here. So you've got the likes of Gallagher, assuming he's not moved on. You've got the likes of Kova, you know, Mount. You know, there's players that we can use in midfield. Let me think here. Midfield. Let's see who we've got on my spreadsheet. Well, N'Golo Kante, I think is too early. Kovacic. If Jorginho's gone, Zakaria's hurt. Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Conor Gallagher, Carney, even though he's more forward. Omari Hutchison is number 8, more like it. Lewis Hall could come in midfield. Caicedo, not sure. You got Mount.
He's on loan. Cacedo's gone on loan to Reading.
Yeah, Reading. That's right. So these are the players we have. We have about 5 or 6. Are they at the level with which we wish for them to be? No, probably not. So, but it's not that bad, Bobby. It's not. Obviously, I wish we had N'Golo back, but Mateo is healthy, correct? Kovacic.
Well, he was injured.
I think it's fine now, but there's no telling until we get closer to again. Then that's when you find out if it's really fit or not.
Yeah, well, we've got Ruben back, and Gallagher. Now, if we sell Ruben,
so you're telling me we're gonna play Fulham with a pivot of Gallagher and Ruben
and Mason? That would be it, I would assume.
Oh my God, this team!
Yeah, so it's starting to look more and more like a mistake. Letting him go now. It's not like we'll sign anybody special that you could say will change things for us or anything. But just quickly, let me show this update. While you guys are talking, I'm going to try to pull up Enzo Fernandez's statistic to show you how special he is. This says again, there will be a meeting this afternoon between Benfica and Chelsea that could be decisive in settling Enzo Fernandez's future. I think no matter what, I think we'll probably end up paying the release clause and find a way to navigate any impending issues with the FFP rules. You go ahead with what you were saying. Let me try and find Enzo Fernandez's stats.
Question is, let's say hypothetically he's on the plane tonight and we've signed him. Would he be ready to play for Friday?
Yeah.
This is another question.
Yeah. He's been playing. He's been playing for Benfica.
So he's match fit. I understand that, but okay. So
it's just tactical.
It'll
be just a tactical breakdown to him. That's going to be
exactly. So that means 2 days on the practice field.
Yeah. That's all he's going to need. He's going to need to understand his teammate.
Yeah, exactly. Ideally, you would want 4 to 5 days at a minimum, not 2. That's another scary thought. That's all. I'm playing.
Oh, he can come in a game second half or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
You guys should go ahead. Let me try and find.
I don't think we'll. I don't know. It doesn't look. I don't know. It looks like a stupid mistake. But then again, the good thing, at least, rather on the bright side, we can say in the summer we'll 100% sign midfielders. 100%. It's going to be an key area of the squad that we're going to reinforce. I don't think we can go again another year without buying people in midfield.
Of course. Especially since we've addressed the right back.
Oh, that was crucial. That
was pivotal in my opinion.
Pivotal. That right back signing was really, really good.
I thought it was more important than any midfield acquisition.
To be fair, I'll agree with you. At that point, I was like, yeah, we need the right back, and I think we sorted out because you realize every time James goes out, everything just goes out the window. So yeah, I think that was
even Julien Laurent stuck up for us against his podcast partner. Gab Marcotti, that said this was a nonsensical move. And Julien Laurent actually
who's Julien Laurent? Who's that?
He's a French.
He's a French. You know him. He's on ESPN a lot. He's on BT. He's a French journalist that resides in England, and he's basically he's a Ligue 1 expert, but he's an Arsenal fan first and foremost, and he's a journalist that actually.
I didn't know that. I'm gonna start hating him.
Oh, he's a huge Arsenal fan because
Roger, you shouldn't have told me this. Now I'm gonna start hating on him.
I like Julien Laurent, but he's quite. I wouldn't say biased. That's too strong a term. But he looks at things through the prism of Arsenal in a lot of cases. But this time he stuck up for Chelsea and he insisted. If you listen to that sequence on the podcast. Yeah, he actually said that was a very shrewd and tactical acquisition for Gusto. And he said, no, this player, had they not bought him for the amount, that they would have had competition because he's sought after commodity. He's a very good and upcoming player, probably the best young talent in Europe. So I was shocked. I thought it'd be Gab Marcotti sticking up for us and vice versa, where Julien Laurent would be criticising us. So because Marcotti was saying we could have had him for free in the summer, why buy him and loan him back? And Julien Laurent actually stipulated why.
Yeah.
So yeah, that to me is our best acquisition thus far. So that was pivotal. So, Coach, I'm pretty sure you know who Julien Laurent is. If you see him and hear his voice,
I know him probably.
Him. Yeah, for sure.
I probably do know who he is.
He has a huge amount of exposure, and he's a journalist. And also, I believe he's written a few books or collaborated in them. He's actually very cerebral. I respect him immensely. The Arsenal side apart, he really is. He looks at things level-headedly, and he's got a great sense of humor. By the way, also he's quite humorous, so I like him. And he's self-deprecating also, which is good. That's always a good sign. No, that's always a good sign. If you can laugh at yourself,
exactly.
You know what? Yeah, that's important. So,
okay, let's look at this. Maybe it's important we'll look at this. Samana says, people you need to even. I'm still struggling to read this because of my voice. So, Samana says, people you need to realize the foreign quota. J5 and Ziyech are freeing up space. We can only release one homegrown. Each one, again, a shot of 8 reduces foreign player by 1. Wow.
I thought so. why maybe Fofana has to go on loan. I thought so. I thought that was it.
Wait.
Okay.
Say that again. Say that again.
This one here.
I love when a homegrown call.
That's funny.
Only for Premier League as well. So what did the person say? Please, you need to realise the
So
foreign quotas.
I'll repeat it.
J5.
People, you need to realise the foreign quotas, J5 and Ziyech, freeing up spaces. We can only realise, one homegrown. Each one short of 8 reduces foreign by 1.
That didn't make no sense. Maybe he didn't word it well. But from what I understand, yeah, we have to have a minimum of 8 homegrown players for Premier League. This ain't Champions League, Premier League.
Affirmative, yes.
8 Premier League minimum. And I don't believe we're not under. If Ziyech goes, he ain't homegrown. If Jorginho goes, he ain't homegrown. That's irrelevant. You can replace you can replace them how many times you see fit, as long as there's a minimum of play.
Yeah,
So,
thank you for explaining that.
Apart from Gallagher, if Gallagher leaves,
You're going in and out, sir.
that's one homegrown.
Yeah, you're going in and out. Your connection. You have a connection issue.
Yeah, it depends on it.
All right, let me try. IBC, if you can hear me, you probably need to go out and okay. I think he's kicked out himself already. Chelsea wants to pay the clause 20 million euros across 6 installments.
Sorry, my connection went.
Yeah, I understand. That's never going to be accepted. If they want to sell one whole sum, again, Rui Costa was adamant again with one whole sell.
Yes,
I'm not
and
sure.
he
Again,
has the right. He has the right to do that, coach. From his perspective,
yeah, I know.
And I see. Listen, we can't look at this from just one perspective. We have to look at this. Ruiz is looking out for his employer, his football side.
It's business for all parties involved.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that.
Personal. Yeah, it's nothing personal.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
No, I think he probably knows that they have financial issues or stipulations that it must meet or require, and so he's looking out for the best interest of the entity that he represents. So there's nothing wrong in what he's doing whatsoever. Maybe that they are unable to negotiate because they have financial restrictions. I don't know. I'm not privy to their financial records at this club. If that isn't the case and they're just being awkward, then okay, then you can criticize him for that. But for us to say anything other would be, I think, too premature and presumptuous.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, guys, we'll keep watching. If anything comes up, we'll let you know. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We're watching again and getting the reports, and we're here to analyze them. And this one,
Bobby, wake up.
Yeah. and this one right here, I think we need to look at this one. This one further explains what I think the issue is. It says, update on Enzo again to Chelsea. Again, Chelsea will have to bring down the number of installments or meet the clause in one full go. So 2 options here, which I think Chelsea will do the first rather than the latter. But if worst comes to worst, I think we'll still do the latter. Yeah. You wanted to say something, Rodrigo?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Like maybe we're gonna bring it to. I think we're gonna bring it to. We're gonna try to reduce things because I think he said we propose 5 installments with a very large.
6. We propose 6. I'm hearing.
Yeah. So maybe we're gonna reduce that to, I don't know. I see the comment there say 3 to 4, maybe, and then try again. But that's gonna be crucial because I think that's the problem. The problem is how benfica, how we're gonna pay the money to them.
Of course,
in terms of the fee, which is different to in the first time, we've agreed with the fee. It's just how you're gonna get the money to them.
The free
in a way that doesn't put us in trouble with FFP.
You would hope that they would be able to meet a happy medium, a middle ground, so to speak. You would hope that
Yeah,
would be the
yeah.
case. This isn't rocket science, you know.
No,
So
no.
unless Benfica are either, I mean, if we're asking for 6 installments, perhaps we can say, okay, we can reduce it to 3 or 4 to help them out, so that increases each installment. Having said that, I'm sure that our hierarchy have a program that you can plug and play and put in numbers. So they're thinking that maybe we're too close to financial fair play statistics, so maybe we do need 6. But who knows? I'm just hypothesizing. So I'm sure that we can negotiate and come to have. And however, if they are insistent on them receiving it in one go, then we have to trigger. It's simple as that.
You have to say, Rui Costa is a very good pocket player. This guy, he drive a hard bargain. I love this. I mean, I love this. He's intriguing, but obviously as a Chelsea fan, you want to get a player ASAP. But
well, he's not being bullied by a bigger club, is he? Financially speaking, I'm talking about. You know, so a lot of other people may have folded. You're right. And kudos to him. You have to say that, because he's sticking to his principles.
Imagine if someone, let's say Real Madrid, come in for Reece James. We were gonna want Boehly and Egbali to drive a hard bargain as well.
Of course, we're gonna want a couple of billion probably.
Yeah,
Yeah, and part of California. We're gonna want
and also have the Bernabeu. And we can have the Bernabeu as a training ground whenever we wish.
Why we wait for while we hunt for more news regarding Enzo or other transfer activities. I think Jorginho has completed his move to Arsenal. That's one. Yeah, it's done. And Bobby, even his biggest critic, looked at it and was like, okay, what are we going to do now against Fulham? Let's try and be a bit objective here now. I'll start with you, Rodrigo. The fact that again, nothing. We haven't heard anything positive since again the Enzo conundrum or whatever you want to. Bobby says, okay, don't use conundrum. I don't know. Maybe I need to go research that word again. The Enzo saga. What we're looking at.
Sorry, coach.
Letting Jorginho go.
Sorry, coach. Are you on all day? Are you on all day?
I will find a way to make it again non-stop. But if I had to stop, I'll come back again.
Okay, I'll be back in.
I'll try to get somebody to try to make it non-stop. Yeah. All right, no worries, brother.
I'll be back.
So again, Rodrigo, the question I'm asking, letting Jorginho, sanctioning the sale of Jorginho, because it's done and dusted now. It's not like halfway we say no, we're not selling for some reason or the other. He's gone. Why do you think that is? Is that assurance, like AJ says, is that an assurance that we'll get in an Enzo Fernandez, or do you think it's just maybe another midfielder? Because I don't think what sort of sense does it make to let Jorginho go, even if we're going, okay, let's just get as much as we can from his sale. It doesn't make any sort of sense. 12 million isn't too much to compare to us making it the top 4 or maybe getting to win the Champions League. Because Jorginho he's a European specialist, no matter how you see it. But go ahead. I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. You'd think, right? Like it doesn't make sense at all to let Jorginho go now. So you'd hope that they definitely have some, either the confident that with Enzo Fernandez, or the confident that they have another midfielder that they've inquired, and if worst comes to worst, we're going to get that person. I don't think they will leave themselves short. I'll be very surprised if we come Friday against Fulham, we're struggling to come up with a midfield. I'll be very surprised.
And disappointed.
I think Graham Potter wouldn't allow this. I mean, come on. We have a lot of injuries as well. Look at how we panic. I think Felix was a panic because we just realized, hang on, Sterling and Pulisic are going to be long-term.
That's turned out to be a good panic, though.
Yeah, amazing panic.
I'm really impressed with him thus far.
Yeah,
who's panic?
Yeah. Felix panic.
maybe panic from a financial perspective. I think we've been looking at it for a long time now. I don't think it counts as panic. They didn't start looking at it in that window for it and decided to go for him. But go ahead.
That's a good point.
They did look at him earlier, but they thought to themselves, it doesn't make sense to pay £11 million. But then again, when Pulisic and Sterling both got hurt, we just went, all right.
We pulled the trigger.
We're not pull the trigger. What?
But I like him. And again, I'd say the best news so far is that we actually do have an option to buy him if we choose to. That makes me happy because I think we should keep him. And he'll probably be looking forward to staying. He's seen we signed Mudryk, we signed Madueke, we're still trying to sign Enzo, and probably we'll end up signing Enzo. Who wouldn't want to be part of that squad? Again, that's my argument. Roger, you want to come in?
No, I'm just looking at. So, did you say Kova is out for how long?
I wasn't the one that said the length of his absence. I didn't say anything about the length of his absence.
Will he be available Friday?
That's what Potter said last before the Liverpool game. He said he had something in his calf or something, but he should be back for Fulham because obviously we had 2 weeks.
Sure. Yeah. So in essence we've got Kova, Ruben, Connor. Okay. Carney, but okay. Lewis Hall and Mason Mount that we could use in midfield realistically.
Yeah, but do you really trust them, or you just feel like at least we have enough to?
Or we could put. I mean, we could use a centre back as a holding midfielder.
Oh, I see. Man United won Sabitzer because Ericsson is out for 3 months.
Yes, he's out.
Oh, no wonder.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And we want him to, but are we just making? I think we made an inquiry. It's not like we're serious.
Yeah. Sky Germany has announced that Man United and Chelsea have made inquiries from him.
Yeah, so an inquiry does again.
That's all they're doing.
Anything can happen in the next 3 minutes. This is a deadline day, really.
Yeah, an inquiry is just basically asking him, "What do you have for breakfast?" That's all they're asking. So it's just, an informal. They're just testing the waters to see, are you willing to put him up for sale or on loan, etc. That's basically what they're doing, testing the waters. So this is here's the thing. Here's something Bobby said that you guys didn't consider. The possibility of Gallagher leaving even before that game. That means we'll be even more. Yeah. So we'll be thinner in that department. It will grow thinner in that department. So even options. Gallagher, who we've tried there, at least he runs. It breaks down the play by committing fouls and all that all the time. He won't even be there. This is a delicious contribution from Bobby. Again, he says, is Gallagher even going to be at Chelsea on Friday to play for him? That's a good question. All other midfielders are injured or will come from the academy, which looks like Chelsea wants to drop more points. Yeah. So you go ahead, or you go. So it doesn't make any sense. Maybe we're going to see some signings we didn't expect to see. Go ahead, Rodrigo, if you want to talk about that.
Drop off work is calling.
Okay.
There's also I might be back after.
There's also the possibility of using, either Koulibaly or a Chalobah in midfield, hypothetically, as a holding midfielder. We have that luxury of using someone like that. It's not an all hands to the pump kind of thing. But listen, it's not ideal, is it? Especially if Gallagher leaves. This puts the Gallagher rumors of him departing this window. This reduces that, I think, with the departure of Jorginho and knowing that we are quite thin, unless we get Enzo. And unless we know we're getting Enzo, then Gallagher can leave. Otherwise, I don't think Gallagher can leave, to be honest with you.
You think we wouldn't let him go for sure? That again, if Ryan Shaw getting players in, I think he makes sense. But we're already talking about again. The reports I read regarding his future reads again that we're inclined to listen to offers. if anything, I think maybe if anybody will pay up to 40 million, because that changes a lot. You heard that, you did talk about that yourself.
Yeah,
That
with
changes
5
a lot.
million add-ons, by the way.
Yeah, so with regards to our pursuit of Enzo, maybe selling him changes everything. So there's a chance he may well not be there on Wednesday. What day in particular? Sorry,
Sure, I
if
know what
that
you
makes
mean.
sense.
No,
Yeah.
no, it does. It does indeed.
Yeah, so I think we're now against some sort of what sort of situation should I call it? I don't know. Can you still hear me, Roger?
No. Yes, of course I can.
No, I asked that because I'm frozen. My screen is frozen, so yeah, I can't even
Sorry.
highlight comment. Okay, there you go. It's back. Let me see again. If you have any question for Roger, shoot it. As for me, I won't be talking that much. It's getting worse as the show progresses.
I'm
So
sorry.
maybe
Coach.
I need to find again when I have to break the show, then end this one and then start another one like in 3 hours or so. Maybe 2 hours, 30 minutes. It's not gonna be long because it's deadline day. A lot is going on. Again, I think Todd and Co again ain't gonna live without him. Again, they know his priorities, so they will do everything. Yeah, I think Roger thinks so too. Even I think so.
If Chelsea want him, coach, the only way that they cannot purchase him in this window is if Enzo changes his mind. If Enzo wants to move and Chelsea want him, we can effectively initiate and trigger the release clause, and Benfica cannot do anything about it. It's simple as that. Assuming he passes his medical also, which is a given, I'm sure.
Yeah. Say Zakaria should be back in a week or two. That's still a long time to be out, really.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sort of sense for us to like say just decide we're gonna keep him. Because
but you know
he
what though,
played
coach,
well.
we need to. No, I agree, but we need to see how he progresses throughout the remainder of the season. If he is unable to remain healthy from now to the end of the season after he returns, then I think it's fair to assume that perhaps it would not be in our best interest to pursue purchasing him. You
Well,
know,
it's a risk. Why do
Yeah.
it?
well,
It's a. Go ahead.
well, actually, it is a risk, especially if it looks like someone is quote unquote injury prone. But I actually really think he's a magnificent addition to our midfield when healthy. I really enjoyed watching him play in midfield. His physical attributes, his ability on the ball, his tactic, everything about him.
And he
You know,
protected our defense very well.
He did an outstanding job. That's why Jorginho didn't play in those couple of games, if you recall recently, until Zakaria got hurt. You know, he was outstanding. And in fact, our midfield didn't drop a beat.
One more question is he going to stay fit? That's the thing.
No,
that's important, really.
And I don't even play a doctor on TV, coach, so I couldn't tell you. You know, I mean, who knows?
Yeah. Roger, let's talk about this one. Kimso, he's Aubameyang's lawyer, Aubameyang's presenter, Aubameyang's agent, Aubameyang, again, a spiritual advisor, really. He said exactly, Aubameyang should start taking penalties. Yeah,
this is a question. Who is going to be our primary penalty?
Yeah, who's going to be that? I heard, I think it was Liam Lane. I saw on Twitter, they said Liam Lane telling somebody that Kai is an excellent penalty taker. I think, Liam Lane, if you're there, you let me know if that was what you said. I think otherwise. I think I haven't seen him take that much penalty to come to that conclusion that he's an excellent penalty taker. But what do you think? Should we give him, will that help him? Do you think that will help kickstart his goal scoring instinct? I think that's a better way to phrase it. For me, I'd say no. Because again, as much as I agree that his biggest issue as Chelsea has been lack of proper service from those that were supposed to provide the services for him to start scoring goals. I think he hasn't looked sharp in the last few games he's played for us. But your thoughts, do you think we should give him that responsibility now that the penalty specialist has gone?
I'd have to see. Well, since I'm not privy to watching him in training taking penalties, or I haven't really looked at him historically when he's playing on the pitch taking penalties, I can't answer that per se. However, do we have enough opportunities to receive penalties for this to kickstart his career? because we're not exactly creating enough chances. And I mean, how many penalties have we had this season? 4 to 6.
Not that much, actually. And that's because we're not playing well overall.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and also we don't get the calls. I remember one statistic that blew my mind a few years ago was when I think it was when we last won the Premier League or the time before. We were the number one attacking team, the number one scoring team, and yet we were equally awarded the least amount of penalties. I think with Fulham, we've only won the whole season. And usually the highest scoring teams get awarded the most amount of penalties because they create the most amount of chances and tackled the most. And yet we don't even get that. That was a statistic that blew my mind. You know?
Yeah, I agree with you. But again, who would you suggest? If you're in the chat, I'm going to highlight this question and I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Who do you think should, again, take the mantle of becoming our number one penalty taker? I wouldn't say Mason Mount because his penalties that I've seen have been awful.
Yes, I agree.
Who was in the team? Raheem Sterling, I'm not sure if I can trust him. Who was on that team in particular?
Silva? Is Silva a good penalty taker?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Usually are. You have a look
at
James.
I think James.
Yes, but you know when he's on the pitch, we have to look at two penalties. No, I didn't mean that sarcastically. I meant that sincerely. That came out wrong, Coach. I didn't mean.
No, but I get your point.
Yeah, but we have to look at two. Don't forget, because who invariably plays the most is usually the goalkeeper and usually the back line. So hopefully, Silva is an excellent penalty taker. You look at historically, Brazilians are excellent. Luiz was great penalty taker for us.
That's no guarantee, and I like this. Again, everyone should calm down. Enzo deal will come through. Again, I owe you a lot if that comes through, brother. Again, update on Enzo. Chelsea will have to bring down the number of installments. Yes. So that's a good sign. What when you say, Roger?
No, I think yes. I think perhaps reports have said that it's between 5 and Chelsea want 5 to 6 payments. So maybe they should come down and say 3 to 4. And if that's the case, then you know what? Then a deal is done. You know, or worst case, we offer it. You know, 105 million upfront in one payment, but we don't pay the taxes. Maybe they'll go for that. You know, or if they're not open to anything, then we just trigger the release clause. Simple as that. Wham bam.
Yeah.
Thank you,
again, I'm gonna get to the very bottom. So again, if you are if you're in the chat, let us know who you think should become again our next penalty taker. I will try to get that. There's so much. Wow, the chat is on fire, and because I've not been able to get to a few. Let's see.
I would say Kai, to be honest with you. I think Kai is an excellent penalty taker.
Look how Liam Lane here reinforcing this. Again, I don't think he is. From the ones I've seen him take, how many penalties has it taken for us to make you come to that conclusion? He's an excellent penalty taker.
Who are you talking about?
Kai. Let's talk about Kai. How many penalties have you seen him take?
I've seen him take a couple.
Yeah, a couple is not even up to a 10 in total. Not up to 10 in total.
That's true. That's true because of the propensity of penalties that have been taken by Jorginho the last few years have been predominantly him. So, but the ones I've seen him take when it matters in cup finals, he's dispatched with authority. So that's all I have to say. I mean, who else can we say? We've seen
Kai has missed one, right? Kai has missed one penalty. I don't remember what game.
I can't remember.
Was it in a game or in a cup game? He's missed one and it was awful. I know again that I wouldn't say maybe not just you know what as much as I wouldn't agree for anybody to say again, even he hasn't taken that many penalty for us. I would as much as I argue that again there's not enough sample to say he's one of the best in the team. I would also say, okay, I don't have the right to say he's not the best, given that he's missed just one. Maybe we just need to pay attention.
Also, I want to ask something. Who takes the vice captaincy? Should it be Silva? I think so.
I think he should.
Yeah.
Again, his experience and everything, but I can assure you he's the type that will say, give it to a certain young player
Sure.
because that will help motivate them. Maybe, I don't know. Coachella, you have to only watch him take a penalty and see how cool. He's always cool and calm. Even when he's making mistake, he's always cool and calm.
Who is Liam referring to? Who is him?
Kai. That was where I started my argument with, because I saw his tweet. Kai is always calm, even when he's making mistakes. The worst mistake, he's always calm. Even when he's taking, even his mistakes sometimes can look cool. Yeah. Does that make sense to you, Roger?
No. He looks quite copacetic, doesn't he? He looks very cool,
exactly. Everything he does looks good on the eye. It's just like that. To me, James is the better penalty taker of all the people we have right now. And we have the sample size for me being under pressure on so many occasions. He's been the last person to take penalties for us, right? Hasn't he? I think. Can you check? I think somebody in the chat should please help me. Tell me if I'm wrong. On occasions, Reece has on occasion been the one to take the last penalties, and he's always been cool, calm, and well placed. And goalkeeper diving the other way. I think Reece is the guy for me. But we'll see what they do. They see them there in there practicing. That changes everything. Aubameyang for me for the penalties or Modric. Do you have any sample to even add Modric to that list at this point? But you tell me why you think it's Aubameyang. I think your argument probably the reason I believe you have Aubameyang there because you want him to start scoring. That can help. But Aubameyang has bigger issues now. The last 3 games or so he played for us, he hasn't looked sharp. He's got a chance to he should have at least 3 goals plus from those 2 games. But that's why Reece James will be our next penalty taker. I think so too. I'm really trying to read more, but I'm struggling. The reports in Portugal say again, Enzo will be saying they won't say otherwise. They work with them. They control their narratives. They have access to those outlets. They may well reach out to them and keep saying he's not coming to see if that will push us to up.
Coach,
yeah.
Coach. So the 2 cup finals last year. Obviously, Kepa missed the one in the League Cup. The FA Cup, the penalties were missed by Azpilicueta and Mason Mount. So Kai scored in both those FA Cup. Sorry,
I know he scored. Mason Mount is an awful penalty taker. As much as I think he's a good player, but he goes for power. I don't know if he even tries to trick the goalkeeper or anything. He just I don't know. I think he's into hitting hard and choosing. Here's the thing: if you're teaching kids how to play ball, I've heard people on occasion say, just hit it so hard, choose one position, choose one side, and just hit it hard and low. No, you have to try something else to try to, trick the goalkeeper into thinking you're going to play it, into one angle and then place it in the other one. But Mount just, that reminds me of how Mount, maybe that's how he starts. Just hit it hard and you're good. But go ahead, Roger, if you have something else to say.
I don't know. He scored for England in the European final. His penalty was good. Listen, look at Messi. Messi has by professional standards. So I'm using it.
So Kai hasn't missed one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
really?
That's what I'm telling you. I'm looking at who missed.
Am I mixing up things here? Go
yes,
ahead.
You are. Yeah, I don't know what you're having for your sore throat, but it could be.
Go ahead, really.
Kai didn't miss in the cup finals last year, Coach. It was Kepa in the League Cup, obviously, the 11th penalty, and it was Azpilicueta and Mason Mount in the FA Cup. Okay, it's simple as that. So Kai scored on both occasions. So Kai is a good penalty taker. And I think I've seen him score for Germany too. He's an excellent penalty taker. I think it should be Kai. You're right, though. Reece could. I can't recall Reece's penalties. I'll be honest.
Kai Havertz meets a penalty in the Super Cup final.
Okay, I said domestic cups, sir.
No, they're all kind.
No, I'm not. I said he didn't miss.
Why do you have to keep it domestic? I was like, am I blind?
Sure, I'm talking about domestic cups.
No, I'm saying to myself. I'm talking to myself now.
Okay,
yeah.
So I never said.
But at least in total,
sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, to be honest with you, I can't remember a single. The only one that I can remember is unfortunately Kane's penalty miss in the World Cup. Actually, when it comes, and obviously Kepa's one was shocking. But other than that, I can't remember any penalty shootouts. That could be because of my age. But
no, but that's why. But I think we should be counting all competitions. It shouldn't
no.
really.
I'm not dismissing the Super Cup. I'm just saying I don't recall, and I was just looking at the domestic cups from last year. So the Super Cup was 2 or 3 years ago, right? So that's all I'm saying. I was just looking at in the previous year. But yeah, this is it. We need 2 penalty takers. You have a primary and a backup. So sorry to use that word, but or an alternative.
Let's say this quickly. The Kim So's argument regarding Kai being the one to take it, I agree. I think a lot of people are saying Kai is a good penalty taker.
Yes.
Maybe I'm just, like I said, I have no right to judge him based on one. As much as I'm arguing, we don't have enough sample to say he's the best. To me, I'd say James, from what I'm seeing, I think he's the best. But let's talk about this. Kim's so arguing that we should let Aubameyang to start again to become the next to take on the mantle of becoming a penalty taker.
Well, he's experienced.
Does that help the attacker in any way except just up their goals tally?
It could build confidence. There's no doubt about it. But conversely speaking, if he misses, it could plummet his confidence. Yeah, so it can work both. It's a double-edged sword, but the percentages are usually with the penalty taker for obvious reasons, But as I said, a penalty taker doesn't make or break a professional player's career generally. You look at Messi, one of the greatest players to ever put on a pair of football boots. Let's be honest here. But look at his percentage. He's got a very poor, he's like in the 80 percentile. He's like 88 or something, whatever it is. So don't quote me, but I saw it a year or two ago and it's shockingly low, especially for someone of his ilk, of his quality. So, would I want Messi taking our penalties? Probably not. If he played for us, seriously, I wouldn't, because it's quite shockingly low. So, however, having said that, if you have a look at the World Cup, the last World Cup I'm talking about, he had serious confidence and his penalties were taken with an immense amount of ease and confidence. So, but historically, throughout his career, it's been shockingly low. And I'm a Messi fan, by the way. I'm not a Messi hater. I prefer him over virtually any other player that I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, anytime.
I don't want to come across as a hater or anything like that. I'm not. I'm just being factual. That's all I'm doing. I look at him as one of the greatest ever. So I don't want people think that I'm someone that is in Ronaldo's corner, or whatever you want to term it. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm going to take it back to the man of the moment, Enzo Fernandez. And some discussions going on there. But we had to talk about that penalty aspect because Jorginho is gone. And look at his lawyer. The last thing he has, they say, if you want Aubameyang to play better, let him take the penalties. Okay, we'll see that. This one on the screen. And Roger, please, I beg you, you'll be the one to, in most cases, address some of the stuff we'll look here. If you didn't fit to address any of them, you can take a minute or two to address any of them. Because I'm losing my voice really fast. I have to go find a remedy the moment this show ends. There's a reason why Chelsea are giving out 8-year contract and longer payment structure, FFP, hence why they cannot trigger the release clause. That makes sense. That's why we're really fighting to see if they can agree to the payment structure that we're proposing. If that makes sense. Kai is terrible with penalties. I don't know what I've seen that makes me come to that judgment. You're with me. If you are 7, maybe you and I are judging him based on that one he missed. Because these things can happen. Something you see, something you see can actually linger in your memory for a while. And doing away with it would take you doing some research. Maybe I need to do a research to say, come to terms. Say, yeah, Kai is actually a good penalty taker. I think Chelsea were playing on Benfica to agree on a payment structure, then make the big move. Possibly. Do you think that's the case, Roger?
What does playing on mean? I don't know.
Playing on, delaying, going back and forth with them but we've already made up our mind. Like, for instance, we've already made up our mind. We're going to pay the release clause. We're capable of paying it as they want it.
Yeah.
But let's try and see if this works first. But go ahead. I think that's what Tony means there.
Yeah.
Go ahead with what you were saying.
I think Benfica is trying to get the best deal for Benfica. I think Chelsea hierarchy are trying to get the best deal for Chelsea's hierarchy. I don't believe, from what I've read and seen from Sky Sports, Talk Sports, whomever, that if we activate this release clause, that it will put us in financial fair play difficulties. From what I've been told, that is not the case. So they obviously wish to avoid it because it also triggers a 40 million, is it euro or pounds taxation?
In taxes.
However, but I'm not sure what currency that is, so I'm sorry. And the other thing is...
It's still in euros, I think.
Probably, yes. But I've read so much data currently with dollars, euros and pounds, I get confused. So having said that, they're also able to negotiate a payment structure. It doesn't have to be in one turn, in one payment. So that can be amateurized per se. But obviously, do Chelsea wish to actually make a one-off payment? Of course not. They wish to structure it so that this gives us
here's
room.
the thing. No matter what happens, there's no way we're going to pay everything at the same time.
Well, you can't say that because if we trigger this clause, we may have to.
Really?
Yes, if Benfica... Well, I don't know. So I'm not privy to the contract. Maybe the contract says you have to pay it within 2 payments or 3 or 1. I don't know.
Okay, there has to be, again, maybe I
haven't read the stipulations.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So I can't state that. You don't know what the stipulations are. Only I would assume the attorneys involved would know that, seriously. So, but if that is the case, it's one payment, then yeah, then Chelsea or listen, it could be the fact that the payments could be made over a certain amount of payments, but it counts towards one fiscal year also. Does that make sense? Where Chelsea, if they trigger this clause, it has to be made, let's say, hypothetically over 3 years, but it counts towards this fiscal year. So that could be the case. We don't know. Does that make sense? Because it's similar to the NFL salary cap when you cut a player, where everything is brought into that year, even though they will pay that player over X amount of years. So it may not be the actual where funds are transferred within 1 year. It could be done over a certain amount of years, but on the books, the balancing books, in the accounting terms, it would count in one fiscal year. So who knows? I'm not that much of an SME, a subject matter expert, and privy to the actual contract itself.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think let's say this. I think you probably you're more than just Potter's lawyer. I think you're also our accountant, if that makes any sort of sense to you.
I actually studied business finance, so
okay. So you see that. No wonder why you were able to break it down like that. But once you start speaking like that, I get more confused.
Me no English.
No, I'm not into mathematics. I'm just kidding. But you broke it down for everybody gets to understand what that is about. I think I'm starting to see a solution as to why I'll let this run and I'll go get something. Hopefully, I'll still have some mods in the chat, police in the chat while I'm away to go take care of some other stuff.
So, Coach, can I just interject very briefly? I'm expecting a phone call, I believe at 14:30 or 14:45. I have to check, and so I may disappear for 5 minutes. I apologize if that's the case.
No, you don't have to. Man, this is no obligation.
No, but I wish to not be rude. That's all.
No, okay. You're a gentleman. That's fine. Yeah, again, let's see what else we have to get here. Again, people, keep smashing the like button. Let's get it to 300 as soon as possible. We will take a break. I will go again help my son get ready for school, take him to school, come back, and then we'll continue talking. I'm looking at my update screen or something I developed that I use a Twitter timeline to develop. It looks like Elon Musk changed something there. It's not quite working well. There's a lot of problems to sort out there, but it's buggy. But I think it will suffice while I'm on a break until I come back. Again, I have VATs, not good penalty to take somebody. thinks the same, but let's look into it. Installment payments make no difference or to our financial situation or FFP. That is the kind of financing. The issue is how much of the fee can be paid in add-ons. Wow, Roger, you still there? Are you taking the 5 minutes now, or do you see this one?
No.
Or do you want to
I'm
address
still
this
here.
one on the screen?
The issue is how much of the fee can be paid in add-ons. So what is the issue? You mean as in deferred payments? Would that mean that a lot of the payment is deferred based on the add-ons, because an add-on can only be post-achievement?
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
like, does he win the Ballon d'Or? Do we win the European Champions League or the Premier League? Which means that could be paid the following year. Is that what you mean in the context of paid add-ons? Or is there a tax implication associated with that? What do you mean by that, Bobby, sir? That's what I'd like to know.
Okay, hopefully he's still there and he explains. Let me see if there's anything else to address here. Enzo and Mudryk will be again at the penalty takers. But
that's
Enzo
a good
is
shout, actually. That's a good shout.
yeah.
Oh, I have a phone call. I'm so sorry.
No worries, you're good. Go ahead, take your call, bro. Again, Kuchila, you can only judge of what he takes. Yeah, I agree. And that's what I'm saying. But again, do I think that's enough sample size to decide the same? I'd say no. Maybe it's just me because I already think, again, in my head, I already think Reece is a better penalty taker of the two. That's why probably I'm bent on shoving the Reece James off your throats. Kai takes PKs again for his former club. Oh, so probably if he done that for Bayer Leverkusen, then we may well have enough sample without even knowing. Yeah, thank you. Mount again penalties. I don't want to talk about that because he will it will lead to some other argument. I really do not want to talk about here. Because Havertz does not process again things fast enough. Really, wow! You are a brain surgeon, and you check this brain, and you come to that. Modric or Mount shouldn't come near any penalty we'll get. I've seen enough to. I think he's a good player, but as for penalty taking, no, really. I'm not going to get into that, but that's how I see it. Who is the genius again at Stamford Bridge? I thought it was such a genius idea to sell Jorginho to Arsenal. I don't know. That I'm really pissed about that. Again, I didn't like that. Again, one bit it pissed me off, and there's nothing I can do about that. And just, yep, that's the truth. Being cool, calm, collected. That's the biggest part of a penalty taking. But also, again, part of it also again is not just again taking believing that the popular saying just hit it hard and low and choose a corner and you're good. You'd have to also try to get, because you can say mind game is part of it. Phil, I haven't even thought about that too. I think that he comes into play. So maybe the manager will take his time to choose, but I think it probably will go to some of the new signings there. And again, guys, apologies. Like I said, I'm trying to read everything you have there, but I'm losing my voice really, really fast. And I'm trying to set up a screen here that can hold, again, maybe the screen will hold the fort for me while I go out. Let me see. I'm trying to find a solution again as to what will be happening in my absence, because I really do not want to end the stream. I want something to be going on while I go take care of things I should take care of and then come back later. But that's by the way, let me see anything else to address here. I'm still looking, searching for updates. I haven't seen anything new regarding with regards to Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea. Just give me 1 second here. Chelsea want to do the installments over 5 years. If they bring it to 4 max, that's a deal done. And here we go. Wow! Thank you for that update. That update there is worth me screaming, but I just can't scream right now. I'm not feeling well, and I'm losing my voice. I have a bit of cold, plus again a lot of talking due to the shows. That hasn't helped really. That's by the way. I'm gonna try to set up the update screen because soon I'll be again going out to take care of something very important. Roger, you can come in whenever you have time. Let me see. Let me finish setting up the update screen here. I apologize. Oh my gosh. Just give me 1 second. I'll find a solution here. Yeah, and again at the same time I'm searching for updates and I haven't really seen anything. Let me see what Landlin said there. Kuchila, you have no other people to judge from because J5 took so many. But maybe I'm just judging from how cool again the Reece James is taking again a lot. How many penalties under pressure for us? Maybe that's why I'm saying it's probably again the better penalty taker, the better of the two players we're mentioning. But again, we're not in the training ground. The manager, he sees them every day, probably knows who the next person will be. And I agree with Kim. So if Aubameyang isn't leaving, maybe we should just, again, let him be the one to take the penalties for us. Maybe that would get him again kickstart his goal scoring instinct, and that will go a long way for us. Bobby says again, isn't Kai already the second penalty taker already? Oh no, I think it's Mount, like you're saying there from Liam Lane. Just give me 1 second, guy. I'm gonna set up the update screen again because when I leave, I want things to still be going on here. And Roger, if you're back, I could do with your help. If you don't mind. I'm struggling to speak really. I have to go find a remedy real quick, given how I'm feeling here. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find a solution to the screen. Let me see. Oh my goodness, it's too silent here already. Silence is killing me. Yeah, what I'm trying isn't working, so I'm gonna kill this. Maybe. Yeah, guys, if you have any questions, shoot it, and I'll try to address it before I leave. I have just about again about how many minutes before I leave? Let's say just about 10 minutes more, if anything, and I'll leave. And I'm not sure how long Bobby's gonna be here, but I'm not gonna stop the stream. I'll let it run with updates. The updates will go along with. Bobby, how are you doing, brother?
Yeah, I just thought I'll drop in, see how much I was missing you guys. Look, I heard something about Mount being some kind of second penalty taker. That's absolute garbage. If he is, there'll be a riot. He tricks himself in taking penalties, not to mention the goalkeeper. He's a dreadful penalty taker.
He is indeed, yep.
He shouldn't be anywhere near penalties. If he is near penalties, then I'll know it's our usual English bias or English dreaming that we do,
It looks like
which I am out to stop us doing. We have to get realistic, get real with who is actually a good player, who is actually not, who is a good penalty taker, and who is not who we wish is a penalty taker. And getting rid of Jorginho looks a bit silly to me. I'm not his number one fan, but he is a midfielder, and we don't have midfielders. Even if we get Enzo today, he's got to have time to settle in. So I don't understand that move. The only thing I can say is maybe that is a prelude to what I've always felt was a big possibility that Chelsea could go and get both Enzo and Caicedo. Caicedo is somebody, because of how much Potter knows him and because he plays week in, week out in the Premier League, that you could take that risk with to get him in as a starter straight away.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Just 1 second. Again, I'm a bit short of words as to why we let him go. Again, to me, maybe again, like you said, yeah, maybe the show of getting in at the end, so they're done, or maybe they're probably on the verge of signing some other midfielder that we didn't know that they were looking at. Maybe that's the case. There's no way to tell. But I hope that's really the case. I hope they bring in someone else. Again, if you're in the chat, unfortunately, I'm going to be leaving soon. I have to take care of some stuff, but I'll leave off screen running so you guys can have conversation about what's going on. And when I come back, I'll come back on camera again. I don't have anybody to stay here and hold the fort for me. Bobby isn't really feeling well. He needs a break. I know he loves Chelsea so much, but I'd rather him take a break than, again, risk his health and come on here. But if that makes any sort of sense to you guys watching. And apologies for skipping quite a lot. The chat was on fire. Yeah, but mine isn't. I am not that strong. I have cold. Plus, again, losing my voice also. Plus, because of a lot of talking. If that makes any sort of sense. So, Bobby, anything else you want to talk about? You go ahead. You have the floor. All right, Roger isn't here. See what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to kill, because I don't know, it's a risk. I'm going to kill, I don't know, I'm going to kill the comments, again, disable the chat for at the moment until I come back, then I will re-enable it, if that makes any sort of sense to you. Just for security reasons, we've had bad experience, and I'm not sure how available Liam Lane is. It's not a job for Liam Lane, so he has all the responsibilities to take care of. So I don't want to risk leaving things without, again, a human being there. I know, what's his name again? Nightbot does a good job policing the chat, but there are things that he cannot catch that a human being will better, again, be suitable to take care of. So in a bit, I'm going to be leaving. I have to go take care of some responsibilities. So sorry about that, and apologies for not reading most of your delicious comments in the chat. It wasn't intentional. I'm not that strong, but by the time I come back, like in an hour or less, I think I'll be ready to go. I'll be welcome to, to interact with you more often than I did, again, before leaving for the break, to take care of whatever I'm leaving to take care of. Oh, Roger, you back?
I'm back, sir.
Yeah, Bobby has left too. So I'm going to leave in a bit, but I'm going to leave the update screen running. I was able to get it to be less buggy. So maybe people will be looking at it for update until we come back from the break.
Sure. Oh, was Bobby on? I didn't see.
Yeah, he was on.
Ah.
But if you have anything else
okay?
to talk about why I set it up properly, that will help.
No, that's totally fine. Do what you have to do. Your son comes first, obviously. And just let me know when you're back for the show, and I can join, sir.
All right, I'll do that. Guys, I'm going to try and set up the update screen. We don't want to stop it again, and when we come back, we'll continue where we'll start. When we come back on camera.
Sounds good. So just give me a text and let me know, sir.
All right, no problem. I'll reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A pleasure as always, chaps.
So guys, if you're hearing me, again, I'm going to take a break. I will be back again, but the screen will still be open for updates. I will set it up in a bit. Just give me 1 second, but I'll take a break. And I'll also shut up the chat for a while until we'll come back, if that makes sense to you, just to avoid an awful incident that happened last time when I wasn't available and Liam Lane wasn't available in chat. And for Liam Lane, it's not a job. So it doesn't make any sort of sense to give him the responsibility of policing something when he has other responsibilities to take care of. Just 1 second. I'm going to find a way to do this. And don't worry, the update screen will come up in a bit. All right. I know quite a lot again has happened since I left. I'm not sure is anything. I'm not sure if my audio is working. And if you're in the chat, please, if you can hear me, do let me know. Let me see which of the screens I'm sharing. I think I need to share this one. All right. I've set up an extra screen actually to be able to open more stuff, and I'm not sure what's going on. If I find any new update, it'd be easy for me to share it instead of struggling to switch between screens. I need to turn back on the chat so that anybody that wants to join the conversation can do so. If I'm having a problem, just give me 1 second. Let's see. Interesting how the Enzo Fernandez story has gone from like it's more likely not going to happen to if it's not going to happen, then it would take something extraordinary for it not to happen. So amazing, isn't it? So give me a second. I'm going to try to turn back on the chat. Let's see, what do we have here? Just let me turn back the chat on before I come back to the camera. Come back on the camera again. If I turn on my camera back on. All right, let's see. The music. That Benfica has given the player the permission. It says again, breaking for Enzo Fernandez has been given a permission to undergo a medical in Portugal. There's now heightened optimism that an agreement will be reached between Chelsea Football Club and Benfica. That is some huge news, and I'm glad to see that. I was away when all these things are transpired, so I'm happy to be back. Again, Chelsea have sent a private plane to Portugal. I think that was yesterday, really. But as I was out, but I was still checking updates on my phone. Everything points to the direction of the player coming to us, and I'm very happy because we suspected that was the case because we asked the question, why would the club let Jorginho go if they're not sure of bringing in a replacement? So it turns out they knew exactly what they were doing. Let me see again if anything has changed. Again, even though time is running out, I think we should be able to pull this one off. From CFC Pies, let me see what it's saying. Okay, Chelsea Jets. Okay, let me check that. That's important. Then people are so again, eager to see it happen. They're even tracking the planes. Let me go back to this screen and I'll bring the other one back in. This one's just with time running out. So this one is what's showing. So I need to see what CFC buys is saying here. Just give me 1 second. Yep, quite a lot is going on, which is good news. Nothing bad about that. Right, I'm back. Hopefully anybody else again that has time will come join me on the panel so we can make it so that it's even more fun. Right now it's just me, but that's fine. Again, keep looking at what you're looking at on the screen. I'm trying to open some a tweet I saw from CFC Pies. I think it has to do with his flight. Just 1 second here. Let me see what this one says. Okay, I'm gonna find it. Let's see. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. My screen is a bit slow. Let me know if you're able to access the chat because I had to turn it off before I left for an errand. But I'm back now. I hope you're able to access the chat. I've turned it back on. Do let me know if it's a problem for you, then I can try and find a solution to that. I don't know why this particular window is this slow. It shouldn't be. Everything is loading fast. Let's see. Yep. Let me see a lot of updates for my people while they were waiting for me. This one here, Chelsea Jet. Okay. I'm looking for CFC Pie. Let me go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm looking for a particular tweet I saw online. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, AD, a lot for Blue. Thank you for sharing that. Again, Chelsea Jet was supposed to leave Lisbon this morning. Chelsea felt a deal could be done early afternoon. Confidence last night. Again, the flight was cancelled and is scheduled to leave at 6 p.m. Let's watch carefully. And now it is 7:10 p.m. UK time. So let's see what happens. Again, I'm very confident given everything we've seen. The fact that Benfica they've given him the permission to go for the medical, which means I think it's happening really. And if you're watching, please let me know if you're able to access the chat. I had to turn it off before I left because there won't be people there won't be enough moderators or managing moderators to police it. So that was why I had to turn it off at that point. Let me see what's going on here. Yep, a lot of stuff is going on. Quite a lot of stuff. Just give me a second. Right. private matter. Okay, it was 6 a.m. Yeah, an update here is that Enzo is currently undergoing his medicals. That's an important update, which means it's happening. Where did I see that one? It's still from AD. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry, I'm missing it right now. Let's see what happens. I hope I still. There you go. This update right here says again, Enzo Fernandez is undergoing medical examination in a hospital in Lisbon. He is waiting for Benfica and Chelsea to reach an agreement at any moment to finalize his transfer. And this is really a good sign, since again he's been given the permission to undergo to go for the medicals. It simply means to me that it's almost done. So we shouldn't be concerned. In other news, again, I'm learning that Conor Gallagher will remain at Chelsea and will not be leaving as previously thought. The good thing, the player himself has always again said how he wants to remain at the club and fight for his place. Never wanted to leave. So that's huge news, and that's the screen that shows the news about Enzo Fernandez undergoing medicals in a hospital in Lisbon. That is huge news. Again, what time? Again, I need to be checking the UK time because that shows that will show how things are. Roger, thank you so much for finding the time to join back on. I hope you're doing well, brother. It took a while, but I'm back. Thank you so much for joining me. I don't know if you're able. Did you try to access the chat to see that so that other people are able to access it? I'm not sure. I haven't checked, but let me check myself here.
Hola, Senor. I'll do it right now, sir. This is good news that he's taking a medical, but it doesn't guarantee that he's signing with us, though. But it's a good omen.
It's a good sign.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is I'm worried about the terms, but it seems like, I actually, to be honest with you, I thought that this deal would get done by yesterday. And because it's strung out now, we have 5 hours, all but 3 minutes until this must be completed. And to be
what time precisely does the window shut?
So Greenwich Mean Time, London time, it's 2300 hours.
GMT, right?
Yeah. And so that's because we're 1 hour behind Europe, mainland Europe. So that's midnight their time.
So it shuts at 11. So that's about 5 hours from now.
That's why there's the expression of the 11th hour, because it pertains to Britain always being an hour behind mainland Europe. And that 11th hour is 2300 hours. That's the expression. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, 2018. Sorry, 1918 was the World War I armistice. So that's where you get the expression, the 11th hour. Okay, let's have a look here. I'm going to log on. Just going on my phone.
What are your thoughts? Again, do you think we can still get a bullet?
Do we still we get whom?
Do you still think we'll get the deal will be done?
With Enzo, I as I said, I'm 99% sure. The only thing is that I do have an issue with is shall we say what terms are done, but I just really thought this would be done by yesterday. So I'm trying to look for the stream and it doesn't look like okay, so let's have a look here. Welcome to the chat. Live commentary mode is on. You read all messages. I don't see where I can.
No, I've checked it. I can actually.
You can text on the stream.
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't look like I'm able to.
Yeah, you were saying you have issues with the pay. Is it the payment or the payment structure? But you didn't quite finish, and I think I cut you off.
No, not at all. Yeah, it proves that men can't multitask, sir. So I actually would prefer that. Listen, I think this amount of money is obscene, and I don't agree with these
How much
amounts.
in total? How much in total, really?
Well, so I know it's 105 million pounds. It's 105.6 million, which in euros is 115. Sorry, 120 million euros. And but I'm not sure. I've read. I'm not sure how valid they are. That Chelsea is willing to pay 10 million. I don't know whether it's euros
Extra.
or pounds above extra, so that we can give them, but we can make it in multiple payments, as opposed to we make one payment. Or when I say one payment, it's probably not in one payment, but in the actual financial records, it goes down as one payment. Even if when we trigger this release clause, hypothetically, it could be just one payment, or if it is settled over, let's say, 5 years, it still goes down in the entry in the financial records potentially as this year. So it all depends how the financial laws are written in UEFA. So I'm not sure, or the Premier League. I'm not sure whether we actually come under the autonomy of UEFA. I'm just being logical. I'm just using my accounting background, how it could work, because it all it does is it boils down to the rules and regulations and how often those are changed. So when we say one payment, it doesn't literally mean that X amount of euros or pounds are transferred technically or wired. It actually means, does it go down in the financial records on how those are routinely defined? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. But again, let me understand something. Are you fearing that we'll get into trouble with FFP because something worldwide? My friend Sadiq from Worldwide Trust posted they're using again a third party to make the full payment, and then we'll now be paying again in installments to the third party. Would that be considered cheating by any means necessary? Do you think so?
Now that is technically a loophole. The actual loophole of us
to compare to other stuff we talked about. But go ahead. I want you to elaborate on that. Did you see that? Did you see that yourself?
Yeah, no, I've heard about that. Yeah, so that technically would be a loophole. So that's like the equivalent of, myself buying a car from you, and let's say it's £20,000 car. Okay. Well, I go to a third party and they pay you in full, but then I have to make annual payments, let's say hypothetically. So, I mean, someone wrote in a post earlier today, could be Roman Abramovich. I thought that was humorous to say the least.
Yeah, but that's some smart again approach there, there.
So
really,
this is what you technically call a loophole. So Liam Lane is saying that. Okay, so the factoring effects is purely legal and done in all businesses. Yes, to a certain extent, it is.
So do you think it's one they will look at and say, "Yo, we got to close this one too"? They can't.
Listen, no matter what we do, if we walk on the cracks of the pavement, there could be a law passed in Parliament tomorrow saying you must walk within the confines of the square pavements in the streets. Otherwise, you'll be fined £22.99. It seems that we're under a microscope currently because we seem to be criticised. And if you listen to virtually all the, shall we say, the sports news in Great Britain, and that would be BBC, that would be Talk Sports, that would be Sky, BT, etc., etc. That they all seem to have a problem with Chelsea spending these quote unquote vast amounts of funds. And I get it, because I personally think this is an insane amount of money we are talking about. However, I didn't see any objections to other teams. Like if you look at Man United, what are they? They spent over $1 billion, is it dollars or euros or pounds, in so many years, and they've won nothing. Does that, their squad I'm talking about? In fact, they just fielded, or was it Man City just broke the record for Man U a couple of months ago for fielding the most expensive squad ever assembled. But, you know, I don't hear criticism about that. They just mention it as a statistic. It seems that no matter what we do, like apparently 20 years ago in 2003, when Abramovich went, you know, cash crazy, if you add it to inflation, it comes to £692 million in today's money, what he spent back in 2003. So everything adjusted to inflation, we haven't spent that amount. So everything, you know, is, shall we say, relative. I'm a bit, I don't mind us, because, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. When I was, and Bobby can concur with me, when we were young and Chelsea was just the bottom, we were basically where Forest is or where Bournemouth is, and we would get promoted, relegated, etc. And the big boys were Liverpool, Man United, etc. I had a problem with that, and now that I'm on the other side of the coin, do I have a bigger problem as I used to? No, but I still think that I like the American system, where they try to bring equity among all teams, because they don't have promotion and relegation, however. Because then, you know, if you're last in the NFL, you get the first round pick in the draft. Conversely, if you win the Super Bowl, you pick last in the NFL draft. So they try to make it equitable to a certain extent. Here, I just feel sorry for the smaller teams, and I mean that politely and respectfully. But as a Chelsea diehard, I must admit, I'm finding this.
As Americans will say, you gotta do what you gotta do.
You got to, sir.
No, I mean, if we can pull this up again, it's not done and dusted yet. But all signs show that it's most likely will happen than fail. So that is some good news, really. Let me see. I don't know if I read what Liam Lane had there already. Something else. Okay, any criticism is pure jealousy for a lot and just an agenda against a Chelsea Football Club. Again, they wish.
It seems that way.
Yeah, that's what it is, exactly. Because I just cannot understand. I've thought about it. I'm like, wow, people have been giving out 7-8 year long contracts just as we did. And I said, okay, I asked myself the question, are we overdoing it? I said, no, we're not overdoing anything. How many players?
You know what it is?
Yeah.
Coach, sorry for interjecting. Other teams have done it before, overseas and in the Premier League, but they did it for, shall we say, select players. We, meaning Chelsea, are doing it comprehensively. From, I believe this, I'm not sure how far back we've gone, but it seems like in this window specifically, we have signed people to 6 to 8 year plus contracts. So we are doing it exclusively without reservation. While I think previously teams did it to the occasional player. So I think they're looking at this as like, okay, this is not a coincidence, this is a trend. So they don't like it. But do you know why they don't like it? Because they're not willing, A, to spend the money, and B, to take the risk at the back end of the deal if a player or players do not meet up to the standards with which their contract has been stipulated upon. So therefore, they're like, these chaps have cojones, and we don't like it. And they are, shall we say, curtailing the rules, quote unquote, where it's a workaround, unquote. And it is a workaround. What we're doing is nothing illegal. You know, it's not. However, other teams do not.
And one more thing is actually, truthfully, having the connection, because they have the connection. They have people they can reach out to and say, hey, we want this. please come to our aid. They have the connection. There's a chance they may actually own a company that can just do that for them.
Oh,
But
I
go
see
ahead with what you were saying.
No,
In terms of
indeed.
the third party they're using, yeah.
You know what? I honestly, you know, we just have to live with it. You know, it's like if you're the prettiest girl in the ball, you're going to have other women looking at you and going like, how is she so pretty? They're jealous. This is basically what it is. It's being catty. It's being petty. It's being juvenile. This is the big leagues. And I say that respectfully to other leagues. And you know what? If you want to play, you know, you have to bring it. You can talk the talk, but do you walk the walk, as Jimmy Johnson once said. So, yeah, I believe that. I believe that we have come fully equipped, financially speaking. And I believe we can proceed as such. And we can, and listen, I'm not sure who is going to leave our squad eventually, but we are building a nucleus, and it looks like quite a threatening team on paper.
But if you have to guess, can you name at least 1 or 2 players you think would leave? I
think there's a strong possibility Mendy may end up leaving. I'm starting from the back. Kepa, sorry, not Kepa.
Would you again? Do you think would be looking to like reduce the goalkeeping? That is the numbers in the goalkeeping department.
No, I'm going from the back forward. So I personally wouldn't, but I can see this transpiring. It's not my wishes. I can just see this transpire. There's a good possibility that Mendy could leave, and he's been very unfortunate in his timing, in my opinion, because I think he's been outstanding for us for the most part. You know, I believe Mendy is a possibility. Aspilicueta, i.e. Dave, love that. Dave could leave. Bless him. He's a legend. And then there is a small possibility that Koulibaly could leave, but I don't see that happening personally.
No, I don't think.
And I hope not. Also, more importantly,
it's not going to leave, really.
In the midfield, I believe Jorginho is 99.9% gone. If he hasn't already been announced,
he's
by
gone
Arsenal.
already. He's been seen with Arsenal. He's taking pictures with the Arsenal shirt and all that.
Sure,
he's not.
Okay,
but he's gone. Yeah.
But that's why I said 0.9% recurring. They need to announce it to be official. But yes, if all 3 parties have signed the contract, then it's done deal. So Jorginho, you look at the midfield. I hope we keep Kante. You know,
I think he's staying. We haven't heard anything.
So.
And the transfer.
So.
We have how many hours before it shuts? Less than 4 hours, right?
No, 5 hours 42 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't worry about N'Golo Kante.
I'm talking about not this window, but just in general by the beginning of next season. Zakaria may probably go back. I'd say there's probably a 50-50, maybe greater chance that he will not return. You know,
too much risk.
Yeah, possibly. I hope we sign him because that means he's healthy. I think Ruben is a strong possibility he could be leaving. By the beginning of next season, I believe he may not be with this team. Conor Gallagher, I think he's part of the future. At least till pre-season.
And he's staying.
Yes, he's Chelsea. He bleeds blue. So I think Carney is definitely in our plans. I think Omari, I believe he may go out on loan, but I think he's our future for sure. Lewis Hall is definitely our future. Caicedo, you would assume is our future. Mason Mount, you never know. He could potentially go, but I think he'll stay because he's been with us since the age of 8. Sterling, there's a possibility he could go. I'm actually, to be honest with you,
Sterling going isn't this window. A lot of these names you're mentioning.
I'm talking about generally speaking.
The summer.
Yeah, I'm talking about by the beginning of next season.
And
I think Sterling actually, I think if our team starts clicking and he is in the rotation, I think he could be the recipient of an informed player. I think he would excel if he has good players around him, like he did in City. I think there's a possibility that we may see him back to form. I hope so. I don't see, and I hope not. I don't see Kai ever moving for another year or
No,
two at
it's
least.
difficult. Plus, the
Yeah.
manager likes him if we're paying attention. My friend Lola here says again, hello, coach. My friend Romero says you are a bit crazy today, and if you cannot get Enzo, you will be doing some phone calls. I want to know what sort of calls, like trying to sign other players other than Romero, other than Enzo. I don't know. But we're following the stories. Let's see what happens. A lot is going on.
I think, coach, honestly, coach.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think letting Jorginho go, this is a strong indicator, a very strong indicator that that they're going to sign Enzo regardless of the terms of the contract. They're sending a signal that
just as we suspected this morning.
Yeah. However, if they do let Jorginho go and they do not sign Enzo or a suitable replacement, then we seriously need to question the senior management approach to this window. Currently, as it stands, if nothing else happens, I give it an A minus, maybe an A. If we do indeed sign Jorginho, and especially if it's structured to our liking, then it has to be given an A plus or an A plus plus. And listen, I'm being objective in that. I really am. We have by far and away exceeded my expectations for this window. I expected 3, maybe 4 signings maximum.
Yeah, for me, it's really a 10 out of 10 window. If we're being honest, check out Badiashile, Datro Fofana, Andres Santos. I think I'm missing a few actually.
I'll let you know.
I've forgotten about. We signed about 5, 6 players this window, haven't we?
7 so far. Here, I'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, even without Enzo, it'd still be a 10 over nearly 10 over 10 for me.
Fofana.
Exactly, and those are big names, really.
So here we go.
Mudryk is a big name. Yeah.
Santos,
go ahead.
Wasn't Santos signed?
Yeah, I named him too, but go ahead.
Badiashile. So and Mudryk. And of course, what's his name? Felix Zhao.
Yeah.
So you're looking at this is actually, if you look at the signings since we have a new administration, we've got some pretty impressive amount of money that we have spent on some. I think that is the nucleus of a really a team that can push for the Premier League, realistically speaking, and assuming that we're not devastated like we have been this year thus far with injuries. I think we are definitely contenders for the Premier League, and I think strong contenders for the Champions League in upcoming years, because this is a very youthful team also. These are not, we haven't signed people at the age of, let's say, on the average 29 to 32. No, we've got people just in their prime or just below their prime, prior to their prime. You know, this is a team on paper that is, I think, second only to Man City in the Premier League, or maybe equal to. This is a very strong squad. I'm not talking about first 11. I'm talking about squad in general. I think this bodes well, coach. If you are a Chelsea fan anywhere on this planet, and any aliens that may be Chelsea fans, you have to be very happy. You have to be very content. The only thing that can really worry me is if, and it's possible, and it is unlikely but still possible, is if a lot of these signings or all of these signings turn up to not reach their potential and we end up having to pay them. However, a lot of their salary is incentivized, and therefore I think we can sell them to average teams where we can, negate that contract, as opposed to where we have been historically, where most teams won't take us, like a Ziyech. We can't sell Ziyech to most other teams because of the fact he's on such a high salary, especially overseas. But that won't be the case with the new acquisitions, because they're on relatively low salaries and it's mostly incentivized. So that's a good thing.
Indeed, it is a good thing, indeed, yeah.
Sorry.
Lala says, again, his friend Romero knows something. Yeah, definitely. He probably knows something. But I think we'll get the Enzo. I still strongly believe that we'll get the Enzo deal done. It's hard, again, for me to call it a 10-10, and not because of the players, because we let J5 go without guarantees. Yeah, exactly. That's a huge risk.
No, it's not, though. Coach, just 1 second.
Mhm.
I have to interject. It's not a risk. Do you know why?
Yeah, you let me know why it's not a risk.
Because worst comes to worst, we pull the trigger on the release clause. Now, the only thing that can scuttle this deal, if we want to get this player, is if Enzo changes his mind. That's
yeah,
the only
but I
thing.
still know from another perspective. If let's assume we're not going through a third party in terms of the payment structure, if we're not going through a third party and we trigger the release clause, and then we get into trouble with FFP. It's still a huge issue.
No, I believe I'm not sure how accurate it is, but I believe even if we do trigger this release clause, we won't be in trouble with FFP. Technically, we haven't breached FFP, from what I've been told, and no British sports channel has even said that we will be over the limit, however you want to term it. So we will not be in violation of any FFP. No one has said that. And they've questioned that on like Talk Sports, on Sky Sports, etc. And everyone has said that that is not the case. So even if we, worst case scenario, trigger this clause and we have to pay it up front, whether it's on the books or, it doesn't matter whether we pay in one lump sum or over 5 lump sums, but it's triggered in a release clause on the books, meaning theoretically. So therefore, we're still under FFP guidelines. So it isn't a gamble, but that's worst case. So the only thing that can scuttle that deal is if indeed the player changes his mind. That's the only way.
Yeah,
or we back out, or we have a change of heart. And if they do that and they let a player go, no matter how they perceive him to be, surplus to requirements, etc., then we haven't strengthened our midfield. We've weakened it. However, they may believe he is surplus to requirements, and we can continue without him until next season. I'm just theorizing here. I'm not saying that's the case. So
yeah, I get your point. I just want to tell I just want to say something. Whether or not Jorginho went to whether or not it was a risk or not, I still don't like it. The fact we sold him to Arsenal. If we're reluctant about selling Conor Gallagher to Newcastle United because we see them as a competition, as a rival, because they're one of the big boys now. So why give Jorginho to Arsenal? Maybe we weren't paying attention because he gives them what they lack. They don't have any sort of player in that team that have the experience to lead in the midfield, to know when to slow it down or when to up the tempo and all that. But again, it has happened. There's no turning around, really. I think it was a mistake. I would have rather, just terminate his contract and say, okay, you go join Juventus, if that makes sense. I don't like this, really.
No, I get it. I'm not pleased that he's gone to Arsenal.
Our rival, one of our biggest rivals in London.
I thought, yeah, of course. I thought he would go to Newcastle, if anybody. But that hasn't been the case.
Yeah, I don't like that. Again, if you're watching, we're still keeping our eyes on, again, to see what's going on. If we see any update, be rest assured this will be one of the first places you'll hear about it. And Roger, I cannot thank you enough for finding the time to join the show. That's the second time for the day. I know you're probably tired, but I can't thank you enough, brother.
No, my pleasure.
I can't. No, again, more thanks to you. Again, I appreciate that. Yes, guys, if you're watching, even if you're not in the chat, keep liking the stream and please do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We're not far away from reaching 10,000 subscribers. Right now, we're at 9,598. Let me try and get all the stuff we have here. Nothing else from it says again, my candle is outbroken at 2 double shifts in 2 days. Tell me about it. Again, I have a cold and I'm losing my voice at the same time. Yeah, I understand that. And not just our rival who is in the first place. and could potentially win the league. That's where I have an issue. And I know you probably understand during our heated debate in the morning that that's where, again, you could say, I wouldn't say feistiness. Again, the frustration, which again stems from. I wasn't really happy. What are we doing, really? It doesn't make any sort of sense. Even if we're getting Enzo, you could argue right now we still need Jorginho because Kante isn't ready.
So I tell you what, it reminds me. I'm having flashbacks of why we sold Mata to United, who was at that time was Player of the Year, if I'm not mistaken. We sold him to United. That was definitely a rival. Maybe the coaching staff or the hierarchy don't envisage him as a threat and doesn't believe that or maybe they're writing off this season because they can't win the league this year. They can mathematically, but listen, it's hard for us to make top four. Most people don't believe we can, let alone win the league. So because they're 20 points above us approximately, then they're like, okay, he's good for this season. And they don't believe that by the time next season and the following season start, that he won't be that big a part of their team. So maybe that's their logic.
Possibly, again, but we should take the transition again gradually, or try as much as we can to make it again as seamless as possible. Jorginho leaving create a serious vacuum in the team.
Yeah,
because, go ahead.
I would have preferred to see him go overseas personally.
Yeah, and again, we can argue what we want. Enzo isn't Jorginho as much as you would think. Overall, he's a better player, but he's not Jorginho. It doesn't offer that thing which Jorginho can offer us. I don't know if that makes any sort of sense.
How many assists has he created this year?
I'm not talking. You mean him, Enzo?
No, sir.
Jorginho.
Yes, sir.
Look, I agree. He's better than Jorginho in that department.
No, I'm actually curious. I haven't looked at his numbers. In fact, not penalties.
I don't think he has a single one this season. I don't think he has any this season, really.
Really?
But let me check. You're talking about Jorginho, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. J5, yes, sir.
No, but how deep he plays and what you can say, what the managers demand of him. I don't think he'd be getting that many assists in any team he plays for. I don't know. Again, I don't know how to argue that, but let me check his statistics, really. But again, Jorginho actually, at the time under Sarri, where he was producing some excellent through balls and all that, those he was creating the chances for when putting them away. They didn't help his case, if that makes any sort of sense. But go ahead with what you were saying.
So midfielders are usually graded on their assists and goals and tackling, like, especially if you're a defensive midfielder, obviously, and if they're tall enough, maybe aerially scoring also. I'd like to know what his statistics are throughout his career, with Chelsea, that is. Now, penalties, how many? I think 3/4 to maybe 90% of his goals are penalties. I mean, which is fine, which is totally fine. I mean, if you look at Kova, I think I've always liked Kova. I always rate him very highly. And I'm so glad we actually extended his loan to be permanent. But how many goals has he scored for us? Very few, if any. But he does.
But there are other things he does.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
That helps the team. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm backing up. I'm giving you ammunition. So he does far more than statistics can ever bear out. I get that. I genuinely do. Yes, I totally concur with you that, there's far more. And it's not just, but then again, I like to see a percentage, and I'm not going to revisit every game that he's played for us, but have a look at passes, the percentage of passes that he's played backwards needlessly, So when you look at it, yes, you maintain possession. I get that. I really do. I understand the philosophy involved with which the parameters with which he's been instructed to play within. I get that. But he does lack physicality. He does lack speed. He He does have deficiencies.
There's no denying that.
No. But then you can say that for virtually every player on the planet, can't you? So I get it. But I'm just trying to be objective. The question
And
is,
here's something that's I asked you to do, Roger. I know.
Coach, you went in and out. You're out right now.
And I'm listening, Roger.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. You completely froze. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, because I'm trying to open Jorginho detailed statistics. But go ahead.
No. So I get that. I'm actually.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'm actually building your argument for you. I'm conceding that. Yeah, I agree. So listen, there's more than statistics to any player in virtually every sport, by the way. So I get that. I truly do, especially in a team sport, more so than in an individual sport. And there are certain things that he brings, like leadership, that you can't equate numerically. I understand that. I really do. I don't think he's a bad player for Chelsea. I don't want to give that. I don't have an agenda with him. I just feel that because maybe I've been frustrated with some of the mistakes he has made, like especially in the box, he's made, and maybe it's because it's highlighted by the fact that those mistakes have led to goals in and around the box where we've lost matches, So maybe that's highlighted. Everyone makes mistakes, but when those mistakes lead to goals, and that's a bit of bad luck actually, because you can make a mistake up the field that doesn't lead to goals, or if you make a mistake clearing the ball and it's done within your penalty area, and that leads to your opponent scoring, that elevates the mistake. I get that in context.
Oh yeah. Let me catch up what we have in the chat. I have statistics open. And I'd like you again, if there's any aspect of it you'd like us to look at, although naturally it's expected that his pass completion be very high. If that makes
no, I get it.
I know, but I'm not going to say specifically as to why that's the case. Liam Lane says big difference with J5 and Conor is Newcastle are fighting for top 4 with us. Again, Arsenal and they have top 4 zone.
Pretty much.
Is that possible? Do you think no matter what happens, they still? Roger, they can still drop out of top 4 if they have an awful, if they by any chance have start to have an awful lengthy poor performance, don't you think?
Not just that. Let's be realistic. The amount of injuries that Chelsea have sustained this season has been astronomical. It's not normal. We have been, devastated by injuries. If Arsenal, and I don't wish injuries on anyone, but hypothetically, if they experience half to the full amount of injuries we have sustained, they would be depleted, let's say. They would, in all likelihood, let's be honest here, drop out of the top 4. You need luck on your side, especially in team sports, to win any championship / league or trophy. You do need luck. You need your players to stay healthy. It's simple as that. So there is that luck element, that fortuitous element involved. And I get that. Chelsea have been lucky. When we've won many tournaments, of course we've been lucky that we've stayed healthy.
Liam Lane is laughing at me.
Consider you are wishing thinking that.
Yeah, and if you're watching, people, we're paying attention to the Enzo Fernandez situation. If anything comes up, be rest assured, this is one of the first places. You'll get to hear it, of course, with the help of my brother Liam Lane there in the chat and other people who've been sending me some updates. Go ahead with what you were saying.
You're right, though, Coach. You're right. It's possible they can drop out of top 4. Is it likely? No.
Let's just say mathematically possible.
So let's have a look where they are. They've got 50 points, and the 5th place is 36. So they're 14 points. Could they drop 14 points in the next 19 games? Yeah, quite easily. If they're depleted. And actually, they don't even have to be depleted. I actually believe they don't have that much depth. When you consider their squad compared to City's or Chelsea's, Liverpool's even, I think they have I'm talking about quality, of depth of quality. They don't have that much depth. They have maybe, if you look at their 9 substitutes each and every game, you cannot compare them to City's or Chelsea's if we have a full squad. You simply can't. Don't forget, for the most part, Chelsea has played our second team invariably, or at least 5 to 7 players each game with what would be our substitutes when we've started them, because we've been depleted. Injuries is part of the game. I get that. I'm just being factual here, numerically factual, that is. So, yeah, Arsenal can drop out of the top 4 if they are depleted. Forget about lack of form. If they stay relatively healthy and they, let's say, they lose their form, I think they still are in the top 4. Because City, I don't see dropping. Newcastle are in a good vein of, no, I don't see them dropping.
They're not going to drop. They will strengthen this January. So if anything, they'll be stronger.
United, I don't see them dropping. I really like their head coach. I think as well. Tottenham definitely are weak. Brighton looking good, you know. So I can see them dropping. If they drop form, they can drop to 2nd or 3rd, maybe even 4th. 5th, no. Having said that, if they drop form and are depleted, yes, they won't make top 4. But that's a big if. 14 points.
A big if indeed, yeah.
14 points is not insurmountable to lose. It can happen fast. It can happen very easily. So
yeah, let me see what else we have here.
It's unlikely. It's unlikely, with all due respect, because very rarely do you ever see a team depleted like this. So the chances of it happening to them is doubtful.
Yeah, that's the truth. Again, this, like I said, Jorginho's throws again are going to claim he is the EPL's best midfielder when he wins. For sure, yeah, that's it's a natural thing. Humans, we flip flop all the time. Jorginho would do well at Arsenal. He's used to again go.
Oh, Glenn, ouch.
And I was thinking I was reading something nice, but
never.
Here's why I think. Here's why I think he'd do well at Arsenal. Like I think we've talked about this in the morning. Arteta was part of Pep's crew when Pep was looking to sign him, so probably was part of the discussion as to why they really did push to get him there from Napoli, but he ended up coming to Chelsea.
Yeah.
I think, and again, more importantly, also, if you followed Arsenal, one thing they don't have is game management. I guess that's the better way to
and depth.
A better term to use. Yeah, go ahead.
And depth also. He provides at the very least.
Yeah, he provides an important depth. Yeah, he could be the Mikel, but go ahead.
I'll be honest with you. Also, it's a lot of the British sports press are welcoming this trade. They say this is a good job for Arsenal because he brings many positive attributes. There have been a few players that have actually said that his weakness is they attack him. Just like I said this morning, I've seen 1 or 2 pundits say that he is vulnerable when he's pressured. He loses. Well, you can say that about most players for all intents and purposes. But he has been criticised. But I would say, for the most part, they have put a very positive spin on Arsenal's acquisition of J5 because of the fact that he brings maturity, and he, just like you said, he's able to provide that possession based
game management. They don't have that. They have a very inexperienced side.
And you know what? You can't buy experience. And
no, you can't.
A lot of people in Britain, analysts, pundits, however you want to term it, have stated that this is a good acquisition for Arsenal.
Yeah, it is indeed. It is really good. Jorginho will do well at Arsenal. Yeah, I'm not going to read that one again. I want to go to heaven. Fabrizio Romano, the Enzo deal is still in the hands of the owners. Yeah, but I think we're pulling this one off. It's too late for them to say. Sorry?
It's actually not. It's technically.
Why did you say that?
You talked about the Enzo deal, yes?
Yeah, that's what Courtney is saying, that it's now in the hands of the Chelsea owners.
Oh,
I think that's what he means.
I thought he meant the owner of the actual current player. I apologize, Courtney. I misinterpreted that.
But again, if you think it's not in the hands of and it makes sense. It's common sense to say, okay, it's not in the hands of Benfica.
No, it's in our hands and Enzo's hands. That's it. If we wish to trigger it, then he's ours. He can be on the plane in the next 10 minutes if we trigger the release clause. Simple as that. They obviously don't wish to do that. They wish to come to some sort of agreement that we can, structure the deal to our liking. So, in other words, over multiple payments on the books.
Mhm.
I'm talking about on the books itself, the accounting books. So, and if they don't do that and they trigger the actual clause in the accounting books, it will end up as being on one sum. So in one payment sum. So therefore, they wish to avoid that for obvious reasons. So.
Yeah, for obvious reasons indeed. Let's see what else we have here. Fabrizio Romano there. Yeah, I've read that one. Going for a quick snack. I'll be right back. Okay, see you when you come back. Listen, Jeff 5 is also looking at the fact that Arsenal will be, again, the champions. Will be in the Champions League. And Chelsea might not make it. Here's the thing. If anything, I'll say this. I think the most important thing, Jorginho, right now will be to win the Premier League with Arsenal. He's won the Champions League and would want to make more money. That's where the focus will be, really.
Yeah, I wonder whether this contract has an incentive clause saying that if you win the Premier League or Champions League, your salary increases. Maybe he's got that also in his contract with Arsenal.
From what I learned, it's just 1 year with an option to extend.
It's a year and a half, meaning this season, the next season.
You saw a year and a half. Was that what you saw?
Yeah. I believe I've heard a year and a half plus 1 more year optional.
Okay.
A lot of people have said it's a 2.5 year contract, but it's really a 1.5 plus a 1 year option.
Mm-hmm. Here's Liam Lane having a go at me. Coach, you're wishful thinking now. Okay, again, J5 was going on a free, so it was a wise decision to take the money. In my opinion, that is, again, but it would have been a mistake. Again, it will still be a mistake if we don't get any midfielder. Correct me if I'm wrong, Roger.
Yeah, you're talking about...
Like for instance, even though Enzo plays differently, for instance, we've sold him, and if the window shuts and we don't bring any midfielder in, it will still be a mistake.
Well, listen, we've made 12 million had we not sold him this window. So I don't know. To be honest with you, if you read through so we played a couple of games without him, and I know Zachary is hurt right now, but we looked better without him, in my opinion, or at least just as good as if Jorginho was playing.
Your opinion, go ahead. I like that.
Yeah, no, we did. We played well on several games consecutively without Jorginho. So he is, with all intents and purposes, surplus to requirements in that regard. However, we are depleted when it comes to health in that position. And let's be honest, you're looking at a Kante returning that hasn't been proven to stay healthy post-surgery. So that's another issue that we haven't discussed. God forbid if Kante returns and there's complications post-surgery, then we could be in deep trouble.
Yeah, I sincerely do agree with you. Let's see what we have again. Now, I think you're the one that needs to do. When you were talking, I read it, and I was killing myself with laughter. He says, breaking news, and I know you'll be shocked too because it's breaking news. Liverpool and Dortmund have agreed a deal on Jude Bellingham. They both agree it would never happen.
Liam, that's funny.
Yeah. And when I read it from the start, I thought, whoa, okay, they already signed him.
You have to consider the source, coach. Consider the source.
I think I'm going to be considering that next time.
That's a funny one. That's excellent.
Yeah, it says, yes, again, if we get no one, it's definitely a mistake. Yep, there's no again, denying it. Let's look at this one. Here's the Jorginho statistics for his passes. This one is pass types, and this one is... Again, why is this again like backwards? This? Yeah, like I said, for obvious reasons, we're sure his passing is going to be high. Again, this one is standard stats, and this one is for the passing. You see, everything is purely green.
Yeah,
but let's just Yeah, for let me just sound like you. For all intents and purposes, let's look at them one by one.
Indeed.
Yeah, passes completed, I wouldn't pay attention to that. Passes attempted, I wouldn't pay attention to that. Pass completion, nothing. Total passing distance, yeah, I wouldn't pay attention to that. Progressive passing, that's interesting too. That's a high, 83rd percentile. That's not easy.
No, I
see that?
concede that. Yeah.
Yeah, progressive passes, so that's a high, so that's good. Passes completed in terms of progressive passes, again, I think that's it. Pass attempts, let's move on. I'm looking for some specific type of stuff here. Yeah, medium, short passes will be near excellent, really. Let me see.
Hope so, coach.
Oh, yeah. Long passes. Yeah, the long ones isn't his thing. You see that he likes to keep it close. Yeah, 48%.
Which is fine. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that, coach.
Yeah, because mainly, again, all the managers on that actually like to keep it close.
Yes. Especially in the modern game. Yeah. Yeah,
exactly. Passes into the final third. That one, he usually has the highest rating of all Chelsea players. So I'm not really surprised. So that's excellent too. 93rd percentile. So he's in top 7%. So that's good.
Okay, let me see.
Passes into the penalty area. That's the 77 but not nice. It doesn't measure this, but it's still excellent, really. Progressive passes 91 again per 90 minutes. Progressive passes per 90 minutes, 5.4 at least, and that's 91st percentile. So that's still good. Yes. Again, I'm not sure pass type. Again, a live ball pass, dead ball situations. He's not again. Forget about this areas, but the progressive passes one speaks a lot. Again, that the guy actually he does well than we'll give him credit for.
Hold on, keep on
being
going.
honest, really.
Goal and shot creation. I want to see what he does. I want to see his creativity. Listen, he is on the field to do what? To create, not to defend primarily.
No. He's playing deep.
Yeah,
Jorginho has played mainly in a defensive section of the pitch.
Yes,
so mainly his job is to read the game.
He's a poor man's Pirlo. He's a poor man's Pirlo. This is exactly what Pirlo. Pirlo is not on the field to tackle. He was there to create, to ping it around. He's the quarterback of the team, coach. I want to see his creativity.
And again, let's look at the defensive aspect of the whole thing. And again,
hold on. What happened to create? Objection, Your Honor. I want to see.
No, this is goals and shots. We don't need to look at that. He doesn't play closer to the final third. And this is pass type, nothing about creativity. Again, you pick out the ones that define creativity more like, again, like for instance, the one that defines creativity is more like that is the passes into the final third. That counts as
Yeah, not really, because you can pass it to the final third on the wing and Sterling.
Okay, let's find his expected assists per game. Okay, assists 0.10, 66 percentile. That's not bad per game, and this is a standard overall.
Yeah, that's a 66 percentile.
That's not bad.
Meaning what? Meaning
he's in the top.
Meaning 34% of other players do better. No, coach. My math is pretty strong. That's basic math. That's pretty poor. Don't say that's pretty strong. That's poor. 66%.
No, I'm not saying that's acceptable. Let's just phrase it that way. Given that he plays deep.
Yeah,
he plays
on the Sunday
deep.
League, it's acceptable on the Sunday League, not the Premier League. No, coach, he doesn't produce. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to tell you what one thing he does do well. His penalties have been outstanding. I think he's only ever missed one penalty for Chelsea, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's up to 3. He's missed up to 3 at least.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what.
There was one. I think there was one he missed 2 in a single game.
No, I can't recall that. But okay, yeah.
Under Frank, there was one game he missed 2 penalties in a single game in the UEFA Champions League game. I remember that quite well.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, I do pay attention to those things. Honestly,
yeah, but I'm giving him credit. I think he's an excellent penalty taker. I really do.
And look at his interceptions. Look at his interceptions. Yeah, 87th, 1.6 per game.
There's 13% of people that are in his field that do better.
But this again, this is good, really. Just give him some credit.
No, I do.
Roger,
I'm messing
yeah,
with
look
you.
at ball recoveries too. Ball recoveries is 90%. Again, 7.97 per game. Again, 90th percentile. That's excellent, really.
Coach, do they have a statistic about giving the ball away in the penalty area, which leads to goals? Is there a statistic on that? I'm dying to know.
How many times has that really happened? If we're
a
being
couple
honest,
of times in one season. And then there's the factor of how he didn't head the ball away against Man United at the halfway line, and Bloody tried to take it down with his foot. And being an Italian
Roger,
player,
Roger, again, you've told me that you're good in
in my brain.
Like mathematics. If we're being factual, really, go ahead with what you're saying.
That image is seared into my brain, old bean. It's simple as that. Listen, I'm
just saying, if we're being factual here,
do you know what he is? Do you know what
he
is? He's a niche player. He's a niche. He provides a.
I couldn't agree more. Again, he was traditionally he's a register, but he's morphed into a register versus a traditional 6, and he's able to do it quite well, actually. I understand your frustration, but give him some credit, man.
No. All joking aside, I do. All joking aside, I do rate him, but I believe we can do better. That's all I'm trying to say. I wouldn't call him world class. Would you call him world class?
That's another argument for another day, because I can't beat you. It's just you and I. So
no. I'm just saying I wouldn't. Listen,
I'm not going to beat you. Yeah.
I wouldn't. He came third in the Ballon d'Or one year, but that's a popularity contest. I wouldn't consider him world class. That's just my opinion. I think he's a very good player, and I think he has some strong attributes. I concede that. I'm being objective, coach. I don't have an agenda here, but I personally believe that his, shall we say his negative attributes are at least equal to, if not greater than, his positive ones with regards to defending and regards to his lack of speed and upper body strength. And that's been exhibited on the fact that as of late, when opposing coaches wish to attack us, they target him specifically, and we lose the midfield battle. And we've come on post-game shows and we've said, yes, our midfield, we invariably fell. Why? Because they've targeted Jorginho. He is considered, quote unquote, a weak link, and that's a quote. I don't mean to call him that, but that's been the case on numerous occasions. That's my observation. And I watch virtually every game at least twice, and. So I like to see the second time, just to see not who's got the ball, what people do off the ball. And my eyes don't lie, sir.
Mm-hmm. Let me get your thoughts on this post, because they're stalking him, just as we do. A lot of people are stalking Enzo Fernandez. Look at this tweet right here from my friend Pies. You call him PIS. Says again, he's talking about a particular flight. Okay, let's read again. For all intents and purposes, that's my new thing. I like it, Roger, but maybe I'm not plugging it in correctly. I'll learn how to plug it in correctly. Here's the thing, Roger. It says Chelsea's jet was supposed to leave Lisbon this morning. Chelsea felt a deal could be done early after confidence last night. The flight was cancelled and is scheduled to leave at 6 p.m. Let's watch carefully. Estimated departure now 7:10 p.m. UK. Leaves now 8:30 p.m. UK.
Yes.
What time is it in the UK right now?
Basically 1700 hours, 1859. So 7 p.m. So listen,
just a minute before 7 p.m. Right?
Yes. Now these chaps could.
So
be
why is he saying leaves now, 8:30 p.m. UK?
Meaning now is an update.
Okay, the time of departure time has changed.
Yes. Now the update is at 20:30 UK. So in essence, what's going on is they're either, shall we say,
waiting to come home with him.
Yeah. So basically, they're hashing out the details because maybe they have a breakthrough, or they have an impasse, meaning that maybe where they thought, when I say they, meaning where the Chelsea negotiators, the hierarchy, have thought they've succeeded. Maybe Benfica have, shall we say, changed their minds or have been more stubborn in their stance as they were last night. That could be a very positive or very negative thing. It can be interpreted either way. What does worry me, as I said at the beginning, is that why didn't this deal get sorted out yesterday? This is what I was hoping for, because
I think one thing somebody said in the morning is that, go ahead.
The later they leave it, the better it is for Benfica.
Yeah, because they have all the power, all the cards, if that makes sense. But go ahead.
Yeah, and obviously Chelsea are trying to avoid triggering this release clause. They are trying to do it at all costs. So basically, they're not walking away and saying, you know what, sod you, Benfica, I'm triggering the clause. Have a nice day. They haven't done that as of yet. So maybe they don't want to burn bridges either. Maybe they look at this as a future relationship with which they can excel with. This worries me though, because I was hoping this would be completed yesterday.
But when you argue that, again, we knew all this while that we were going to end up paying the release clause. But again, what way, what would the structure be? I think they knew all the while, if you ask me.
When you say they, you're talking about Benfica.
No, I'm talking about us. We knew all the while that we were going to pay. And I think, it's clear, actually.
No,
I think we've always told them we're
really.
willing to pay. The structure has always been the issue.
No, not really, because they were under the hope or the impression that maybe they could spend an extra £5 or £10 million extra to avoid triggering this clause and just pay a greater amount, let's say £115 million, but it be spread over. I think this is their objective, is to avoid this clause. And then it comes to the point where
they're not trying to. I think. Do you think they've agreed to pay the clause, but the structure has always been the issue? That's what I'm saying.
No. Yeah, of course that's been from day one, 31 days ago. However, this is what's going to boil down to: are we bluffing in a poker game where we don't trigger the clause and we come back home with no one on that plane, or are we? I wouldn't say desperate. That's the wrong expression. I would say, are we more susceptible to actually acquiescing to them? Are we going to do that? You can tell, obviously, they don't want to. That they are really avoiding trying to do this. I'm not sure whether it's because Benfica have reneged on a previous arrangement, i.e. from yesterday, or whether things are, shall we say, progressing in a better manner, or are they indeed regressing? It's hard to determine. But I would be disappointed if we do not sign him, and that means that we've been bluffing all along. But we have the financial muscle to do this. So I don't see why it's taken so long, because this only strengthens Benfica's hand. And their resolve.
I will show you something in a bit. Which again, the Simon Felix tweet shows how tough the going is. This one here again, it says again the tweet I just sent you. Yeah, I'm opening it. Thank you so much for that update. Let's look at it, Roger. Here's the tweet here, which says, "Can you see it very well? Should I zoom out even further?"
No, I can see it, sir. I can see it.
Okay. It reads again, Benfica want a 3 payments in 2 years for Enzo Fernandez. Chelsea's reply was that, okay, to pay in 2 calendar years, they wanted to pay less of a fee upfront. So again, Benfica have so far not responded. So again, this offer, which was received at 6:15 p.m., so it's tight, really. It's like walking on a tightrope. Anything can happen. We may well end up not signing it, or he can err. And Benfica probably don't you think it's a risk if they don't sell now? Because there's a chance they will not get anything close to what we're offering. Because the player will end up again not being totally there, not being there total with them, because that it will always come to mind that an opportunity came that he nearly joined Chelsea. And it seems like everything is falling into place because they gave him the permission to go for the medicals, which he's probably by now done. Your thoughts, Roger?
No, I agree. And there's been two contradicting assumptions based on if he's not signed this winter transaction period. That if he does indeed stay at Benfica, there is one train of thought that says that he, in actuality, Benfica would not be able to raise the same amount of funds. Conversely speaking, there are other people that have theorized that there will be quite a few interested parties that would actually outbid each other, because they're realizing that a player with such quality, that they're very few and far between. So you could look at it from either angle. There are different opposing theories regarding this. Listen, it's hindsight is 2020, so we will never know until that transpires. But I think if actually they do indeed come back without him, I think the owners they're gonna have to answer a lot for that. They really are. That will not go down well.
Yeah, at least we think so. But answer to whom?
Well, the fans for one thing. I have listen. From what I've been told, that we can afford this under the financial fair play. So if that is indeed the case, then they need to pull the trigger before midnight, or 2300 hours our time, midnight their time, local time. And if that's done, then that's great. I think that they should do that. I still have a problem with the price. I think it's excessive. It's absurdly excessive.
Can we do otherwise? No, I don't think we're capable of doing otherwise. No.
Of course, I'm just saying that the financial numerical value of a player is obscene nowadays. It's I don't know. It's non-sustainable. However, it is what it is, as they say. And I think it behooves us to reinforce our midfield. It doesn't look like Caicedo's going through at all. I'd be very shocked if we pull the trigger on that deal, because I've heard nothing also. And Brighton have actually said that he is not for sale. They've said it numerous times. And it looks like that is indeed the case. That's why Arsenal didn't pursue it for the third time. That's why they went after J5. So, but two different kinds of players, in my opinion, completely different. Jorginho is completely different to Caicedo. So I don't quite see the logic why most analysts are saying that.
I don't understand why. Yeah, go ahead.
It's like comparing, it's like, what, we couldn't get a striker like Aubameyang, so we got a goalkeeper in Mendy. It's like two completely different. They both play on the field, but completely different positions. Listen, Jorginho, yes, he's deep lying for the most part. He's not a true number 8, but guess what? His creativity is his strong suit, as well as his leadership. But you look at a player like Caicedo.
You're talking about who? Enzo.
Jorginho.
Right.
Jorginho. And then Caicedo.
Oh, okay.
Caicedo is primarily a tackling machine, and he's energetic. He brings energy. He brings attrutes.
More. Let's just say box to box. I don't think he does that much. Again,
like
offensively.
I'm not comparing him to Kante, but in the mold of a Kante, if that makes sense. So, and you cannot say that Jorginho is a box to box. He's not. The completely different.
Not even close.
No,
let him finish. Let him even survive running around in our own area.
The only time he ever gets compared to a box to box person is when he has 2 deliveries from Amazon and there's 2 boxes. That's it. That's it, coach. That's it. Because he's not a boxer. I mean, that's why I don't get most analysts are
you don't like him, do you?
No, I'm. Listen, he's better than I ever was. So I honestly don't understand why these so-called analysts are saying why they couldn't get Caicedo, so they got Jorginho. That doesn't ring true with me at all, because they're completely different midfielders. Completely.
Yeah, let me get the little stuff we have here again. The tweet. Okay, yeah, we looked at it, and I think it's a good sign. Everything leads again all positive. But let's see what happens again. Pure willing and dealing. That's what it is right now. Actually, again, I agree with Roger. Benfica holds all the cards. Again, that's why I thought that was going to happen. There we go. If we left it too late, just as we've done right now, it's become a problem. And hopefully we'll be able to overcome that. And Liam Lane says again, if they come home without him, again, it will look very bad on them. That guy from Portugal made fools of them. Again, that's the story, and that will be told. That's the story that will be told if that eventually. But I don't think it happened. I think they still come home with the player. But again, they've taken us for a ride, really, a bumpy ride overall. If we're being honest, again, good to see you again, my bro. How you doing, my brother, Eric Blue? Nice to see you, bro. I hope you're well. Again, I know we all work and because bills don't pay themselves. So again, yeah, nice to see you. What else do we have here? Again, from Liam Lane, again, it says Matt Law update I sent. Yeah, I think I looked at it. You sent a new one? Okay, let me look at it. So Liam, go ahead, Roger, if you have anything else to say. We'll continue. We're here until the window shuts.
No, go for it.
Eric Blue says again, I did hear my brother. I did well. Yeah, good to hear that you're well, bro. God bless you so much. Wow. Okay, this is a serious update. Yeah, I'm going to bring it up. Yeah, in the morning I can see. It was my throat was seriously hurting in the morning, but it's all good. Let me see. Let me share this one here. Just give me 1 second, Roger. I think you will like this one. I want you to take it. I want you to speak before I do based on the update. It's a good one, really. This guy right here. Let's see. There you go, Richard. This one here. I think I have to come this way first. Yeah, this guy right here. See this one? Can you see it, Roger?
I can indeed. So, Matt Law.
From Matt Law. Yeah, go ahead. You go with it, then I'll come in later.
Yeah, it says, told Chelsea and Benfica have come closer to each other, referencing a structure and agreement for Fernandez deal. And Chelsea are still trying hard, but no agreement yet. Remains hope it will be done in time for deadline, but if not, could also be agreed for the summer. Ooh. Wow. So that means, in essence, that Chelsea are willing to walk away.
The Gusto deal.
Yeah. So, no, not even. What you talking about buying them now and then loaning them back?
Yeah, I don't think they'd do that. It wouldn't make any sort of sense.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Listen, Matt Law is a very credible journalist / reporter, however you want to term him. I mean, he's a credible person. He's a credible source.
Just quickly, the transfer window shuts what time UK time?
2300 hours, 11 p.m.
Stop using the military time, please.
Sorry. It's basically 11,
I have to always minus 12 to get it correctly. So from what you're seeing on the screen, you say 11:59, right?
No. So listen, it's midnight in Portugal time zone. Mainland Europe is 1 hour ahead of us, which means it's 11 o'clock.
So, but what time UK? Because what we have on the screen is 11. UK time.
11.
11?
Yes.
So you can say around 3 hours. 3 hours and 47 minutes.
No, so 4.
You said 11, right? It's 7 p.m. It's 7:13.
Yeah, it's 7:13 p.m. currently right now. Yes, and at 11 o'clock, which is what, 3 hours and 47 minutes away, correct?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. What you were saying regarding this now? Yeah.
Yeah. This is actually disconcerting, Coach, because remains hope it will be done in time for deadline, but if not, could also be agreed for this summer. What does that mean? That he's heard that Chelsea are willing to walk away or willing to structure it that he is indeed purchased but lent back, or that they continue to hold talks in the next transfer window?
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense to me. I have to be honest. I'm so confused about it.
That actually is disconcerting. Don't like that. Because I would rather get him now.
I have no clarity as to what that means. I have no any measure.
It's ambiguous, isn't it? Yeah. It's really ambiguous.
Yeah, it is. But let's see. Again, I don't think they'd wasted the whole time and not come back home with him. Because it would be clear that we made a huge mistake letting Jorginho join Arsenal.
You would yes and no. Yes and no. Maybe they don't see him as part of the plan's future and they wanted to sell him, get something, meaning 12 million or nothing. So it depends. Don't forget, they don't have a romantic attachment to him. They don't have anything other than they look at, these players are, for all intents and purposes, financial commodities. They're looking at it on a spreadsheet value. So therefore, they're trying to get, they don't want people to go on a free anymore, like they saw with Rudiger and Christensen. So maybe they're trying to get something for nothing. Does that make sense? So they're looking at it as,
that's a possibility, but I still don't think they just decided to sanction his sale without being sure they're going to bring in someone. But let's see what happens. Like my friend here, Lola, said that Romero, his friend, had told him that if the transfer was short term, we don't get Enzo, we'll be making some calls. So I don't know. Let me ask this. I don't know. I followed this game long enough, but I still don't know. What if the UK transfer window is short? Can we still sign players from other countries if their own window is still open?
No, not at all. No, I don't believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe so.
I don't know either. That's why I'm asking.
We have 11 players, including Jorginho as classified as midfielders. 11, which means we have 10 others. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. So in other words, we have 10 other midfielders. So the owners have probably sat down with the coaching staff and said, can we sell this player? Would it be detrimental to the squad or the starting 11? And they probably come to the conclusion, no. I doubt very much. If they have not done this and when you go into a market like this, a deadline, and you don't confer and you don't consult with your training staff and, for instance, and Vivell and Winstanley et al., if you don't consult with all the people that are knowledgeable about the team and about the squad, and if they say, listen, if we don't add any other players more, could we afford to lose this player or this player? They go down the line of each player in each position and they determine who can we sell and who can we not sell. And they look at players that are basically at the end of their contracts this summer and say, can we do without him? Yes or no? Can we do without him? Yes or no? So they have come that you would hope that they had a senior management discussion prior to today and have actually concluded that, yes, we can sell Jorginho and we'll be fine without him if we don't get anyone else in. This is how a professional organization would conduct itself. Now, if they haven't done that, then that would be a mistake. But in their professional opinion, if they say, yeah, that's fine, we can sell him, and if we don't get Enzo or anyone else in, we're fine, that would be, in their eyes, not a mistake. So a professional organization would have calculated this. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get your point. I was going to ask you, would you say it's good business if we end up signing him, but he's not going to come until the summer? I will hate it. How about you?
Listen, when you have a business plan, you have a short-term, a medium, and long-term plan, yes? And obviously, if that's the case, then because of his age and his ability, he would fit in the long-term plan, not the immediate. So I would consider that a success, just like the Gusto signing, because you're looking at next year. This is great.
No, but listen, I don't think they're really pushing for him just for next year. I think they want him to come in and help us fix again the apparent issues we're having in the midfield area to help us win something. And things will get worse for us really if we don't bring him in. I know we'll start playing well, but we'll still have issue in that central area really. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Well, yeah, but that's what I was saying. You're looking at the very worst case scenario. If they don't wish to trigger this release clause, then they're looking at the long term, and they're looking at like this will not impact us financially, and we will have more breathing room to, let's say, hypothetically, add a number 9 or whomever they wish to add to the squad going forward. And so they're looking at the long term. They're not looking short term, sir. Don't forget, it's you have to have vision, and they have vision. They are not looking at this Friday. They're not looking at. They're looking at the big picture. They're looking at it from 10,000 feet. They're not looking at it from ground level, and that's what senior management does. And if they are professional, they consult with the actual staff that are involved with each player collectively, then they would have had consultations respectively and made business decisions based upon those discussions. As simple as that.
Just 1 second, I want to catch up with what we have in the chat.
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, I wouldn't keep on belaboring the fact about immediately, because there is more than the next game. You have to look at the big picture, and that's what most senior management people do invariably. This is important. This is how they look at things through that prism of light.
Yeah. I think we've answered this, and Lola already said thank you. So again, you have until 0.0 again 1 hour, 12 a.m.
Yeah. Do you know why? Because
the next day again, the first minute of the next day actually, or something,
well, actually,
or a minute before the next day.
Yeah. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, historically, if you get the signatures, timestamps, and everything, and you fax it in, that they have I believe like a short-term contract where they can extend it, where they can get, for instance, if someone has been delayed with a flight or something, they have like an hour or so exemption, but they have to have at least something signed in accordance in the initial base.
And usually when it comes to that, they prioritize documentation. Again, prioritizing which document to complete first, especially the ones to send to FA, UEFA, and
exactly.
That's just me using those as examples. I'm not sure which one comes first, but they prioritize the documentation process to avoid, again, the other ones like, go ahead.
No, but to say that, Liam, to say that you have until 100 hours to register is not quite accurate, because they have to fulfill certain obligations to have it extended until that hour. But you're right, though, technically, to be pedantic, you are right. However, there has to be certain boxes ticked prior to that extension. And that's in emergency situations. So
yeah, that's important. I'm going to ask Dan in a bit. Let me see what he thinks about, again, where we're at with the day, whether he thinks it's done. I know Dan will tell me, my body called me, my body told me this. I'll continue in a bit. Big up, Dan. I hope you're doing well. And this is again also
big up, mate. Big up, boys.
Okay, big up again. I think you might want to reduce your mic a bit. It says clubs can also can apply.
Chelsea Dan.
Dan.
Hey,
is it my
how are you, mate?
Yeah. All right, I'll back out. If he's playing up, I'll back out and join back.
Oh, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad.
Dan, can you reduce
your mic? I'll join back. Yes, I'll join it back. I'll join back. Because my mic's playing up. I'll be.
Okay, please. Again, also clubs can apply for extension. Yeah, I think I've heard that before. If you turned out again like the Gusto deal again, I would still be happy. Yeah, but again, I'll still be complaining, because there are things that will happen during the course of the remainder of the games we have to play. You Coach, look back and say, what did we do here?
Picture. Look at the big picture.
Yeah.
Not the immediate.
I'll take the big picture, but I wouldn't want a situation where we end up not being in top four.
Coach, raise both of your arms in the air and hold your middle fingers the two middle fingers with your thumb and go middle finger, old bean.
That reminds me of is it Bad Boys 2 or Bad Boys 1? What their boss does when he gets so angry to calm himself down.
Right. That's right. Yeah, exactly, Coach. I forgot. Indeed.
Oh my goodness. Again, that's why you see a lot of transfers showing up at 2300. Okay, again, I know. Again, we had over at 2350. Oh, okay. You guys are using the military time. I don't like it. I've just read again Ziyech to PSG unlocked, which means it has happened. I haven't seen anything I'm looking at my update screen, and I seriously haven't seen anything again that I would say that again that suggests that again that one is done. Breaking news: Peter Odemwingie just showed up at Copper. I know where he's going with that one.
Who?
With his BMW to see if he has a spot on our squad. That's about the story when Peter Odemwingie, I think it was from West Brom to where it is from somewhere else to West Brom, I don't remember. It was a rumor actually, and he drove his vehicle to the club that's rumored to be interested in him or something similar. I'm not sure. I quite remember what happened then. But Harry Redknapp was involved, and Harry on TV said publicly, "No, we don't want him."
I think I remember this now.
That was comical, really.
But he got stick for that, massive stick.
Yeah, but probably he didn't know. But that was childlike. If any club wants you, they'd reach out to you, reach out to your camp. Then you'd know. Why drive your vehicle to that place, really?
I remember this. Was it Redknapp? I can't remember.
No, Redknapp was involved, but I don't remember again where he was probably the supposed interested club or some similar. I just don't remember. But just by the way, big up chat. Just give me 1 second. I'll come to you. This says again, how can Chelsea let go of Jorginho without replacement? I get that. There is a serious problem. What's next for us? Again, it seems the deal is not going to happen. To me, it seems it's going to happen, really.
Even if it doesn't, Coach, we have 10 other midfielders, period.
Okay.
Period.
I think you're being proactive in terms of how unhappy you're gonna be if eventually it doesn't happen. We're building for next year. I agree. I think what's the term for it? Or we're triggering the defensive mechanism. Yeah, exactly. He basically offered himself to the supposed buying club. Then Leo Quick says Ziyech was signed for PSG. It looks like it's going to happen, and I like how you spell their name every time you talk about them. Again, in France, it will be easy for Ziyech, but why on earth is he going from struggling to compete with Sterling and Pulisic to Mbappe? Here's the thing: if anything, he'll be on the flanks, right hand side, providing the pass from Mbappe, who always can make run in behind opposition defender. I think he'd do well for them, really. If you get my point. But that's, by the way, Roger. You want? It looks like you wanted to say something.
No, I think that will be a good match for them both. I think it will. He's obviously a skillful player. He's obviously technical. It's his attitude that I have an issue with for the most part. It's the way he's conducted himself.
Can you tell me why you think he has an attitude? He has a kind of attitude issue.
He's emotional, and I have no problem with someone being emotional. But we've seen him give up in games where you could just tell he's like his arms down. He throws his hands up in the air, holds his head. Yeah, he sulks, and you could tell there was a couple of games where he just didn't want to be here, where he took 2 consecutive free kicks, and it looked like I'm just hitting the ball against a brick wall and just disappointed. It was actually, from a professional perspective, it was unprofessional and it was pathetic. Listen, we all have bad days at work.
That I know what you're talking about, but I think you could argue that's a direct product of how he was treated under the reign of Thomas Tuchel. If that makes any sort of sense to you.
Regardless, you don't act like that as a professional. You have to conduct yourself, and you could tell, everyone could tell, it was ubiquitous, it was noticeable from everyone that was unacceptable behavior. Regardless, then you don't go on the field. Simple as that. If you're going to be on the field,
I'd blame the person that selected him and not him himself. You know the situation. You know he's not in the right frame of mind. Why pick him in the first place?
You can't say that because a lot of players are treated in. Don't forget, I'm going to say this, and I mean this politely, but listen, a lot of these players, by today's standards, are prima donnas. They get everything they wanted. Back in my day, you hired someone, you obtained a new squad member. Let's say they were 18, 19. They would have to clean the boots of the senior players. You know, a lot of these players had summer jobs because they couldn't afford their salary. I'm talking about in the Division 1, which is the Premier League now. It's a different era. And nowadays, these children, when I say children, I'm talking about when they're in high school, they know they're going to be a professional player for the most part. They know at an early age how good they are, and they are a satellite. The people around them treat them like prima donnas, and they're quite often spoiled. Not always, as I'm not saying everyone. And so they live a different life. They travel in rarefied air. Do you understand? And you can see that there are people that are professional, and you can see some that are emotional, and you have to say it's the people that surround them, whether it's their agents, their family, their advisors, however you want to term it. They don't prepare them well enough. And a lot of players are professional enough that when they are at the other end, the recipient of a decision that they don't like, they get on the field and they try their hardest no matter what. And you can never tell that they've either got personal problems at home, or they're having issues with the coaching staff, or physical ailments like injuries and nicks, you know. But obviously, yes, so maybe he was treated in a manner, and as a result with which he did not, you know, find satisfactory. But you don't show that on the pitch. You're a professional, and that didn't materialize with him. That's what I'm saying. That very rarely happens at that level, and you saw that happen. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, I honestly do get your argument. I want us to look at this update, and I'll come back and bring Dan in if you don't mind.
And by the way, yes,
Dan, just give me a few seconds. I'll come back to you.
I just want to say, it's not just Chelsea alone. He's had issues with other coaches from the international standpoint. So he is the common denominator.
No, but we don't know. We only heard from, again, he didn't speak much about that. We only heard
he's the
from
common
the perspective
denominator
of the manager in question. I don't think there's a pattern to his behavior, really. I think we just, again, jump into conclusions saying his behavior an issue, but I get where you're coming from. I've always argued, I wouldn't say there's seriously no pattern to that. To question his behavior and all that, but I get where you're coming from. Just quickly, here's the updating question here. This update is Paris Saint-Germain and Chelsea are on the verge of unlocking Hakim Ziyech. Okay, this no wonder where that language that was used in the chat came from. On the verge of unlocking Hakim Ziyech's deal. Details are again being discussed in order to get it signed. Ziyech received again all the proposal, but he told Chelsea he wants PSG. He's a winner. I think he'd do well there. Good choice for him, really. And again, Matlaw, the deal for Enzo Fernandez, even be agreed for summer, but Chelsea put.
Coach,
so you're saying that it has simply been agreed. We're pushing for him to join us. Oh gosh. Can you guys hear me now? I'm asking whether he's saying that the deal has since been agreed, but we're pushing for him to come in now, not in the summer. Maybe benfica are pushing for him to come in the summer. I don't know. But your thoughts on this one, really? On this comment?
Me?
You can come in. You can just tell us overall what you thought about the Enzo Fernandez situation. Do you think it's still coming? Did you speak with your body? Because that's what you.
I spoke to my sources. I've spoken to one of my journalists. He's actually in Benfica right now. There's no part of the deal. Apparently, there's a deal that he's had a medical at Benfica. Last night, the jet flew out from London to Lisbon. It's the medical team flew out to Stamford Bridge to go have a medical with Enzo Fernandez. The point of Enzo Fernandez, he wants to leave. He's pushing to leave Benfica. He wants to come to Chelsea Football Club, but Rui Costa is going on to slow down. He wants an extra 20 million plus deal upwards. It seems that we've offered them a 1.15 million. Clause on Enzo and add-ons for an extra 5, but he's pushing it up to another 10 to 20 million, And
your sound again.
Yeah.
sound.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You may have
static,
to. You may.
static,
Are
yeah.
you using a phone or a PC?
I'm using my iPad.
You may have to log out and then reboot your iPad or the app.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
Alright,
Except
give me a
you have
second.
if you have an alien nearby that's causing the static sound. Yeah. So Roger, again,
Is that better, Coach? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sounds better now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's my headset probably.
There you go.
I'll quickly come on this one. So my sources says that they're trying to push an extra 10 million, and he came out of Benfica football ground with a suitcase, and all the journalists are apparently saying in the next hour, here we go, Benfica's flying out to the Chelsea has a done deal done and everything, but it's not. He went out with a suitcase because they're meant to be having a game tonight, and he's flying back. He's going somewhere to have a medical with the Chelsea borders, and after this medical's passed, they're going to arrange a proper deal with Enzo Fernandez. It could be coming up between the deal was done, but Rui saying he doesn't want him gone before he gets a replacement on deadline day for another midfielder. Before they could get a replacement for Benfica's midfield, then Enzo Fernandez could leave and go to Chelsea Football Club.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Do you hear me, guys?
That, Dan.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear. Yeah. You
okay.
sound better now. It's clean.
And then just another quick question on Hakim.
The aliens are not by your side anymore. Go ahead.
Okay, and another thing with Hakim Ziyech, it's not a buyout clause. It's a loan clause for the end of the season to buy an option. So this Ziyech, where he's going to PSG, he's going there for the end of the loan season, and if he goes and does well for PSG at the end of the season, then they'll figure out to buy him for next summer.
Yeah, there's a buy clause. How much is the loan for? Do you know?
There is
The clause, I'm going to ask you. The clause is it? Sorry. Go ahead.
The clause are roughly thinking about of my mate hasn't told me how much is the price clause because I didn't ask him, but I could ask him how much it would be. But I think roughly around it, I think it would be like up to 100, at least about. I don't know. I have to ask him on this one, Coach. But I think it'd be up to around 20 to 30 million for the buy clause for next summer.
No, but I'm talking about how much are they going to pay for half of the season for the loan? There's a loan payment.
Because he's on high wages at Chelsea Football Club, Roger.
Yeah, I know.
And he's on a lot of money. That they've reckoned that Chelsea will put the offer for Hakim Ziyech to PSG an extra 100,000 a week. So it'd be like a 50.
I believe they're going to be paying for his salary, though. Correct?
Yeah, they will be paying his salary. Yes.
So at least that's good. He's off the books.
Yes, but with everyone in the chat, please don't panic about Enzo Fernandez. With Enzo Fernandez, soon they could get a replacement midfielder, and they're looking to buy this guy from Boca Junior, and it's being apparently they're pushing to get him done deal at the deadline day. Soon they could get that guy from Costa Juniors player, then Enzo will be our player.
I hope so. But why would you get? It's a risk if what you just explained is the case. If we had to wait for them to get a replacement before they sell, if they don't get the replacement, so everything we've done would just be a waste of time. Except if the agreement is if you don't get the replacement, then you can keep him for the rest of the season, and then we'll take him. Just like we've done on 2 occasions right now in the case of Christopher Nkunku and Melo Gusto. But let's see what the club does. Again, Matlow, I've read this one. Glenn says Boehly trying to dodge the FFP like an acid rain. Oh, yeah. Do you blame him? Yeah, let's see what happens. Ziyech is going to PSG for the pictures. Oh, my goodness. Kim said that's not nice. I know you want to go to heaven. I think he'd do well. Like I explained, I'm looking for updates here. Okay, that from something from Fabrizio Romano was for West Brom. Like I've explained, again, if anything, I think Mbappe will benefit from him, because that space will be put to good use, because he can find him from anywhere, again, wherever he gets the ball on the pitch. And I'm sure that's probably one of the reasons why they're signing him. He may well end up winning his second Champions League there. So it's not all bad for him, if we're being honest. Let's say the transfer window in Portugal ends on Thursday, right? Why the hassle? But we can't sign. Ends on Thursday. That's 2 days from now. But we can't sign players if the British transfer window shuts, isn't it, Roger?
Correct. They can sign from us. For instance, we can sell a player. You know, for instance, they can buy from us, but we can't buy from them, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Roger, you can. You can. If the deal's still going as structure of
It's happening again. It's happening again, Dan. The static is happening again.
Is it? It's my headset. Sorry, I'll quickly say what I said, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Roger. You were saying something.
Yeah, I listen. I can't recall precisely, but like for instance, ours ends at 2300, 11 p.m. tonight. Therefore, we cannot sign anyone after that. That we can have 1 or 2 hour extension, but I'm talking about we cannot sign. But I believe overseas, they can buy us, I believe, until their window, if I'm not mistaken. But I know for a fact we cannot add to our team, or any team in the Premier League cannot add to their squad.
Roger,
that's my name.
Yeah, I know it's your name, my buddy. I hope you're well, because you've not been sick. But
thank you, mate.
The thing with the Benfica doesn't close till Wednesday night. It's not Thursday, it's Wednesday night. If a structure comes along, if you're buying a player and it's still going on before the deadline in 11 hours, there could still go an option to get the player, and talks about having a contract with Enzo or any player for Benfica. Yeah, they could still, if they're still going with the contract with the deadline day and nothing hasn't agreed, and so the next terms of after the deadline finish, you can still go and buy the players no matter what for the.
Right. That's only if to extend it for an hour or two, because there's been, for instance, like delays in getting to wherever they want to fulfill either a medical or to sign the contract. So, but to
yes,
actually,
I think that's why I think it's called internal contract agreement.
It's an extension. Yeah, that's only for an hour or two. But if they're, when I say they're, meaning Portuguese. Our window closes at Thursday, we cannot buy anyone past our 11 p.m. guideline. With
we can't.
No, exactly.
No,
but Portuguese teams like a Benfica or a Porto can buy from us, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they can before Wednesday transfer.
Yeah, exactly.
So, okay. But it's not Thursday; it's Wednesday. Kim said it's Wednesday deadline.
It's just a 24-hour difference. Okay.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour difference apart from us to.
Why is there no uniformity amongst UEFA leagues? I don't understand that. That's ridiculous.
That's what this is what I'm saying, Roger. I have never read up on that, but I think it's a funny one, isn't it? You could say it's a funny
ridiculous.
One.
We all belong to UEFA, and yet there's no conformity whatsoever.
I think what we're perceiving as a difference comes down to probably again the different window closure time for each again you could say FA. I don't know if that's the correct way to phrase it.
Which is what I'm saying is, why can't all the individual FAs that actually fall under the umbrella of UEFA decide on a date that is mutually beneficial for all of these players, for all of these leagues, I mean. Therefore,
there's actually a chance if that happens, you'd say, why isn't it different?
No, why? Because you have uniformity.
It's to do with the time zone difference.
No, the time zone is one thing. That's within 1 hour. We're looking at days or weeks sometimes. It doesn't make sense. But that's Europe for you. They're very fractured. Always have been. Just
Okay, if you're watching, we're still
guys.
still following the situation. If we again observe any new development, be sure this is one of the first places you will hear about it. Go ahead. You were saying something.
Quick question for you guys on Jorginho matter. What do you think of Jorginho going to Arsenal?
oh boy,
Roger, you go ahead.
Coach thinks it was a great move.
Do you know what? Do you know what, Coach? I'll stick up for
I'm
you on that one,
joking.
mate. I'll stick up for you on that one because you know what? Every single Chelsea player goes to Arsenal. Yeah, there seems to be a
flop.
flop.
No, and Coach has a valid point here. Listen, what you're doing is strengthening Arsenal essentially for at least this season. You know, I know he's an aging player, but you're strengthening them with at least leadership and depth. That's a valid point. However, to cut a long story short, they must have, when I say they, I'm talking about the Chelsea hierarchy and the coaching staff, must have concluded that if we don't add any more players, especially for the midfield, they must have determined who has got a contract that's expiring and who can we afford to lose. And if they've come to that conclusion, then that should be the logical conclusion.
I'd say argue that probably they're sure someone else is coming in.
Yeah, Having said that, you can't, because things like the player could change their mind. So you have to look at it in a meeting and analyze who can they not afford to lose if indeed we cannot get someone. That will be the logical sequence of events. I'm just putting that out. That's what I would do if I was in higher management. Because why would you sell someone if you can't afford to lose them? And it could be detrimental to your season. So I'm playing devil's advocate. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I changed this to window closes at 11 p.m. GMT. That's correct, right?
Affirmative.
Okay, that's what I saw online. Let's see what we have here. Again, what we have. If we are waiting for them to get replacement before the deal will be struck, it's ridiculous indeed. But let's see what happens. We're not sure what's going on. I'm going to be looking for more updates. I haven't seen anything new. Again, let me see this one. This says, I think it's a good that's a good loan deal for Omari Hutchinson. But let me open it here so we can look at it. I'm not sure where West Brom, where they are right now, whether they're doing well. I'm not sure, but just give me a second. If it's guaranteed a starting place, then it's perfect for him. He develops and probably comes in, joins the team. But we're going to take a look at that one in a bit. Just give me 1 second. Let me do this. Yeah, let's look at that one there. Yeah, this one says West Brom have now reached an agreement with Chelsea to sign Omari Hutchinson on loan. Clubs are set to exchange a contract. Omari has accepted working on the document. So again, it goes through. Hopefully, he gets game time. I was hoping that he stays, but probably it would be good for him to go where he gets to play week in, week out. Because had he stayed, game time with the senior side again, first team will hardly come by. What do you think, Roger? A good one for him, right?
Yeah, no, I believe so. I think that's a prudent move. I understand why you would like to keep him, but let's be honest here. How much game time would he have seen this year, apart from even further injuries, pushing him up the starting pole? I think this was I'm actually shocked that we haven't done it to more of the youth that's come in, to be honest with you. But that's good. That means that that the coaching staff believes that they have the ability to start. So if there's for any reason that they think that this player will be better off getting game time, then as opposed to knowing the strategy of what the coaches require of you on a day-to-day basis, then this was a prudent move.
Yeah, it makes sense. Dan, you have anything to add to that?
Repeat that again. Sorry, I was just busy.
The Omari Hutchinson loan move to West Brom.
That really shocked me. That Coach Omari Hutchinson I'd have thought he would have got some gaming time in the first team football for the end of the season, because when you see him play the few first games, he looked like he was really good. Now he's gone on loan to West Brom.
Well, we're out of the cups, aren't we? Well, we're out of domestic cups, both domestic cups, so that's why probably also.
So it makes sense because without the domestic cup competitions, he won't get much game time. I think it's a good.
Did he not play against Man City at Stamford Bridge when we lost 1-0?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry?
I can't recall.
He played, but just 10 minutes. He didn't play that much.
He didn't start.
I think he played in a Premier League game and he came on for like less than 20 minutes of the game. But he was really well, did really well. But if he's gone to West Brom, good luck to him. I'm just texting my mate Graham, coach, with more info with Enzo. And he said he's got some news. So I'm just waiting for a message back from him. He's got some news, good news on Enzo. So soon he replies back to me. I'll come back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, man. Roger, anything else you want to talk about while we still wait? Like we still have a long way to go. Yeah. Hopefully you still. I don't know if you still have the energy to stay with me. It's still daytime here for me. Go ahead, Daddy. You were saying something.
Just going to ask you about quickly about the Champions League. No one was Mitchell was talking about the Champions League with the squad depth from the how many foreigners we've got in our club and how many English. Yeah. Now Jorginho's gone because we could only replace 3 new players, and we were talking about this earlier because if we get Enzo, it'll be Enzo. Felix and Modric, the only new players to sign for the Champions League for this end of the season. But there'll be players we're losing out on players. So like the likes of Nuni Maduki, Badishil, few players.
They're under 21. They're under 21, mate.
Yeah, they're under 21.
I think Jorginho's departure means we can accommodate one more of the new signings for the Champions League spot. I don't know. The rule isn't actually straightforward, really. It's a bit complicated. But go ahead, Dan. Go ahead with what you were saying.
I was saying. So it was just saying. If now we've got Jorginho from gone, could we? Because I know he said it's only 3 players that we could sign. But I want a quick question. With Badishil, surely he could be replaced for Jorginho now for like the started 24, 20, or is it 27 lineups for the Champions League now, because now Jorginho's gone and Hakim Ziyech.
So Badishil is how old? 21, right? Or younger, yes?
He's 21, he's 22 this year.
So he fits, I think. Is it under 21 or 21 and under? He will fit the exemption clause, so he doesn't need to be picked.
So he doesn't need to be picked, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but yes, again, more importantly, if I can say this, I think the whole thing, who makes it and who it drops, again, in terms of it comes down to the manager's choices. I don't, if that makes any sort of sense.
Yeah, true. Coaching staff.
Yeah, exactly. Again, because they will take their time to assess, okay, who makes us stronger here. Then they'll come to the conclusion, okay, we need player A, B, C, D to help us again complete that aspect, if that makes sense. Just quickly, DJ, I see that. I'll send it to you in a bit. Sent a DM on Omari Hutchinson. Thank you so much for that update. Big up, great night. Big up to you too, Tamida. I hope you're doing well. Greetings, Kachila again. Big up, Bobby. Bobby isn't here today. He tried to participate in the morning. Bobby had to go into the hospital for an emergency surgery, but he's home now, and I think he's doing better. But nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Let me see. Okay, let me just share the link with somebody here who's asking for it. Somebody again, I'd like to get his thoughts on what he thinks happening. Let me see again. When he joins, let's see what he says. Roger, go ahead. Let's talk about this again if you want to see it. This is Jorginho's you could say Chelsea numbers.
Yeah, there you go. First of all, yeah, I just want to say, if Bobby's listening, I hope you're doing well, Albin. I really do. Get
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
sir.
Yeah.
Get well, Bobby, mate. Get well, Bobby. I know how you feel. Like I know how you feel. I've had my tooth taken out today, and also I know how you feel.
Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, that's what's that? 9 assists. What's 9 assists mean? Oh, you mean he's how long has he been with us?
7 years.
I think no. Oh, come on, Dan.
No,
Where
no.
did you pull that number from?
2017 or 2018, right?
Yeah, since we had Surrey.
Yeah, I was just wondering, where did Dan pull that number from?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's still 5 to 6 years and only 9 assists. Are you kidding me?
Where does he play? That's one thing you got to count to do. Where does he play?
I know, but still, so I understand. But so when you're playing deep, a lying deep player, we could go around the clock for doing this. It's like, okay, how would you describe Jorginho? Is he a creative or a defensive player?
It's more of a defensive player. He's actually on his own because he was traditional registers, and registers do create chances. He's able again you could say to learn how to be defensive and still to learn how to be primarily defensive and at the same time still be a register. I think I give him credit. I know he's not the best in terms of chance creation and all that, but boy, again, as a player, he's good actually. But I get your argument. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Well, I would say his defensive characteristics are not his strong suit. Okay, so there's two phases of a game.
That's a good way to phrase it.
There's two phases of a game. When you're when you're playing on a team that has possession, and when you're playing on a team that does not have possession. So when Chelsea are in possession, this is what we talk about invariably: is the fact that guess what? He passes, he keeps the ball, he maintains possession, he maintains a momentum, a pace, a cycle with which Chelsea maintains momentum. Thus far, that's with the ball. Without the ball, he's not a tackling machine. Now, he has had games where he's been outstanding. I concede that. Those are very few and far between because he lacks physicality and he lacks speed. And he doesn't read the game defensively that well. He just doesn't.
I disagree. I think he reads the game well.
Honestly. Well, I mean, and I respect your opinion, but
that, you have to. I respect yours.
Yeah. I beg to differ.
Yeah, but I understand, of which we all have every right again to present an argument. Let's see who maybe again. I think DJ is in your gang, so he probably supports you. But DJ, your thoughts on the Jorginho situation? Would you have sold him to Arsenal? Let's start from there. Maybe Roger will come in with the question to see whether you're still part of the gang or maybe you're
part of the gang. No, big up to all of you and everyone in the comments. Would I have sold Jorginho to Arsenal? Probably not. No, and the only reason why the reason why I'm really saying probably not is only because for me, I mean, you know, I can just imagine. Well, it's already begun already. Arsenal fans are already coming out with their comments. We've picked Chelsea. You got one of your players. We're now going to win the Premiership with your player. He's still a good player, coach. I mean, I was hoping if he was going to go, he'd have gone to Italy because a lot of talk was coming out from his agent.
Oh, Barcelona! I'd take him going to Barcelona.
Yeah, there was talk of Barcelona. There was talk of even going back to Napoli. You know, there was all that happening, and I was hoping that would happen because his agent was obviously talking to them two clubs in particular. Then obviously Arsenal have come and done this out of the blue, and obviously Chelsea have come out and said they put the price down, didn't they? You know, we're selling between 12? Is it? I think between 12 to 20 million. So Arsenal have gone to put that price down for him. So yeah, it's happened. At the moment, all I want now to see is while that is happening, I just want this Enzo deal sorted. That seems to be getting held up at the moment, for whatever reason it might be. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, that's my family in the background. Yeah. So yeah, it seems to be held up and held.
Bro, again, let them talk, man.
Hello, DJ's wife.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna think I'll be back, guys. So I'm just gonna go sort my headset out for you guys, man.
All right, go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, as I was saying, yeah. So, so in terms of getting him to Arsenal, no, I wasn't actually happy about it. But hey, can't complain. We got money for him. We were talking about getting money for him, so it's gone. It's Arsenal have come in with the money, and Chelsea have accepted it. What can we do? We move from it, I guess.
Yeah.
I actually thought if he was going to go to an English team, I thought it was going to be Newcastle and not Arsenal. I thought he was going to Italy primarily, but if he was going to stay in the Premier League, it would have been Newcastle. I'm really shocked.
Yeah, I'm shocked. DJ, let me ask you this question. Again, I was okay. Sorry, he must be again attending to family, but that's fine. Whenever you have time, bro. We'll keep watching. Again, if you're watching, people, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, we're following again the situation. If anything, we see any new developments, be sure we will tell you what's going on. So thank you so much for your patience. We sincerely do appreciate that. I don't know. Let me check if I've seen anything new. So Roger, go ahead with what's your argument about Jorginho. When DJ comes in, he can join us and voice his opinion.
Just like yourself, I would have hoped that we had sold him to another club out of the Premier League. To be honest with you, I would not have wished to. As I said, it reminds me of the Mata deal to United. I thought out of all the teams, why sell him to them? Do not sell to your. And don't forget, we sold him at a record fee then. For one matter, he was a record signing. How
much was it that we sold him for? Around nearly again something close to the amount we paid for him.
Yeah, I think we may have made a profit even, but it was a huge deal at the time, and I was gobsmacked by that, and I'm not quite as gobsmacked, but I am in some regards because of where they are situated in the Premier League. If they're let's say 6th or 7th, yeah, but they're in all likelihood a strong favourite to be, well, it's definitely a strong favourite to be top 4 and possibly be champions. And you don't really want to strengthen your opponents. And I know, I'm not sure whether you understand the severity of this, but you're also strengthening a London rival. This is huge. Where we live in London, selling them to a very good English club is bad enough. But a London rival that is very good, that's nearly, shall we say, blasphemous. It's not going to go down well amongst the Chelsea following. Let's put it that way. I really believe that.
Though you still see majority again who wants it. That feels like, yeah, it's a good thing. We did a good thing. That yeah, he should be sold. But that's where we're at. Again, we'll keep looking.
Well, they made 12 million. They've made 12 plus million on him, give or take. And it's better than nothing. I get that. I understand. He would have been on a walkaway for free. So they've probably determined that why let players go for free when we paid something for them. So I get the financial aspect of it, but I don't get the actual recipient of the deal. I don't think they quite understand. And it's just official right now. Sky Sports have stated Arsenal signed midfielder Jorginho from Chelsea. So it's been officially acknowledged. So even though we knew it was going to transpire, but it's official now. They've made a press release.
It really does suck, really. But it's happened. It's happened. We can't change anything there.
But seriously, are you going to? You knew he was leaving on a free in the summertime. Had we not sold him, correct? So
yeah, we've talked about that like a zillion times. But my issue is him again, and he's joining Arsenal.
Yeah, no, I get it. So you're telling me that 99.9% of your shall we say disapproval of him leaving is to his destination, correct?
Yeah, it's the fact that he's joining Arsenal. Yeah, it's going to make them better.
I agree with you on that. I totally concur. Yes, I'm not happy with it either.
Yeah, but it just took me a while to look back and say, okay, you know why? This is clearly the reason why I'm frustrated. Yeah. With the way the Enzo deal is dragging, it's not likely that we're signing more than him. Oh yeah, because I think the whole focus has been on him for the past few days. If we're looking at all the players, there's no way to tell until the transfer, or maybe if that person comes in, then we know. I was honestly hoping again for a surprise, a scoop of Caicedo alongside Enzo. There was never. I at any time didn't think we'll be able to get both deals done. Did you at any time think so, Roger? I really want to know.
I thought it was a remote chance. It would have been a fairy tale, but it's a remote chance. But you never know. Listen, when a team has a player and there's no release clause, and then they stipulate he is not for sale at any price, then they're pretty much telling you that back off. It's not going to happen because there is no. So because of that, had there been a release clause, I would have said, no, there's a possibility we can get him.
Okay, you're talking about the case of Caicedo.
Yes, sir. Because there was no release clause, I was doubtful that this would ever transpire. Because you need not only the player to agree, but you need the selling club to agree. And when they said he's not for sale at any price, then I was doubtful that would ever happen, unless we went in with a price tag of 150 million, then I think they would have sold him. But anything financially irresponsible like that, I don't believe that we would have done that anyway. So other than a moronic financial approach, I didn't see this ever transpiring, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's talk about the fact in the case of Enzo Fernandez, benfica gave him the green light to go for the medical. That's one, right? And again, he's made it clear to them also he wants to leave. I think he reinforced that this time, and that's like the third time he's telling them that. Plus, again, we're still there, and I don't know if the plane in question should by now be leaving, right? What time? It says the plane will leave at 8:30. Was that what was said?
I believe
UK time. No, I don't remember.
I think it's either 8 or 8:30. I forget. Listen, if this still doesn't transpire, if we come away from midnight local time in Portugal, which is 11 o'clock p.m. London time, if we do not indeed sign him for at least next summer, where we buy him and put him back online, at the very least, if that doesn't transpire, this means, in essence, we were bluffing. We were never going to trigger the release clause because we don't need them. We do not need Benfica to acquiesce to us. We just say legally, we put it in writing, basically forward it to UEFA and the Premier League and the powers that be, and we basically stipulate, hey, we are purchasing, we are triggering this release clause. Here is the signature of the player. Here is the signature of us. And under the contract, the deal is done. Simple as that. So that they have the ammunition and the fiscal ability to execute this deal. However, this is what they've said they're willing to do. But if they come away from this meeting and they do not do this, that means there's only two reasons why. One is the player changed his mind, or two, we have changed our mind, which means we were bluffing in the first place.
So for you, it's more likely that it works than it would. I think that's where I am with you.
Well, see, to me, the thing that's getting me is I understand there's details, there's the minutiae of the contract, but why? Listen, you've had 48, 72 hours to do this. This should have been done by the latest noon today. And listen, you're looking at 2 hours, 52 minutes left, if I'm not mistaken. And this doesn't bode well for them having what they call in Britain an 11th hour contract. And that means at the very last minute, literally. And to me, no, I'm not happy with this at all. I'm not happy. It's to me, this means that there's a strong there's a possibility this deal will not get done. Unless we buy him and we loan him back. And that is acceptable to me. However,
it is, but I think if that happens, we would always look back and say, we wish, again, we didn't agree to do it that way. But that's, by the way, let me catch up with what we have in the chat. And Tamidaya says, again, I was honestly hoping for a surprise scoop of Caicedo. I think I've read that one too. And the beautiful game. I can't even say it like I usually say. Big up, coach. Glad to see you are feeling much better. I am sure there was a measure of running whatever medicine you took. Again, what does the trick?
Ray's nephew.
Oh my goodness.
I don't get that.
Yeah.
What, inside joke, maybe?
No, I think you have to pay attention. But I'm not gonna talk about that. But Enzo has to force his move. No, I don't think he can. I think it was you, Roger, that talked about if he tries to do that, he'd have to pay the release clause, right? When you the one that said that?
No, it wasn't me, but I understand the meaning of that. That very rarely happens. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Let's say Enzo decides now that if he submits a transfer request, what does that do?
Well, not really nothing for all intents and purposes, because they can deny the transfer request. But Benfica, it's up to us. This contract between Benfica and Enzo Fernandez, they have a release clause in it, which means that if a club comes along and is willing and able to meet the financial requirements of that release clause, and the player is willing to sign, therefore, this takes Benfica out of the equation. So him putting in a transfer request doesn't change anything, because they already know he wants to leave.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. A lot of people are still tracking the flight. I think we have something here. Let me share the screen.
Really?
Again. Yeah, they're still tracking the flight, because what I'm seeing, they're still tracking the flight in question, because really we don't know what the flight is carrying. But let me catch up with the chat, and I'll go back to...
Is it airborne?
Yeah, it's airborne already, because I'm coming. Just give me a second. I'll come to it. Again, all...
I'm still here, boys. I'm still here.
The question
we know you're there.
Question is he on the plane?
Doing that?
I don't think it's me. I don't think it's me.
You have to take care of your audio. Take care of your audio.
Yeah, it's your headset, mate.
Headset?
Yeah.
It can't be, man.
But you know what you need to do? You need to unplug your headset from your iPad and reboot your iPad. Maybe the port.
I've done all that.
Then you have a connection issue. It seems.
Yeah, it's really irritating.
I'll be.
Sorry.
Yeah, Chelsea again. All sports side of fans Adam says again, why aren't we getting rid of Loftus-Cheek, Auba, Koulibaly, Aspilicueta? All have had their day, or aren't they good enough? Honestly, again, Enzo and McAllister in after the Saudi was the main reason Argentina won the World Cup. Here's the thing about all this people we're saying, get rid of. How many people have we bought? How many players have we bought that will, you could say, if we look at their qualities or their attributes, they will come in again and be able to fulfill the roles of these players, or cover the positions that these players will, or let me say, fill the roles better again that way. That the players you're mentioning will vacate. Go ahead.
Also, we don't have a healthy squad right now, so depth is an issue for us.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So we can't just sell them, because even if the worst players on earth, again, if anything, will become even thinner, and then would be worse off than we were. Ziyech can leave. Pulisic again is never a fit. Go ahead. Let me wait until you're done.
Sky just gave a text saying Enzo Fernandez is undergoing Chelsea medical, but still not agreed. That's all it says.
So why would he begin? Why would they be bothered? Why would we be bothered about the medicals? And we heard
because of time constraints.
He had to.
That's why. Because of time.
And probably because again Benfica asked him to do so. It will be even more devastating for the player if he goes through the process of the medicals and the whole thing ends up breaking down. And DJ, whenever you're free to talk, you can come in. I know again. whenever you want to come in and talk, you were saying something before. Okay, we did ask you a question regarding the whole Enzo Fernandez situation. What do you think about it? Whether you think it still happened?
Yeah, listen, it seems to be. I mean, I'm still confident the deal can happen, guys. It seems Benfica are playing hardball right to the end. They basically know that they're going to do everything they possibly can, to make sure this deal doesn't go through. They'll then offer him a new contract. He'll sign that new contract, and they'll sign him for bigger money in the summer. They know there's going to be a lot of clubs out there that are going to want to spend the money on him in the summer. And they're trying to hold out for that, I think, because clearly they don't want to lose him in this window. They've still got the Champions League to play for, so they're probably thinking they don't. We could have him. We could have. We need him for this. So they're gonna let this drag. Now, what I'm hearing about the latest instalments, I think you guys have already discussed it. It's Chelsea. Chelsea said they're happy to pay the instalments. I think it's the next five. I think it's the next 5 installments, but they're saying no. They want it to be done now. Sorry, 2. They want it to be done earlier than that. So Chelsea said, okay, we'll give you the 2, but we'll give you little money. We'll give you little than what we were going to give you originally. But there's apparently what's holding that back is Benfica have not come back yet to Chelsea with an answer to see if they're going to go ahead and do that.
Yes.
Now, for me, this is for me now. Now, what I'm understanding is, I don't know if you guys probably know, Benfica is a football club that is not actually owned by any owners. It's actually got its own little. I think the fans more or less own the majority of it, and that's what. And they pick and choose.
In the NFL,
basically, yeah. And they choose obviously, and obviously Rui Costa being a legend of that football club. They've got him in there, and he's basically he doesn't want to sell. He doesn't want him to go anywhere. That is the bottom line. He doesn't want him to go anywhere. And I think until this whole thing. Until Chelsea say, okay, we're going to give you what you want, okay, which is and I think which will be the whole 105 or 110 million up front, all in one go. Then I think you'll see Benfica accept it. At the moment, they're trying to do it on instalments, as we know, but Benfica just being they are really, really playing hardball on this. And to be fair to them, they can do this because obviously he's their player, and he's probably thinking, you know what, you still got a year and 2 whatever left on your contract. We can get more, we can fetch more money for you. There'll be more fight for you in the summer. And they're going to just extend his contract should he not come to Chelsea. But I'm still hoping he'll come to Chelsea because I don't know if you guys are aware. Whatever time is here in England is the same time in Portugal as well. We work on the same out. We work on the same time zone. They are the same time zone. Portugal and England is the same time zone.
Wasn't aware. I know Spain isn't.
No, Spain's an hour ahead. But Portugal and England are the same time zone. So it's 8:17 here. So it's 8:17 there as well. So so the deal can still get done. Now, all it is just getting this whole thing said. You know what? We're going to get the handshakes done, and then he comes back on the plane to Chelsea, comes back home, and then obviously comes back on the jet home here. But medical's all been done as we've all been told, and that was, I think, released this morning. I understand on Sky early this morning or the afternoon. It was breaking news that the medical was being done from Portuguese TV was saying that, or Benfica TV or something like was coming out and saying that the medical has been done for him. And now it's just thrashing out the deal.
Let's talk about something here. He wouldn't for any reason again start the price of the medical prices if Benfica did not okay that.
Correct.
So that means a lot. That really does mean a lot. It means again, I don't know if I plug in your sentence for all intents and purposes, that shows it's gonna work. If I plug that in there, would it work?
Well, here's the deal. Because of the time constraints, they probably okayed it so that it doesn't negate the agreement if there is actually the 11th hour. Does that make sense? Because you need time to perform a medical. So that's what you would call a preventative measure with regards to time constraints. So it's basically part of the deal anyway. You would have to be irresponsible if you not to do that.
Yeah, but I agree with what Roger said earlier on as well, Kachila. Again, he did say this deal could have been thrashed out. Yeah, they had all of yesterday. And all of today, all in the morning to get this all done. So I don't understand what I have a
feeling that I believe for usually negotiations that I have a feeling that Benfica have either reneged on something or just changed their mind on certain aspects. They're probably, listen, they've had discussions all yesterday and they said there's this, and this, there's A, B, and C. And they've probably come back and said, you know what, we find that C is not acceptable, B and A is. So they're probably being
it's a little bit more
pedantic. And they're playing hardball even to extend it more, because don't forget, it's in their interest that the closer it comes to the deadline coming to fruition, that they hold the advantage. Time is on their side, not ours.
Yeah, and again today he was left out of the game today. They got a game today. I think they got a cup game today.
Yeah,
and Benfica, he's been left out of the team. He's left out of the team. He's what is even in the squad. So I don't think he even trained. So so he's obviously hoping this. What we got to remember here as well. The player wants to move. The player wants to move to Chelsea. Is 100%. He wants to move, but Benfica are just playing.
But he hasn't really pushed.
I think I don't know how much he has. We don't know. We don't know.
Breaking news here. It says breaking news here, coach. Medical past Chelsea are battling against the clock to sign Enzo Fernandez from Benfica. The clubs are currently in Portugal finalising the 120 million Premier League record deal. Personal terms agreed. Medical done. Medical's done.
Yeah.
It's very close, as the player himself is forcing to leave Benfica to go to Chelsea Football Club.
So basically, there's only one question that really sticks out to me in this is Chelsea, how shall I put this? Are Chelsea willing to trigger the clause? Because it sounds like Benfica are not willing to allow Chelsea to buy them on these terms. So
no, basically, Roger, what's happening is, I was just going to say, sorry, Coachella, to butt in there. From what I understand, okay, Chelsea have gone back to what it is, as I said to you, they want to pay it on 5 installments. Yeah, Benfica have turned around and said to them, the deal's all been agreed. So Chelsea have said to them, look, we want to pay you in 5 installments. They've turned around and said, nope, that's not good enough,
and willing to pay even more.
Yeah,
that's the structure, right?
So what Chelsea have basically said is, okay, what we'll do then is, okay, originally, as you know, Chelsea's first instalment was going to be a lot of money on the table for this deal, and the rest was going to be paid over the 4 years, right? Whatever it might be. Now, what Chelsea is saying is, okay, you want us to do it within the 2-year period, that's fine. We'll do it within the 2-year period of what you want. But we're going to give you a little bit of the money, not as much as we would give you the first time round had we gone on the 5-year structure. So Chelsea more or less is saying to you, okay, you can have it in the 2 years as you want, 2.5 years as you want the money, but we're going to start paying you in a small fee first, and then we'll start reaching to the bigger figures afterwards. That is the answer Chelsea are waiting Benfica to come back to them on, and that is what's holding up the structure of the deal at the moment.
And this is what I mean by my question. There's only one real question. Basically, what this boils down to is they've said from day one, not from day one, but the last 24, 36 hours, that they have come to the table, DJ, and said, we want this to take place. The player is willing. Worst comes to worst, we can trigger this release clause. So let's come to a mutual agreement where we don't have to trigger that, because it has financial ramifications for us going forward. Correct. So therefore, let's make an agreement. Obviously, we can pay £5-10 million above what you're asking potentially if we can extend it over 3, 4, or 5 years. And obviously, they are coming back with exactly what you said. However, this is negotiated on the premise to Benfica. Think about this. Listen, these guys are going to walk away with this player if they trigger this option. So we have to come to an agreement. And they know that the closer it gets to midnight or 11 o'clock, technically, guess what? We hold the marbles, so to speak. We hold the power. So therefore, under that premise, gentlemen, they're thinking, you know what? Is Chelsea bluffing? Are they really willing to trigger that? That they're hoping that would not take place, and that they'll either, at the worst case, they walk away, or second case, they buy him, but we can keep him for the remainder of the year. This is what they're counting on. Now, Chelsea's counting on the fact that, can we reach a settlement without us triggering the clause? This is the crux of the matter. Therefore, the question is, really, there's only one question to ask, gentlemen. Logically, are we willing to trigger that clause if we can't agree to anything? This is the only question that that we need to know. Because if they don't and they walk away from this deal, that means they were never willing to do it and they were bluffing.
Let me understand.
You
Let me
agree with me
understand
on this,
where
please?
you're
Yeah.
coming from, Roger. Are you saying that in the sense you feel like again, you feel again, because I've told you about 3 times now that we're willing again.
Really?
Yeah, we're willing to pay. we're willing to pay. Maybe I don't understand where you're coming from. We're willing to pay even more than the release clause. The structure has always been the issue.
Potentially. Yeah. It's the structure.
No, it's everywhere, really. I think that's the case, but I get your point. But
it is
go
the
ahead,
structure.
you want to say something?
And if they're not willing, then Chelsea have to trigger that clause. Otherwise, they've wasted everyone's time.
Yeah, and also on
If you're
top of
saying trigger in the sense we have to pay in their own terms.
yeah,
No, to trigger whatever the release clause stipulates. The release clause, each release clause can have different stipulations. And as I said, in accounting terms, that could be meaning you pay over 3 or 4 years. But in accounting terms, this could be defined as UEFA, meaning that it will only count in the accounting debit category as a one-time payment, even though the payments could be made over multiple years. But in accounting terms, it could actually come down to a one-time payment. Those are 2 different things, and people need to understand that in accounting.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say what Roger was saying is everything is nailed on. And the other thing also what Chelsea have also said is this.
Am I making sense?
You are very much so, Roger. And the other thing I was also going to add to that was this other thing about the installments is it's also been said that if Chelsea are going to go and give what Benfica wants, then the rest of it, the more money they'll get, they'll actually get bonuses on top. So we're talking about if we win, if playing in the Champions League, Premiership titles, and also all that kind of thing. Yeah, so they'll get more money for this deal than what Benfica are originally going to get. So they're going to walk away with quite a lot of money, but it's going to be obviously done in installments. It's whether Benfica will accept that or not. That's what it all boils down to, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm going to try and catch again. And if you're in the chat, just know again, I am really not that strong today in terms of again using my voice. I'm losing my voice a bit.
Sorry, Coach.
I will try. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I will try the best I can to catch again, read most of them. You were down too, Coach. Yeah, again, but I feel a bit better. How are you doing? A bit better, my brother. Again, must have been as a result of the stress again you went through this past few days. Possibly that may have contributed to that. Again, it didn't help. I mean, again, the overnight show. Again, the early morning show. Again, I've done that for nearly a year now. So maybe doing that and then the evening show didn't help. Plus the evening show. But let's see what happens. And not sleeping quite well. Boehly again, policy is bizarre. Again, I hope this long-term contract strategy works. Not overly confused, especially convinced, especially with the high risks, all the installments. We definitely should have accepted another owner's bid. Really, I don't see anything wrong.
Really?
Yeah, that is some statement, Adam. Really?
Yeah, it is.
I don't see anything wrong from their perspective. I think they're doing a good job. If anything, again, we have an excellent structure right now. I think the whole thing is just coming across as a bit of there's chaos, but it's not chaos. Remember, we didn't start talking with players that at the time orders started, and remember, there's a lot of changes have been made at the club, so everything will still fall into place. And again, if anything, would have a well-oiled machine. The whole process has been streamlined. We don't just go for players for the sake of it. We'll go for players again after doing a lot of background work. And in this case, again, we're just trying to get players to help us solve some of the issues we have now. And you could argue also we're being proactive. We're getting players because there's a chance during the summer there will be other clubs vying for the signature of the same players. So we have upper hand in terms of us having, again, how much that we're allowed to spend as the new owners of the club that counts as investment. Plus, Roger said I shouldn't call it the loophole. What we found out that we can actually do and not get into trouble, the long-term contracts and all that, Again, I think they've done quite well, really. Yeah, they've done quite well. Again, imagine Arsenal, our direct rival, getting Jorginho. I think that is down to the manager. They must have asked him, do you want him to stay? He probably said no. I don't think they sell him if Jorginho is important to him. I don't know if I'm making sense in that aspect, DJ.
No,
Roger.
no,
Yeah.
no, no.
Oh,
you
wow.
are making
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
God.
Sorry, go ahead. This Rui Costa's putting out
No, I
made a statement out on Sky on a video in the game for Benfica because it's now time to kick off. He's came out with something about Enzo Fernandez. I'm just listening to it on a video. I'll be 1
Yeah,
minute.
Dan, your audio isn't. Your audio, the static situation isn't. We can't even hear what you're saying.
God, what is going on?
Yeah, it's not God's fault. It's not God's fault. You just reboot your.
Water. Oh man, poor guy.
I know he wants to tell us something, but his audio was off. Go ahead, Peter. You were saying something.
No, I was just.
It sounds better now. Now go ahead.
I was just basically saying.
I saw DJ. I'm quickly just coming out.
That's right.
Rui
Come on, bro.
Costa,
Oh, hold on. What's going on here?
Rui Costa's just come out with a video statement. It just came out on Sky Sports. Yeah, I'm going to listen to it now on a video about Enzo Fernandez. Because their game's kicking off right now, I think, to that cup game. So I'm going to listen to it and see what he says, and I'll come back to you guys.
Yeah, I think he's not in the squad for the game they have. Plus, he missed a training, and him missing training, we were told that he did that intentionally to push for a move. But that's, by the way, again, go ahead, DJ. You were saying something.
No, I was just saying one thing. You know, as you know, over the years with Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham, this whole rivalry thing, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from us doing that one-off thing with Ashley Cole, you never know, and obviously Arsenal doing it with Sol Campbell all those years ago. You never known rival clubs to take other players, you know, especially if you're competing against each other for the biggest prizes. My question would be now is, have Chelsea changed their stance on this now? Are we going to see more of our players, if we ever sell them, to move to rivals? Because that for me is a bit of a concern now. I'm not saying obviously Jorginho's done what he's gone and done, but if it's going to be the new thing going forward, I'm telling you now, Chelsea got these players like on 7-8 year contracts. If things don't work out for them, and Arsenal come along and say, okay, if it's not working out for Madrid, we'll give you this kind of money for him. And are we going to be willing to sell him to Arsenal? I hope this is not going to be a new change of stance for us now, because over the years, we've never, ever sold our players to rival clubs, ever. Apart from
one matter to United, and then
apart from that one. Yeah, apart from that
the other one. Who was the other midfielder to United?
Yeah, the other one was, Matic. But then he was he was like Jorginho's age, though, wasn't he? When he went up to Man United,
but Mata wasn't. Mata was in his prime, and that really ticked me off.
That did as well. It was Jose who sold him on, wasn't it?
Yeah,
if I'm not
no
mistaken.
comment.
Yeah. So yeah, I wonder if that's going to be something we're going to see more of now. I hope not, because obviously we've got Graham Potter at the helm now. Obviously we've got these new owners. I hope Potter doesn't think, we can just sell all our good players to our rival clubs that are competing against us for the big prizes. I think that's not going to look good on his.
I assume that's upper management decides that, not the
it
actual.
Does. No. But he obviously he's going to be asked, though, doesn't he? I mean, he obviously
has input. He
gets some input into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my only thing. But hopefully that won't happen. I'm just saying. I just put that one out there. Sorry, going off topic.
No, that's actually valid though. We don't want that culture.
Yeah.
So, what do you think, chaps? Is it happening, yay or nay?
You guys should go ahead. I'm looking for something.
What do you think? If it wasn't,
I'm still 88% hoping that it's going to happen.
I'm getting worried now, because I actually thought that, and I told myself yesterday that if this doesn't happen by yesterday, I was thinking yesterday, if this doesn't happen by the end of today, then there's a good chance that it may not happen. And then I was thinking this morning, it's going to happen by noon to 1500 hours, and it should happen. Yeah. Guess what? This has not transpired.
Here.
Yeah,
it just makes you think, doesn't it?
It makes me think. No, it makes me think. Were they bluffing all along? That's what I was saying. This is the question: were they ever willing to ever pull this trigger?
Who? Oh, I don't know. I think Chelsea. I think we've definitely showed that we seriously want to put our money down and get the player.
Yeah.
But I just think Benfica at the moment are just playing hard because, from what I understand, they've signed a replacement for him already.
Oh,
So I don't understand why. I don't understand why they're not letting just let this deal go and let him go. But it's easy said than done. I guess if the shoe was on the other foot, I guess if we put ourselves in their shoes, you'd be saying
we're
and
not a feeder
Enzo was
club,
playing.
are we?
No, we're not. But I'm just saying. I'm just trying to look from a two perspective point of view.
Good point. Good point.
And we probably will be saying, fans will be saying the same thing here. Hope not. Hope not. Hope not. Hope we don't get rid of him. Hope this and that. But it's one of these ones. Yeah, I think it's because we've got he's been linked with us for so long throughout this whole January window from day one when the January window opened up. He was being linked with us, and this deal was almost done, and then it all went up in the air because of this stupid 70 million offer that we put on the table for him, and then the rest were going to be add-ons, and they just said completely no. You know what the price is. This is what we want for him. And I think Chelsea have gone to try and negotiate back on the table. They thought everything was all in place, but Benfica have now found something else to use to not get this deal go through. They're just playing every delaying tactic as they can. Yeah. They're using every delaying tactic.
We've had an actually pretty good relationship with them historically.
Yes.
So for them to have done this leaves a little bit of a bad taste in one's mouth.
Yeah. You're talking about the likes of David Luiz and Ramirez, aren't you?
Yeah,
over the years.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I didn't expect this from them.
I tell you what, though, Roger. One thing I'll say, and you expect it anyway. Every time I've gone into tuned into Sky Sports, they get these new guests that come on the Sky Sports panel.
Chelsea.
They are so happy this deal could be getting delayed. It might not be happening, and the fact that we've sold Jorginho as well. I think this is another reason why I think Conor Gallagher's not gone anywhere in this window because of this main reason. Maybe that's
been confirmed already.
That and he didn't want to go either.
That as well, but don't forget Chelsea. They accepted the 40 million for him, though, didn't they? They accepted the 40 million offer, didn't they?
Yeah, the player has the power to say yay or nay. Don't forget,
he does.
While he's under contract, he doesn't go anywhere unless he wants to. So I'm not happy currently while we're leaving it to the 11th hour. This is, Well, let's see. I'll tell you what. As I said, if this plane arrives in the UK and Enzo's not on it, that means we were never willing, assuming that we haven't lent him back until summer. That tells me we were never willing to trigger that clause, which is disappointing.
Again, you know what, mate? About lending him back, I am so against lending him back. I really am.
I'm not because you've got to look at long term. You've got to look at there's short term, medium, and long term. And this means that they're looking long term, just like with Gusto. So, yes, it doesn't fit the immediate window, the plan, but it does. They are looking long term. So that's why I'd be happy on that. And assuming he doesn't have a career ending injury between now and then. Obviously. That's
the worry, isn't it? I mean, I mean, that's my only concern. I mean, I guess I thought when we were selling, I thought when Jorginho was going in this window, okay, they're not different players. But I thought when Jorginho was being sold, this was because they were going to fit Enzo straight into this team. That's why I thought this whole Jorginho deal was going through for that reason. And obviously Chelsea had already agreed everything already for him to go.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden now they're still stuck in limbo with Enzo's situation. So. Yeah, I mean, look, listen. We've still got. I think the deal sheet. I think, from what I understand, anyway, even if Chelsea were to bring him over, they still have to fill him. I think it's a deal sheet that has to go through before midnight, is it, or something like that?
So I think that would be the list of the situations for them to tackle. They'd be able to deal with that.
The only thing you'll get is he might not be able to play against the Fulham game on Friday if that was the case.
I think you have like a couple of hours to actually submit the contract if there's initial delay for a couple of hours, and that's it.
Yeah.
There may be a longer extension, but it's usually only a couple of hours, and then the deal is either legal or unbinding or not.
Yeah.
And so if it's not, that means he'll never play for us until the next transfer window. If it is, then he could play for us Friday, assuming that he passes the medical, which I'm sure he does.
Yeah, well, I think he's done his medical in Portugal.
No, I think it's done, actually. The medical is done.
I'm just giving hypotheticals, that's all.
No,
I'm back. Yeah, I've just listened to the video of Rui Costa.
And?
Basically, he ain't going nowhere at Benfica this season, unless Chelsea decides to pay the full amount for the end of the summer.
What was the last part? I didn't quite hear that.
You can have the player now. They can have the player now, extra money on top, and they want him back for the loan for the end of the summer, and then you can have him for the end of the summer. But
I knew they were going to throw that one in there.
Yeah, or unless we trigger the release clause now and we have him, and they can't do anything about it. So those are the only two scenarios then. So let's see.
I think nobody needs to do that.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to trigger the release clause down, and we can have him. Because if it's the case, if we do that, Rui Costa can't do nothing.
No, I know.
He can't touch the player because Enzo's trying to push the move. He came out on the pitch here, told the fans here that he wants to push. He's pushing to the fans. He told the fans and the players that he wants Chelsea Football Club, but Rui's being a nightmare, yeah, and saying he ain't going nowhere to the end of the summer unless you pay the money to the end of the summer, and we have him loaned out to the end of the summer.
So this could fracture a relationship basically going forward, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah, sure.
So then this begs the question: does that release clause get triggered? And if not, that means we bluffed all along.
But then it also says to yourself, I know medicals don't mean nothing. Why put the player through all that then? Get your medical done.
Yeah,
do all this.
They're not making it. They're not making it easy on him by again allowing him to go through the medical process. It doesn't make any sort of sense.
And I'm telling you this right now, guys. Right? Yeah. If he's going through all this, Enzo, right, and he's also come out and says he wants to go, and this still doesn't materialize. I'm telling you this right now. We can forget about getting him in the summer.
Yeah,
because he's not going to want to come. We've messed him about twice. And he's, as far as he's concerned, I'm going to go somewhere else at a club that actually wants to pay the money and bring me in, and a serious that values me. Now, if that is the case, then we might as well just say goodbye, because that is going to make a lot of the rival fans very happy. Especially the likes of United and Liverpool, who are going to be in with new money. They're going to be in with some new money, with new owners coming in. Manchester City. Yeah, Barcelona, Real Madrid.
Don't let Enzo go Chelsea. He's begging on Twitter, please don't let Enzo go Chelsea.
Yeah.
Laughing so much.
Yeah.
And DJ, you could argue that Benfica, they were aware of that. So they feel like, I think they sense that we're desperate, that we need the player. So that's why they're not bulging.
But then again, I also look at the situation, guys, as well. Is I know we were in. See, the thing is, if Enzo Fernandez was our main target in this window, right? We cannot let other options go. Then, which tells me one thing: we were not really serious about Caicedo. We were not really serious about the other guy, Mohamed Kudus, and we were certainly not serious about who's the other one that was linked with us, midfielder. I can't remember. There's another one. We were not serious about any of these guys because Enzo was our number one target. So how I look at the fact, the same to myself, if he was our number one target, why the hell have we not just gone and got this deal over the line and finished, done? Pay them what they want. We move, get the player, we go home.
Well, that's under the assumption we don't trigger this release clause. Well, you would think that we're going to do it. No, it could be done within the facts. It just takes a set of facts to all parties concerned, and then it's done. Obviously, with the player's signature, of course. And if there's a strong possibility that will still take place. As I said, if it doesn't take place, that then we have to question the ownership. Why didn't that take place? Because you went there stipulating that you're going to get him, and you were willing to execute this clause. So then, why didn't you?
Yeah. I think it also comes down to the fact that why we don't want to pay this money all up is because of the FFP regulations as well, and because it's a big amount.
From experts that we are able to execute this clause and still be within the constraints of FFP. So now, how accurate is their assessment? Then that's another question. I'm talking about on Sky Sports and what do you call it? I think it was Simon. What's his name on Talk Sport? So
Simon Jordan.
Simon Jordan. Yeah. And I value his input. He's a very cerebral, articulate, and well-informed person. He knows the ins and outs because he was a former owner of Crystal Palace.
Yes, he was. He was,
and a successful businessman. So he knows what he's talking about. So let's see. time will tell. We'll find out in the next couple of hours if indeed we sign him.
And I'm thinking there's a chance that they've actually come to an agreement, but it's not public yet. Why would he go through the process of the medicals? I think
to tease you, coach.
Yeah.
To tease you.
Yeah. Go ahead, I'm waiting.
I'm just joking. I said to tease you, just to mess with you. Oh, I heard coach has a sore throat. Let's tease him.
No, that's fine. I'll be all right. I think I took honey in hot water, like hot usage says hot water, but I added honey to it. I
There
think
you
it
go.
helped. Yeah. But again, let's see what happens. I think I strongly believe that there's actually there's a chance they may have come to an agreement.
Coach, you think it gets done? Yes or no?
Yet.
Coach, does it get done? Yes or no?
I think it gets done.
Yeah,
there's
same
no
here.
way Benfica will okay the medicals if they don't have an agreement. And although I know it's everywhere, some are saying that Benfica and Chelsea are close. What does that mean? Are they hugging? Oh, what are they doing? You get that.
Thanks for the visual, coach.
You get just again. Some are saying they said Benfica wants it to be at least they want it paid in 3 installments, one big lump sum at first. And Chelsea are saying, okay, if you want us to make it 3 installments, then if you want us to get it paid off in 3 calendar years, then the first payment shouldn't be that much. So it's everywhere. I think, like I said, I don't know. Let me just use that analogy again. There's smoke, and the smoke isn't just coming from an oil on the stove. It's coming from the fire direct.
Yeah,
but you go ahead.
And coach, DJ's correct. He stipulated something that's very accurate indeed, and it's very relevant. If we don't sign him in this window, even on a loan back to them, we burnt our bridges with Enzo. 99% we've done that. He's going to have very little faith with us because we have very little integrity in his eyes. So this doesn't bode well.
In what sense? We did our best. All we're doing is just to avoid getting in trouble with the financial fair play rules.
Well, from what we can tell, that they had made it clear that they were willing to execute that clause. Dan, we can't hear you. You have to come nearer.
Yeah, Dan, go fix your connection, please.
And what I'm trying to say to you is, have you heard of Fraser Fletcher? Is a journalist from BBC.
What's his name?
Oh, Fraser Fletcher.
Yes,
He just came out in a statement about Enzo Fernandez. If you want to check it up, Coach.
Who did?
Fraser Fletcher on Twitter. Type him up, and he just came
out. Just share the link with me because your audio is problematic, really, bro.
Oh, God's sake, this is doing my head in tonight, man. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? I want to speak to you, Coach.
Go ahead, DJ. You were saying something. I love this brother, but it's not.
No, I was just reading something that's come to me in Portuguese that I know what it's basically saying. I can just tell you what it is in English. What they're just basically saying is that it's a thing from Fabrizio Romano, but it's gone in like what it is this thing that's done in what we call Stamford, Brazil, but it's done by Fabrizio Romano. Now all they're basically saying is Chelsea are in yet another meeting with Benfica. The agents are involved. There has been a great deal of silence about the Enzo Fernandez deal, and that is generally a positive thing. That's what the Can
you say that again?
I'll read it. Do you want to read it again to you? Yeah, it says Chelsea are in yet. It says Chelsea.
No, can you just explain it? Explain it your own way. Yeah.
Yeah. What it basically saying is generally when there's a silence and there's nothing's being said, nothing's coming out, nothing's been mentioned. It means that it could be a good thing. It means that all parties are literally still talking. There could be an agreement in place, which is a positive noise. More or less that. Yeah. Wrapped up in one, Roger. Wrapped up in one, but yeah, no news is good news, basically.
Yeah, I don't know.
Roger knows a lot of terms.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's see what this one. Let me get what we have in the chat again. Lolo is asking, no new news yet. Again, we had this one here. Let me switch between the two things. This one, which is saying they're close. Yeah, they're shaking hands. They're hugging. if that's how you want to see it. I'm not sure what to make of that. But I think
the
it's
picture
just
of that
missing.
hugging.
For clarity purposes, I think it's missing a few words. They're close to again coming to an agreement. I think that would have made better sense. But being a dirty mind that I am, when she writes something like this, my mind travels everywhere. But that's by the way. Kimsa says when it's Liverpool, Benfica again. Benfica give them what they want. Is that what you're saying? Again, when it's Chelsea, they play games. I don't think that's the case, really. Liverpool paid them 100 million for Darwin Núñez, and I don't think Chelsea would have paid anything close to that, even on that Roman. If that makes any sort of sense.
Who's the player?
I don't know, but I get your argument. Sorry?
Who's the player Liverpool signed yesterday?
Yeah, you should see what Liam Lane did to us. I'm not going to talk about that. DJ, you didn't see that. Roger will explain.
I saw it. What a name it was as well. Was it Fung Gu?
Yeah. It's
something like Pufu Who.
I saw.
Yeah, it was
Big
brilliant.
up Liam Lane in the comments if he's there.
That was a very similar. that sounded like it came from the Beautiful Game kind of thing.
That kind of thing. And
the Beautiful Game podcast.
Yeah, and he came. He came in today and said, he said something like, to the effect of Liverpool and Borussia Dortmund, they've agreed on the transfer of Jude Bellingham. The both teams agree that it's never going to happen. And if you start reading it, you go, whoa, Liverpool signed Jude Bellingham, and then you get to the end.
It was well done. It was very well done.
Yeah, that was creative.
Really good humor in this.
Yeah, how many hours from now? 2 hours plus?
So
no, just less than 2 hours practically.
2 hours and 9 minutes.
In 9 minutes, okay. Yeah. It's winding down. Seriously. Again, I hope Benfica. Oh, come on, be nice. I'm sure you want to go to heaven. I'm not going to read that for you. No, I'm not doing that. Please, I'm not reading. Me no English. Me can't read. If that makes sense to you.
We know English.
Yeah. Again. Yeah. Here's the name. Yeah. Look.
No love.
Oh God, man!
And you know what, DJ? Roger saw it, and he didn't even text me and say, "Coach, that player doesn't exist." He just kept laughing until he
it's the way it came up.
I said I saw.
Because I remember when it came in the comments yesterday, right? Yeah, you said it, and the way you tried to say, "I don't know who this is. Who's that? Who is he just messing up?"
It was classic.
It was a classic.
And
on top of that, Killer was just about to say the name, and then he about to complete the name. Oh, I don't know who that is. I think he's going around here.
It's one of the best ones ever.
Oh man, yeah.
Liam.
Really, I was like, who's this player in question? I don't know.
Liam, I'm not worthy. That is beautifully done. Delicious.
Wow.
By the way, where's Glenn tonight? He's usually in the comments. Big up to Glenn. I miss him not in the comments because he comes out with this funny. He comes out with coming. Is he coming? Is he? Oh, okay, cool. He's another one with his comments in the back.
Oh, they're so entertaining.
Oh no, Glenn is hilarious, really, and very creative with it too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure this one says direct source in Enzo deal. It's improving. I think that one speaks in parable too. There's no clarity as to what's going on, but I think we'll get this done. Because DJ, if we're being honest, there's no way this transfer window shuts. And we say again, after all the travel, private plane, and all that, they come back and say, "We're sorry." Again, it didn't happen. I don't see that happening really. But go ahead.
No. I mean, I can't see it, and I think we all going to agree on this panel now. I think the only way this deal is going to get structured out now is if Chelsea say to heck what you guys are saying. Here's your 100 and whatever million. They're buying out what you want for him. You can't say nothing. Bye bye. We're taking him and going home.
Yeah.
If that was the case, if that's what Chelsea are going to do in the end, You should have just done it about 2, 3, 4, 5 hours during the day to get this done, rather
No,
than
but
let
if
it
you
go on and on and
why,
on.
how about there's nothing wrong in waiting it out. It's
No.
negotiations.
You have negotiations, but you know as well as I do, Kuchela, they have been. I'll tell you this: Benfica have probably
You
got
reach
to be
a
one of
point
the
of no
hard.
return.
Yeah, they've got to be one of the hardest clubs to negotiate football with. I know people say we got David Luiz, we got Ramirez. Even they were a bit difficult. I understand before they got, especially the Ramirez deal. I mean, the David Luiz one was done, but the Ramirez deal was a bit difficult to get done because they were still playing a bit of hardball. And we got it done. The same thing with. I'm not sure. I think the other one. I think Liverpool fans are saying the one where they got what's his name as well, the striker, Nunes from there. I think he was another one. Darwin Nunes. I think he was another one they were being difficult with. When it comes to the transfer market, a lot of the clubs in Portugal, even Porto, are very difficult to deal with. And look how Sporting Lisbon have been playing on Tottenham for Porro. Only now today they've got a deal done for him. I do believe that's going to go through. But they play it difficult, man. They play it so difficult. And this is such a big. And you guys have got to remember, this is such a big money transfer in January to be done.
Oh yeah.
I think if it does happen, it's going to be more than Jack Grealish's transfer. Well, his is the most at 100 million. This is going to go way over that, 105, 106 million, 110 million possibly. With everything all being done.
Would you say this guy is worth it, but Jack Grealish isn't worth it?
So gentlemen,
let me just ask. Let me just come straight. Would you say he's better than Jack Grealish?
Enzo?
You're not being biased because you're a Chelsea fan.
No. Yeah, go on.
Completely different position. Completely.
Correct,
It's like comparing a goalkeeper.
I have to share this one. You guys should go ahead. I'll open it so you guys can see it.
I just need to tell you something. Do you know Chelsea right now have spent the equivalent? In fact, we're 5 million. I think it's euros or pounds. I forget which one, so I apologise. Short of what the whole of the Bundesliga has spent in this transfer window.
Yeah. That was out. Yeah, stats out.
In perspective.
That's a crazy stat, isn't it, Roger?
Yeah. It was on, I can't remember, was it on Sky Sports? I forget.
Yeah, it was. It was on Sky Sports, they said that.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, you're kidding me. This is how strong the Premier League is. The rest of the 4 other leagues in the top 5 in UEFA cannot compete combined with the Premier League financially currently. This is why, quote unquote, the Super League is such a still viable and strong subject matter.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to show you guys why I'm laughing.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Fabrizio Romano reporting on Enzo Fernandez there.
Oh, is he aged?
He's gotten younger. Some people are not nice, really.
Yeah, that's really funny.
From Liam Lane. Oh my goodness, this is hilarious.
Oh god.
Yeah, I was about to say, no way he's that old. I know for a fact.
No, he hasn't. That shows how stressful.
Yeah.
That's how stressful the whole thing has been. Again, I think this is you could say the most chaotic transfer saga I've ever seen. At least from the perspective of the reporting, because it's everywhere. A few days ago, we were hearing he's going to become a Chelsea player. He's going to sign a 7.5-year deal. He will be on his way to London soon. It was everywhere. Just look at, oh my goodness, this is hilarious. Really, it's crazy. Let me get what we have in the chat. Again, this is where again I get my updates from. Again, any news on Enzo Chama? Nothing again concrete right now. We're just hearing that they're closer. In terms of, let me just be specific and not again try to be funny about it. Again, they're getting closer in terms of coming to an agreement. We've also heard that the difference is that Benfica is saying, okay, if you're going to pay in installments, here's what you do. We need it in 3 installments. We don't want it in 5 installments. And then we're saying, okay, if that's what you want, then the initial payment doesn't have. We're not going to pay that much. So it's everywhere. We're not sure what's going on. Let's see again, Chelsea.
That's a good summary,
major update Simon Phillips sent you. Okay, I'm going to look at it in a bit.
Yes, it is.
Again, it's the same news about Enzo. Again, here we go. Is it? Are you serious?
No, what Liam Lane's saying is very true. Big up to Liam Lane. It is a massive.
I'm saying the Bluetooth game is saying here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Go ahead, DJ.
No. That's
let me check.
Yeah, double check that then. I think.
But go ahead with what you were saying. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying, big up. No, Liam Lane, what he was saying about Simon Phillips is a major tweet that's on there. Yeah.
What's Philip saying?
Yeah, let me see that. Okay, Liam Lane is responding to not again. Simon Felix is responding to something. I think to a tweet. Enzo Fernandez deal is done. Simon Felix, he's on his way to Chelsea. So this is serious, really.
Yeah,
it's serious. Let me share that particular screen. There you go. Because this is risky for him, really. Before he says this is risky. Can we all agree on that?
Yeah, it is. It is.
So but, even though I'm losing my voice, the Bluetooth game, I'm going to say the Bluetooth game. Pop, 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 pop. I'm happy now, but I think I believe it. DJ, do you believe Simon Phillips? You go ahead.
Yeah, Simon Phillips is obviously very. I mean, I don't think.
But he's quoting the Secret Scout.
Yes, I'm on the Secret Scout at the moment. I'm just reading their thing, and they've got a big picture of Enzo Fernandez on it, and obviously they put the Chelsea shirt on it, and it's just saying he's on his way, more to follow. My sources just told me that Enzo Fernandez is a done deal. He's on his way to Chelsea, more to follow.
Enzo Fernandez deal is done. He's on his way to Chelsea.
Do you trust him? I think you're talking about this particular tweet. I'm going to open it. You're talking about this particular tweet. I think it's zoomed out too much. Before I share the screen, just 1 second. I think that would be about perfect like this, but I hate the message is showing. That's why I don't want to.
Who's Simon Phillips?
I think it's a group.
Yeah.
At least he's a Twitter journalist. Let's start from
there. He's a Twitter journalist, at least, yeah.
Oh, he's a Twitter journalist. Oh, that
he's
no comment. So he doesn't work for a
but he has some tight sources. He doesn't take again. Usually, before he says such, he believes it.
He's followed by David Ornstein, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
because Ornstein is very credit worthy, shall we say? It's so. In my opinion, it's like when you go to college or university and you write a college paper. At the very end, you have to write your sources. You know, so you either have
that's
to put
important, or you fail
exactly. You have to list the author, the name of the book, the chapter, the page, the paragraph when you're writing something. Or if it's digital, you have to write the URL, the universal resource locator, the web page. And then, exactly, and it gives a link to it. Because it's when you say something, like when you're looking for, let's say, a financial reference, you go to a credible source like the IMF, like the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank, someone that's credible. You don't go to, DJ and Rogers' webpage on money matters, No,
on money matters.
Oh, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all about the credibility.
Can we just pay attention and seriously talk about why I don't see them going through all this process and this not getting done?
Yeah.
I don't see that happening because it will bruise their ego. They're gonna need their ego is gonna need eye patch, band-aid, plus crutches to work. And I don't think they want to prove a point with this actually, because this is the biggest name, one of the biggest names. You could say the biggest. Mudryk wasn't at the World Cup. So and this kid won the young player of the tournament, didn't he?
Affirmative, yes, he did.
Yeah, so I think they have to get it done. But again, hopefully that's the case again. I am also getting close to something. just go away. So go get close to anyone you want.
At least I'm getting close to That's a good one.
You know where that's coming from, right?
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. Fabrizio Romano. Okay, that's still a bit on Fulham. I think he only comes in again if it's not sure, tightly sure, he doesn't say anything about it. Simon Phillips, again, is okay. I get it. That shows you're a Johnny follower, but that's by the way, and you have every right to say that. Again, I think we should really talk about it. I think it's happened because I don't see them going through all this without it happening. Really, if we're being honest.
Sorry, Coach. I was just listening to this Carve Shoshko or whatever his name is on Sky. He's just doing a big. He's just doing a big thing on this whole Chelsea Enzo thing, and he's giving quite negative. he's giving quite negative news, isn't he, Roger? If you're watching the same thing I am, or what they're saying,
Indeed, yeah. They are. I'm telling you, we do not get positive reviews from this channel and most others.
Yeah, let's be honest, guys.
What is
They're the
saying,
last
really?
to know.
Is it saying it will never happen?
They're saying coach was wrong about Jorginho.
No, what he's just basically
seriously, coach.
What he's basically saying on here is he's saying for tax purposes, Chelsea want to do this deal for over 5 years, and apparently Benfica turning around saying, "What? Come on, you can't pay this deal over 5 installments." So they're more or less sticking to their guns. They want this deal. If Chelsea want to get this deal, to me it looks like they're going to have to fork out the whole wage packet, the whole what do you call it? The whole clause for him if they want to get him. The whole whatever his thing is, 105 million. It looks like Chelsea are going to have to sum that up in one go. It looks like, and Chelsea he mentioned FFP there. If you're watching the same thing, Roger, I don't know. He mentioned FFP there again, and he's saying because of FFP and tax purposes, it's impossible for Chelsea to get this deal done all in one go. That's why they want to do it all installments. So again, we're back to this whole scenario again of installments and tax purposes and so on. And the way it's looking, let's be honest, Sky nowadays, Sky's reliability on things is just they're so slow at getting information anyway. Everyone knows things before they do anyway. But this guy tends to know a lot of his stuff, and this Carve guy, to be fair to him, he's followed a lot. He follows all the Chelsea business that's been going on. I think for the last 5 or 6 years. He's quite credible source.
He was just asked right now. He was just asked. Sorry, DJ. He was just asked. Do you think this transaction, this transfer goes ahead? He goes, honestly, it's in the balance. He goes, I can't go either way. It's in the balance. That's a quote. So
it's in the balance, which means, can you elaborate?
Well, which means it can go either way. It could succeed. So it's 50-50. In other words, it can go either way.
Yeah, or just got up.
So you trust his assessment of the whole thing or his report?
No, he's credible. He's a very credible source. But him and Darmish Seth and most of Sky Sports, in fact, if not all of Sky Sports analysts, they're not very, shall we say, Chelsea friendly in the way that they see things. They still I can honestly say that virtually the vast majority of analysts, pundits, experts, or however you want to term them, in British sports, whether it's BT, Sky, Talk Sports, they view Chelsea as our approach as a very much a scattergun approach, and they don't see that we have an actual theory. And I beg to differ to a certain extent, at least since we've actually we've implemented a front office with Vivell and Winstanley, etc. I actually beg to differ on that. But I don't know. I actually think because of this Simon Phillips tweet, it's the first good piece of news that I've seen all day to basically reinforce the positive that it will indeed take place, because Simon Felix will lose so much credibility if this indeed does not take place.
Yeah,
the only question is, if he's stating he's on the plane, why are not other news outlets reporting it? That's the only question I have.
Yeah.
Because listen, there's a lot of people that follow Simon Phillips that are very credible people if you look at who follows him. So I don't know.
Yeah, 53 seconds ago, Fabrizio Romano saying the meeting is still ongoing. Be patient. Comment Fabrizio Romano, spill the news. Again, my sources just told me the Enzo Fernandez deal is done. This is again the Chelsea Dodgers quoting the secret scout. The secret scout again. All the time that I've relied on them, I think they've been quite accurate, really.
So who was quoting the secret scout, coach? Who was quoting them?
The Chelsea Dodgers, another person, but Chelsea Dodgers is he's practically you could say, how do I phrase it? More like if you want overview of everything that's going on, he goes to all different sources and quote them, and again they're saying this, they're saying the other stuff. He's quoting the same people that Simon Phillips is quoting to. Fabrizio on his live stream said this, and now he's saying a few seconds ago, be patient, the meeting is still ongoing. Let's see what happens. Again, Fab got a major update midstream, and he could not hide his expression. Now, again, the beautiful game is speaking in parables. What do I make of this? What do I make of this now? What does this expression show? What were you able to read from his expression? Excitement, disappointment? I guess it will never be both, because he's not Chelsea, and he's not a Chelsea fan to say he looked disappointed. That you can say, okay, that shows you it's not working. I'm not sure what to make of it, really. I'm being honest here. I don't know if you guys have anything to add. Of course, you have to come up with something like this. Enzo Ferrari in.
That's an obvious one. That's an obvious one. Yeah.
Mount to West Ham. Honestly, what? Honestly, is that what he's hoping for? Is that what he's hoping for?
I think. Yeah, he's hoping for that. But the truth remains, Mount himself feels like he's a big player now. Yeah. I don't think he'd go to West Ham.
No, of course not. It's just
I don't think he'd ever go to West Ham.
So the funny thing is, like a lot of people will say, that guy, he's a Rolls Royce of a player. Now you're going to hear Enzo, he's a Ferrari of a player. You're going to hear this often now.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying on the whole Mount thing. I think the whole fan base on Mason Mount, and I'm one of those. I'm not, as I keep saying, I'm not a Mason Mount fanboy or anything like that. I just think I think he's a quality player. I just think at the moment, like I've said, him, like a lot of the Chelsea players, are going through a bad time at the moment. They're not playing that great, and they know their levels have dropped. They're all out of form at the moment.
Here's what I'm going to tell you, DJ. Here's what I'm going to tell you, and hopefully Roger will agree. I really want to do a video with him again on what I think the issue is with Mason Mount. I don't think he's the best player at Chelsea. I don't think he's the worst player at Chelsea.
Sure,
exactly. But I know where the problem. What going through, I know where what exactly the problem is. What I feel like, but that's another discussion for another. You go ahead with what you were saying.
That's what I don't get. Why is he so divisive? He's a Marmite player.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I think with him, I think with Mason Mount, I think he's definitely got a thing with the fans where you got some fans that really, really love him up, and you got some fans like okay, he's not as good as everyone thinks he is. I tend to think I think he's a good player. I really do. I do rate Mason Mount. I just think, as I said, he's just going through a little barren spell at the moment, like most of our players do. But as I will say, he's not the best player in the world. I'm not going to state that at all, by far. But I still think he's a good player, and I think he can still make any team. And I'm talking about any of the top teams as well. You give a Pepper Mason Mount, you give a Klopp Mason Mount. I still think he makes that team better. For me personally, because I think he's got a lot in his locker in his locker to offer.
I think you remind me of the argument that Roger made. He said Klopp would take him, and that's a solid argument, because he's a pressing machine, he's a running machine, and that's where the type of players that Klopp always looks for. But unfortunately, it will worsen his situation after Klopp. What happens? Klopp will end up making him more of that average player that people think he is.
Yeah.
What Mason Mount needs now, it's not too late. He's still young. He's 23, 24. I think he can still get better. My biggest issue, and every time I talk about him, I get so annoyed in the sense that, again, I've done my research. I've come to terms. The reason why he hasn't reached that height, we all know he's capable of reaching, it's like a proper coaching. Instead, the coaches he's worked under, from Lampard to Thomas Tuchel, all were paying attention to the amount of, again, his industry, how much running he does on the pitch, which was why Thomas Tuchel, even when Mason Mount, it was clear that he was suffering mentally, that he played the most games nearly in the whole of Europe. He kept playing him just because he still do that running. You'd still get that pressing from him. You still get that industry from him. He kept playing him until probably he sensed it that his decision making has gotten worse. He needs to rest.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
So Mason Mount's biggest problem, I'm just paying attention to the root cause of why he hasn't reached the heights he should reach. He should be at right now, because he wasn't coached properly. Think about a player when Messi was interviewed, he mentioned Mason Mount as one of the upcoming young players, but he's not playing like one of those players right now. But go ahead with what you were saying, brother.
No, listen. As I said, I'm all for my football club. That's what I support, is my football club. I'm not any of these fanboys. Just because we all know players come and go at Chelsea, you know, but your club is always there. And that's how I've always been as a fan, you know, as a Chelsea, and obviously, you know, I go and watch them regularly. You guys, I go and watch Chelsea most home matches anyway, being a season ticket holder. So I mean, I've seen us through good times, and I've seen us do all the bad times. Yeah, but I've also seen good players come to our team. I've seen good players leave as well. But very rare can I ever sit down with you guys and say, you know what, you know, we've not had a really decent, good youth player coming through our ranks apart from John Terry. When that happened all those years ago, there's no one really surpassed him since then. And I'm just happy to see the likes of a Mason Mount, Reece James, you know, Lewis Hall, Chalobah, all these players now showing what they are, the Chelsea Academy. Callum Hudson-Odoi another until he got that injury.
Of course.
You know, there's all these players, and I'm just happy to actually see them now because my thing was always this: you can buy all these players, but you know, but also use your youth players also. You can mix and blend them together, and that's exactly what we're seeing now at Chelsea. And all these players like your Mounts, your Lewis Halls, your Reece Jameses, they can only get better playing alongside these players. You know, Reece James to me has already hit the heights. I mean, the poor guy keeps getting injured, but I think we all know on his day, he's the best right back in the world. I don't care what anybody says. All right, and and I'm glad we've got him. Same with the same with other players I can mention, but you know they've reached their height, and all they need to do now is just fulfill it through and going through. And all we've seen with Mason Mount is he's just dropped off a little bit. That's all it is. But we all know deep down he's a quality player inside, and this is why I always come to take up for him and the likes of Kai Havertz and players like that, because I do know there's a quality player in there for both those players. A quality in them. It's just sometimes at the moment it's just not showing it because they clearly need rests, and hopefully now this 2-week break that they've got, they might come back stronger now. You know.
That's well put, actually.
Yeah. I'm so certain. Again, if you see any update, please do share. Meeting since yesterday, yet nothing. Rui Costa, what is the color of your problem? Confucius is the name of the
What's that?
Yeah, again, it's just from Vince, Vince,
Vince.
report on Chelsea. It's asking, again, the man doesn't have a problem. I think, Roger, you've touched on that at length. He's looking out for what's best for his club. No matter how you say it, it's business for all parties involved. We want what's good for us. He wants what's good for his club. Again, no hard feelings, really. It's nothing personal, if we're being honest. And again, for instance, when our initial push for the player, when you can say when he stopped, the rumors were that we now have issues with them. Again, the two clubs have problems as to how we handle things. It turns out, there was no animosity between the two clubs. Communications were still ongoing, even when people we stopped talking. It's business. But go ahead with what you wanted to say.
No, I was just going to say to you guys quickly before you carry on. I just got another tweet coming on here saying that. First of all, Fabrizio Romano is saying now Chelsea's mission is to sign Enzo Fernandez now. The meeting is still ongoing. Then I've just seen another tweet coming in from.
So what did you from the for that tweet from a question from Fabrizio Romano? What are you learning from it? I think maybe Benfica trying to keep him for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think they are trying to. And then the other one sounds here, and then another one's just coming from Jacob Stein. I just want to make sure it's actually here and there's no one messing around before I go on to that. New sounds like Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea is moving in the right direction. That's according to Jacob Stein. Yes, and it is definitely him. Just looking at his Twitter feed.
Do you think that's vague?
I don't know. Maybe, mate. What's this Graham Potter? There's a meet. Oh, there's a meet. And then Graham Potter errors tweeting saying breaking, and then he's put on his breaking. There's a meeting, but that is just someone tweeting. It's not knowing anyone, but it's just some guy called the Potter error saying there's a meeting. That's all he's tweeting, saying breaking news meeting. Okay, fair enough. We all know it's a meeting still going on. But yeah,
okay. And Chelsea Dodgers is saying the same thing. Chelsea Dodgers is saying not long left, but sounds like Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea is moving in the right direction. Again, let me come back. I have a question to ask, but I'll be back in a bit. You guys can go ahead. I would continue with the conversation.
Yeah. Are you still there?
I'm here.
No, I said I'll be back. I'll be back.
Oh,
I'll be back in a few
sorry, mate.
seconds.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, so I'm just going to say to you, Roger, honestly, I know we've asked this question already, mate, and I'd like to see the people and the viewers think as well. Do you all think, and including you, we will get Enzo Fernandez over the line tonight?
I think until about 1500 hours today, I would have said 99%, but
now
I'm getting the impression that best case is going to be that we sign him but loan him back, unless we triggered that exemption. And that's as I said a couple of hours ago, the only question we should ask ourselves is, are our owners willing to trigger this clause? Because if not, then we're probably not going to get him if Benfica are playing hardball. So this will tell us a lot about our owners going forward. They're going to have to come up with a bloody good reason as to why this didn't take place, given the fact they have the ability to execute this deal without Benfica's consent. So why wasn't it? So I would like an explanation as to why this didn't take place. If indeed we were able to fit him in under financial fair play, because this is what we've been led to believe from day one. So if that isn't the case, then I understand you can always have a change of mind at an executive level. I get that, but that's not what we were led to believe. So I'm not happy with that.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just about to say, I know coaches come back. I was just about to read some.
It's going to get done.
Go ahead, ask him. Go ahead, ask him whatever you're asking. I'm just searching for updates, so go ahead.
I think it will get done, to be honest with you. I'd be surprised if it doesn't. And then if it doesn't...
What's the measure of your certainty?
As I said, it was 99.9% around the early afternoon, but now I'd say it's 75-25 in the hope of it getting done. That 25% is huge, because if it doesn't, then we need to find out why. Because, in other words, they bluffed. Unless they can come up with a very logical and sound reason as to what has changed since yesterday. Simple as that.
Do you agree, if at the end of the day it's not done, then that categorically makes, again, them sanctioning the departure of Jorginho a mistake?
Not at all. Because, as I said, on our roster, we have, and with including Jorginho, we have 11 midfielders on our depth chart, on the squad. So now we have 10. So if you're saying that no disrespect to Jorginho, he's not exactly a Pirlo, not exactly a world-class midfielder. Yes, he's a very good midfielder, but you're telling me if we lose Jorginho and then, therefore, without him, we are nothing. Yes, I admit we have injuries like Zakaria, etc. And Kante is coming back and therefore is not a known medical commodity in the next month or so. I understand that. See, I look at things logically and sequentially and equally, I believe. And if that is the case, that we will not succeed without Jorginho, then we're not the team we're purported to be. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I've just got some news for you guys again. This is by a known journalist. He's got about 270.3K. I don't know if you've heard of the guy called Nicola Shishira.
No, I don't know.
Basically, what he's saying...
Maybe because you're butchering his name.
Maybe that could be the name. Yeah. That's probably what it is. Sorry for butchering his name, guys. Cheers. But basically, right, what he's basically saying is he's wrote it all...
That's hilarious. Nicola
Shishira, or whatever his name is. Yeah, probably. Basically, what he's saying is he's basically said it. He's done it in Chelsea FC Turkey, which is Turkish. I've just translated the tweet, and what he's basically saying is Chelsea agree with Benfica on Enzo Fernandez transfer. 120 million contract, will earn 10 million annually by 2030. Now, this is some other guy who's just tweeted this out. And again, I don't know how true that is, but he's got quite a following. He is a sports journalist, expert in the transfer market. He's got about 270.4K followers as well.
Only.
So yeah, only, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's just like money. No matter
Yeah,
the number, there's only.
yeah. But he's only.
I
Yeah.
think it's looking good. It's looking good, really.
But
Let me
he's
just
been-
give the audience.
Yeah, go
let
for
me
it.
give
Spoken
those in
to
the chat just a quick audience. I'll come back. I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
go ahead, DJ. Let me let you drop there.
No. You carry on. That's more important. Go to your audience. As well. Honestly,
Chelsea
that's more
Dan
important.
said again, smash the like button. We're at 339 likes. We can do better than that if you're watching. But please, if you can, just take a second to drop a like on the stream. We're doing a research as the show is going on, and if anything comes up, the rest assured this is one of the first places you will see it. I have again how many monitors here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monitors again, all with different update screens again, and I have to tweak it a bit for it to be all about updates. Again, so we plus Liam Lane is in the background sending me again updates. DJ does that whenever he has time. So just stay tuned with us. You're not going to miss anything. And here the Blue TV Game says, I reckon all the agencies have begged Chelsea to drop this bomb at 10:59. 59 seconds.
On top of that, the seconds as well.
And no sooner, again, just for entertainment purposes,
Excellent.
I don't think we're gonna get any definitive news until then. That may well be the case.
I
Really.
love this comment.
Yeah, it's delicious, really. And I think Roger have said something similar, haven't you, Roger?
I bet this is so. I bet this is so cool. Meeting ended this afternoon, and they all at McD's having a Big Mac.
Yeah, and probably
Emphasize those sides.
Yeah, Todd Boehly may just look at his Twitter.
God,
One of
honestly,
them,
that's hilarious,
Igali will
honestly.
look at his Twitter and tell one of the other guys and say, "Look, they're dying for the news."
That's funny.
That's such a quality.
Oh,
That's
my
such a quality message. That one is honestly.
Yeah,
Big
it's
Mac.
delicious
More
indeed.
things
It
to
makes
say.
sense.
It
Mhm.
does.
Because these rich people, that's what they do. I said this again, since that again, that it looks like they don't want to. No, they want to sell. There's no way you tell me they don't want to sell. All they want is it's all about money, no matter how you see it.
It's a business, coach.
It's business. First again, it's business first of all. It's a football club. To us fans, what comes first is the football we watch, and again, and all that. But to them, they're always checking ROI, return on investment. It's important, and in most cases, maximize as possible. If that makes sense to you. Again, forget about them saying they want to keep them to help them win more stuff. No, it's money first.
Oh God.
Yeah,
That's
I am
true.
sure we will manage without Jive. Go ahead, Richard. You were saying something.
No, it's very much true. They listen from an executive perspective, whether you're a shareholder or whether you're on the board of directors, they are not players. These are financial commodities that are on the field and in the squad. That's all they are.
Yep, that's how they see it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have to.
At most, good product.
Yeah, is that or a bad product? And this is how they should be viewed, because basically what this is a sport that falls in the subset of entertainment. So this is an entertainment business based on winning. You know, not many teams have a huge following based on the fact their fans like to see them lose. So it's the reverse, obviously. I'm stating the obvious here. And therefore, winning is everything, you know, from a business standpoint. And having said that, they need funds, financial funds to acquire talent level, as we all know that. And so therefore, these people are not viewed as, oh, you know what, that person, player A, he's got a great left foot. No, that player A is worth X amount of euros or dollars or pounds. That's all they are. It's a commodity, a fiscal commodity. It's simple as that, because it's a business. You and I look differently.
Yeah,
because
again, I agree with you. I haven't seen anything from those that are tracking the flight. What's the delay?
I think it's circling the airport. Fog? No, I'm kidding. I have no idea.
I have an update from Vince I want to show. Nothing serious, just saying that all documents are ready. It's just the agreement. Let me find, I think that was from Vince. So let me find it and open it here. Go ahead, you can talk. You guys can talk, and we're searching even more, guys. So we're not going to disappoint you as much as we see. The moment we see anything, again, we'll share with you.
I just saw that, Coachella, what you just said. I'm just reading it
Yeah,
now.
go ahead. You can talk about it. Go ahead. I'll just find
No,
it.
no, bro. I'll let you. I'll send. Do you want me to send it to you?
No. Go ahead, DJ. No, go ahead. I'm just what I want to do is just show it. I have a lot I'm controlling here, so you actually helping by doing that.
Oh no. It's just, but it's what it's saying. It says according to BBC, Chelsea, to Vince, basically, he's saying according to the BBC, Chelsea have prepared all the necessary documents, and Enzo had a medical in Portugal just to make sure they are not missing anything when the green light comes. So again, that's bringing some positive. Vince generally, again, he tends to be pretty good with his with what he comes out with as well. So yeah, again, that gives more positive news. So let's see. I mean, we had one positive news coming out and saying by one journalist saying that it's all but done. Contract's been is going to be till 2030. So there are some positive news going around. You know that that it could well be happening, and hopefully it will be the case before the window shuts.
Yeah, and how much time do we have? Where's my updates? Where's my clock? That's less than around 1 hour plus. Is that it?
Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm just checking now. I don't know if I've got it on here. There's 1 hour 33 minutes and 30. Yeah, 1 hour 33 minutes.
Yeah, don't go again. Don't go to the minute seconds. Just
yeah.
Don't stress yourself.
No, I just wanted to say because it was just there in front of my eyes, Coachella. Sorry, yeah, it's about 1 hour. 1 hour, one. I know you are, bro.
So about an hour. Okay, let's see again.
Coach, you know what? I have a feeling that you're not doing so well with your voice because I think you gave too many shout outs yesterday, Coach.
Oh no! I don't think that was the reason because we've gone there before during the sell of the club.
I just messing with you.
Yeah, but I know I'm with you, but again, that's fine.
So anything, any news about any? I'm looking on Twitter right now, and I'm hopeless on Twitter, but I'm not seeing anything.
There is just one thing just prompted up about Datro Fofana. Now, what I heard today when I saw some news. Basically, they're saying that Nice, he's waiting for the green light to get a loan move to Nice. It is. David Datro Fofana is waiting for the green light from Chelsea to join OGC Nice on loan. That went out this afternoon today. Huh?
Yeah, why are we doing that?
I don't know, mate.
It doesn't really make.
As I said earlier,
I'm not going to get into that.
As I said earlier, it could be because of several reasons. On the training ground, they believe he is better suited to go and have regular playing time because he's very young. He's a teenager still, correct? And therefore,
he's 20.
Oh, he's 20. Oh, he's still a fetus. Let's be honest. I thought he was a teenager. We're talking about the number 9, correct?
Yeah, the Ivory Coast International. Yeah,
it came from the
Ivory Coast
International League. Yeah, it came from the Scandinavian League, right? Yeah. And probably they believe it's in his best interest to get more regular playing time than it is to be on the training ground and see very little game time, whether that be 10, 15, 30 minutes a game. They believe that's best for his future. Listen, I'm not a coach. They in their professional estimation, they can see him on a daily basis. So this is what they've decided. They're looking long term. They're not looking short term, Coach. And this is what you need to realize. It's not all about the next game. It's about the big picture from a 10,000 foot level, not from ground level. You know, they're looking at long term.
I agree with you, but sometimes we need explanations to really understand. Yeah.
Listen, you know me. I'm not the biggest fan of Pierre-Emerick. I know that he hasn't received the service either. So it's unfair to, shall we say, point him out specifically. However, he doesn't have the legs, which is not his fault. It's father time catching up. And more importantly, I believe Fofana adds more physicality, greater speed, greater strength. I wish, like every time I see the camera panning and I see Pierre-Emerick, taking off his tracksuit top and getting ready to come on, I'm like, why? Why is Fofana not this gentleman? So I agree with you, Coach, but I'm looking at it from the coach's and the training staff's perspective, their reasoning, their angle. You know, I'm just playing devil's advocate yet again.
No,
Because it doesn't make
understand.
sense. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, sir. It just doesn't. I agree with you. This can be the only reason. It's an assumption, but it's a logical one.
Or maybe the quota aspect of the whole thing, there's no space there again. I don't know really, but let's see what the club does.
It's perplexing, isn't it, though? It really is confusing.
Mm-hmm. It is indeed. I have to be honest. That's the particular tweet DJ was talking about. It says, according to the BBC, Chelsea have prepared all the necessary documents, and Enzo had his medical in Portugal just to make sure they are not missing anything when agreement when the green light comes. To me, this is seriously going to be very devastating to this chap if it does. Let me say, call him chap like Roger. If it doesn't go through, really. I'm serious, because again, why put him through all the medicals? Because Benfica okayed the medical before he even start going for it. Chelsea we don't have the right to say, okay, go do the medicals. It's Benfica that gave the green light for the medicals. So you could argue, I think we've agreed on the price, like as everybody has been saying, the issue has always been the structure. I don't know if anybody has anything else to add to that. You go ahead. Again, I'm waiting. We're here to wait. Time is winding down. Nothing has happened really, but we're here.
Yeah, if they've met and agreed upon the actual fiscal amount, then it can only be the structure, and meaning the amount of payments over X amount of years, or the specific amount each payment is, ergo the structure. And if they can't come and finalize such details where they've had enough time, in my opinion, then what does this tell us? This tells us that we are not willing to pull the trigger, and I find this frustrating, and I find this inexcusable. We should come away at the very worst case scenario with a contract in hand and him being loaned back. Otherwise, I don't see us ever acquiring him again, being considered even. I mean, and if he does consider us, then I question his counselling, because I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Again,
Yeah.
How much time do we have left?
1 minute, 1 hour, 24 minutes, sir.
As it is right now, 1 hour, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot can. Since all the documents are ready, and again, all that is the green light from Benfica, then I think we don't have a problem if the two clubs come to an agreement. So let's see what they do. We're waiting. Yeah, we are waiting indeed. So 1 hour from now will be, I don't think it, 1 hour, what, how many minutes?
1 hour, 24 or 23 minutes now.
1 hour, 24, that would be 3.
Are you Pacific time or Mountain time?
PT, Pacific.
Oh, yeah, you're 8 hours behind. So right now, you're 9, so what are you?
But I'm calculating when I'm going to go pick up my boy. That's
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, you're fine. No, I know you didn't know, so
it's going to be 1,500 hours for you when the window closes.
1,500 minus 12, that's...
so 3 o'clock p.m.
3 p.m., yeah.
Yeah. So right now, it's 1:38 for you, correct? I'm assuming there's an 8-hour difference. Is that correct?
Yep, very correct.
Okay.
1:38 in the PMs.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see any new news. I'm searching my phone to see if I see anything. Everything Fabrizio Romano. Some other news. He's talking about Cedric. Cedric Soares deal will not include any option or clause. That's the
I cannot stop thinking about a Big Mac now. I may have to order a McDonald's run.
I don't want to eat McDonald's for a while. I felt it, but I acted like I didn't see it, and I avoided talking with it about it, and now Roger just brought it up. You're going to have to pay for my order.
We have a thing called Just Eat, and we have Deliveroo, and oh man, I'm hungry.
Yeah, Roger, please stop.
Extra large fries.
Yeah,
Oh
although
God,
I
mate.
do fast,
Yes.
although I do fast intermittently,
Oh,
again, intentionally, again, I haven't actually eaten anything since morning. Have I? No, I don't remember eating anything really
The big if
since
I do
morning.
have, I mean, the Big Macs are, you
yeah,
don't get
they're
anything about a Big
Yeah,
Mac.
go ahead,
amazing,
DJ.
aren't
Keep
they?
talking about it.
Hey, at the very least, coach,
No,
you
it's-
should get a McDonald's endorsement for this show.
honestly, yeah. Nah, it's,
Yep. The Undertaker again, CFC big up, brother. I hope you're doing well. Yes, again, we saw that report. The Enzo deal is done. The secret scout. Do you trust them? That's what I want to hear from you. Do you trust them? But me, I've said it before, like on 2-3 occasions, and I've used them as my final source. I think they've been correct. And but that's by the way. Let's see what
Are
else
they
we have here. Again,
credible?
I pray. Sorry.
Is it a credible source?
I don't know what amounts to credible. Let me look again. There are other things with the check again. Now these days, the Twitter check mark, you don't have to actually. It doesn't take
Yeah.
some milestones. You don't have to get certain milestones
Yeah.
before
It's rubbish.
you
yeah.
get it. Now just pay. Just be a Twitter Blue member. I'm actually a Twitter Blue member now. But if you make change to your name or make change to your banner, then the blue icon will go away for a while before it comes back. They will reevaluate again or reward and what's the name? And there's a term they use for, but I don't want to go into that. So they in their case they use Boom for confirmation. Fabrizio Romano uses Here We Go. They have 89,000 followers. And you can say, given that, you can say a lot of people trust, if that makes sense. But yeah, let's see what they do. They confirm quite a lot of us again, but not just Chelsea. They cover other clubs too. They confirmed this man right here. And this man, I wanted Chelsea to sign this man. He's going to tear up the EPL. See this guy right here? He's a big man, but he's technically gifted. As we mentioned last night, Southampton pushed and now have agreed a deal, now undergoing medicals. His name is, again, what's his name again? How did I forget his name, even though he's a Nigerian? But again, Paul Onachu, yep. 28 years old. Onachu has hit 16 goals in 19 appearances this season. Yeah. And I wanted us to get him, I think he was 26 then, or 25, I forgot. I even did a scouting video with Tyrone Sachdiva, but we eventually didn't get him. But what a player he is, really. Yeah, he's going to tear up the EPL, and I'm sure of that. And I told Tyrone that when he showed me, look, he's coming to the EPL, I told him he's going to tear up the EPL, really. He's very powerful, tall, and a good player. Did you seen any news yet? I'm still searching whether I'll see anything new. I haven't seen anything yet.
I mean, Vince has just done another tweet. He's basically saying here that Fabrizio Romano is still insisting there has been no medical for Enzo.
Yeah, I've just read that right now.
Ornstein said earlier there was a medical. Then he's saying, for me, that's irrelevant. They should just reach an agreement and let's rest. Let us rest.
Then he's agreeing there's a chance he's had a medical.
Well, Ornstein's saying he has, and Fabrizio Romano is saying he hasn't.
Yeah, I'd take Ornstein over
Fabrizio.
Simon Phillips.
Oh.
Wouldn't you? Ornstein
No, he was actually saying, Roger, sorry. He was saying that Fabrizio Romano has said that Enzo hasn't had his medical.
Sure.
And Ornstein is saying he has had his medical.
So generally speaking, historically, who is more accurate, Ornstein or Fabrizio? A good Irish name.
Yes, it's gone either way. Sometimes one of them gets it wrong and the other gets it right.
It's true. Very true.
Yeah. So there's no way telling who's in particular again the most has gotten it right the most. No. For instance, Fabrizio was one of the first person that says, "Yep, it's clear that what's his name, Vadio, the Croatian international, right? He gets to join Chelsea in the summer." It turns out we didn't even put in a bid. He said we'll agree and everything. So it just goes either way. But let's see what happens. Yes, guys, please like in the stream. We have 341 likes. Let's get it to at least 350. I think we'll have a bit more time to go before the transfer window shuts. Again, since day before yesterday, I can't sleep just because of Enzo stuff. I got make this happen. Again, did you use that opportunity to keep praying, or did you just stay awake and be wondering what's going to happen? Be optimistic again. Keep your hopes down, but you will be again less disappointed. This is the second time I'm hearing him say that Paul Onacho was the name. Yeah, again, and Sky Sports said again there was a medical. Yeah, Fab is as bad as Rui Costa. But Sky Sports said again there was a medical. I think I don't know what to believe right now, but I think it's going to happen. Austin has been 100% right.
Yeah.
All January on this deal. Go ahead, DJ.
No, I was just saying again. I don't know if Fabrizio is actually right on this one because Sky Sports did. In fact, the report that came out from what I saw of it this morning, because I had got a chance to go onto it during my time at work. It said breaking news. He goes Enzo Fernandez having a medical import, and it was actually done in Port. It was actually a Portuguese. It was actually coming from Portugal, where they said I think it was Portugal TV or something like that, saying Enzo Fernandez is actually having a medical, and that was breaking news on Sky. That was. So I don't know what Fabrizio is saying. David Ornstein obviously clearly thinks there was a medical, and Fabrizio is saying there hasn't been a medical. So then you then say, well, Sky in Portugal have said there was a medical being done by Enzo. So I think on this situation, you're probably thinking maybe Fabrizio is wrong on this one, and David Ornstein is wrong on that one.
Yes, Fabrizio is wrong.
Yeah.
Because again, if we're going by let's say if we go by the ratio of how many outlets that says it's done, Sky Sports says it's done, right? Except if Austin is quoting Sky Sports, but if Austin got his own information via another source and Sky Sports got theirs via another source coming together, I think it's enough to say, okay, if you get to choose, you choose again the majority. They say carries the vote in this case. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does, and it does because as I said, and Liam Lane is also just big up to Liam again. He's just saying yes, DJ. There was a reporter there, so obviously Liam Lane's been watching it all day, probably more than me because as I've been at work. So obviously he probably had a chance to follow it for the whole day. If he said that and he's watched it, then again, and that's what I saw as well. So again, I have to then say on this situation, Fabrizio is definitely wrong. Then on this situation, and David Ornstein is right.
Yeah, again, I guess we have every right to say that, but we're still following the story. We still have a bit of time to go. I don't know how much time now. 1 hour, around 1 hour, 15 minutes or 14 minutes or so. Because it's at 11, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. I'll keep searching here without seeing anything.
Do you guys remember Felipe, who was at Chelsea? The Brazilian, Luis? I think it's Brazilian. Yeah, Felipe Luis. He's joined Nottingham Forest.
How old is he?
I don't know. I think let's have a look. Let's double check. He says, yeah. Let's have a look. Where are you? Just saw it went so quickly, that tweet did. Here we are. So that's football.
Yeah, Felipe Luis, that we got him from Atletico Madrid.
Yeah. He's saying, yeah, Nottingham Forest are delighted to announce the signing of Felipe from Atletico Madrid. So, yeah, I think he's what now? 30? Is he what, 30? Is he probably way in his 30s now, isn't he? 33, 34 maybe now? Am I right in saying that?
Sorry?
Is he in his 30s now? Right in his 30s.
Let me check for you. Felipe Luis, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't work for him at Chelsea at that time, probably because of Mourinho, because he came under Mourinho, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I think too. Yeah. I think he was...
Felipe Luis... Yep, Felipe Luis, let me check his age. He's a fine player, actually, but again, does better attacking-wise, but defensively, he lacks a bit.
Yeah, about that, I'd say, yeah.
Oh my. He's 37. So he's joining them as a coach?
No, it's just hard to... I don't know what kind of...
That's harsh, man.
I know.
No, but what do you want me to say? In the Premier League, and it's not like he's a central defender, he's on the flanks. Unless he's going to start playing as a midfielder, I don't know. Let's see what happens. But that's, by the way, again, it's another Felipe that joined Nottingham. It's not Felipe Luis. Oh, okay, there you go. Because I was like, what?
Was it another Felipe?
Yeah,
Is
that's
it?
what I was saying.
Why
Yeah,
did
what's the
this tweet? Sorry, I was saying twit. This tweet that he said they've got it clearly wrong on here
I think
because it's
we're
come
all
up with Philip
tired. We're
Louise
all
on there.
tired, really. Defend this thing. We're all tired, really, if we're being honest.
Oh, mate.
What's
Sorry,
the full
guys.
name of the current Felipe? No, you don't have to. It happens. Honestly. I have a short video of Anthony of Manchester United where I spelled his name as A-N-T-H, but his Anthony is spelled A-N-T-O and on. It doesn't have an H, where usually the normal Anthony spelling has an H.
Hey guys, David.
Why are they still
Ornstein.
tweeting, get ready, get ready, get ready? Just say what is going on.
Hey, gentlemen, David Ornstein 11 seconds ago has just tweeted,
What's he
Chelsea
saying?
have reached an agreement with PSG to sign Hakim Ziyech on
Just
loan
go.
until summer. Deal not signed but in place and includes a fee but no option to buy.
With PSG, I thought you just have reached an agreement. I was saying with
No,
Benfica.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry, LB.
No, you're fine. Oh my goodness.
So really, there's no option to buy. Why are we loading him out?
You know what? Again, you know what they've done so well in this deal, PSG. Honestly, they got their way all the way.
Pice is quoting PSG saying, "Get ready." He's quoting Fabrizio Romano saying, "Get ready." So yeah, I hope some people don't pass out when the news comes out and it's negative, but I think it's going to be positive, really. So why is it just quoting Fabrizio Romano? Let me see the get ready tweet here.
We've just improved another team in the Champions League for a loan move.
Yeah, 19 minutes ago from Fabrizio Romano, Chelsea will try until the end for Enzo. Meeting still ongoing. No medicals. Yeah, okay. I think you've talked about that one, DJ.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. No medicals, but again, as I keep saying, David Ornstein said the medical has been done, and also Sky. It was reported on Sky today as well, and even Liam Lane said he saw it as well. Because I thought I saw that as well. It was breaking news as well. That's what I think. It was breaking on this site. I saw it saying breaking, and it said that he was having in Portugal. He was having his medical. So
Here's what Fabrizio is doing here with all the tweets. I think he probably knows already. He already knows what's going on, but he's not going to say it. He's going to use the suspense to draw more people because he's trying to go live again in a few minutes. So I'm reading his latest tweets. He's just saying again, Enzo live now. So I think it's live already. So he knows what he's doing exactly. He's not going to say what it is on Twitter, but we'll find out from all the sources. Let's see.
But correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Did he not get it wrong the first time round when this whole Enzo thing happened? The first time round, in the beginning of this month, because he was the one that actually went out. Fabrizio Romano, did he not come out and say that Chelsea were getting him and it's all paperwork's all but, and then he then went back on a word and said, I did not say Chelsea were going to get him. I did not say this. Wasn't that about what's his name? Has ordered yeah, Fabrizio. Sorry, I'm just looking at the Blue Game's latest comment.
Let me see it.
Breaking news.
Rui Costa has ordered 5 million. Only went with 6 million.
I think you should tweet that, bro. Tweet it and tag me. And I'll retweet it for you, really.
That's bloody funny.
That's hilarious, man. That's why
the breaking news in capital letters, I love it. That's the fun thing gets me. The breaking news in capital.
Yeah, that's how you do it in titles.
That's why, Roger. That's why I went off topic. Mate, because that just put me off. That just breaking news came up in big news like that, and I'm thinking, oh god, here it is again.
Seriously, that's right up there with last night.
Oh my goodness, that's so great. Quality.
Yeah,
honestly.
I like having him around here. Let's see what we have here again. Romano is being accused now of knowing about the deal, but not saying it is to keep the viewers. To take them to his channel. Again, that's what he's doing. Again, watch Enzo stay at Benfica. I wanted to hear this from you. This simply for me means he's coming to Chelsea, and I'm serious. Again, PSG will get eliminated by Bayern. I hope
I
that
don't know.
happens again. Frodizio is afraid.
Frodizio is afraid.
And this is breaking news. The one in question, we actually started laughing before we got it up there.
Sorry, I saw it on
Rui Costa has ordered fries with his Big Mac Bolly. Went with the 6 nuggets.
More to come. That's great. Dot. More to come. I love it.
Yeah.
Man.
DJ, this one he says again. Yes, DJ. Your Ornstein again. Was the only one that was right then. Yeah, and that's why again Lamlin trusts him the
Wait a
most.
minute, guys. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm just seeing something. Have I seen it? Here we go. Here we go.
Wait.
Hold on. I'm not going to get you guys. I'm just seeing Fabrizio Romano now. Let's make sure it is actually him. All right,
Yeah,
before
because
someone
that's
else
a fake
trying to get
one,
on
right?
it. There's a fake one on here, yeah. Enzo Fernandez is done, someone's saying, so I've got to make sure that is 100% definite. Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea is a done deal. It's going around quite a few now, but I'm still waiting for this one from Fabrizio first.
Doesn't mean anything, no.
It don't mean nothing either, so
Yeah.
don't want to get the views all saying, oh, yeah, it's happening, but it's not really happening. Really at the moment.
That's the real Fabrizio.
Yeah.
It is the real
Fernandez
Fabrizio?
to Chelsea. Here we go.
Oh,
Is
here
that
we
the
go
correct
then.
one? Let me look at
That's
it.
the one I
That's
saw.
the correct one. Yep.
That's the one I saw, yeah.
Official
With
completed.
13.8 million followers. It is done. Yep. Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea. Here we go. Yes.
Yes, get in there if that is the case.
Yeah, exactly. Get in there, my son.
Get in there. Get in there.
Get in there. Let's do it. It is done.
Let's
It
do
is
it.
done. It is done. What did I say? What did I say when I read this?
Yeah,
What did I say
yeah.
when I read
Oh
this
my
comment?
God! Listen, oh man!
Yep.
Oh
Kim,
God!
so what did I tell you? When I read that comment, I told you I wanted to see this, and if I see
Oh,
this, I
you know
know
what?
it's done.
Let me, you know, what? I just want to see the idiot. I just want to see the idiots on Sire now, how they're feeling about it all, because
exactly.
they're going to be like, oh well, you know, Chelsea, this and that, or use
Exactly.
that of them. You know what I
Seriously,
mean?
Wow.
It's
This
quite
is just brilliant.
nauseating, isn't
This
it?
is just
Oh, they're
wonderful.
annoying. They're annoying now, mate. Here we are. Let's have a
This
look.
is
Here we go. Here's what they're saying. Sorry, guys.
Wonderful. We
Sorry.
did it. Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea. Here we go. Agreement reached now between Chelsea and Benfica. Important clubs running to get documents signed before end of the window. It's finally agreed, and it's a good thing. We have everything in place. And here we go. So this is One Football out, also carrying the news. We did it. We did it.
We
and
did.
I'm happy you guys are with me here.
Roger and Caicedo, just a quick thing, yeah. Sky had just come out and saying, oh, there's still no news on the Enzo Fernandez deal. I don't know if Chelsea are going to get this deal done. Bloody hell, mate. Talk about the negativity. Honestly, they can't stand us, can they?
Yeah.
No.
I wish
really
Bobby
can't
was
stand
here.
this.
You just said it like Bobby DJ.
Yeah.
What the hell, man? Talk about the negativity, man.
Oh, sorry, bro. I said, sorry. I said.
No, I'm just saying you just said it like Bobby. Go ahead, bro.
Bobby would say it like that, wouldn't
Honestly, it's so true, though. I hate the negativity from. Oh, you know, I was going to say something else. I won't say it anymore.
is like that. Also, you know that they're very.
Do you know what? Do you know what? I'll tell you what. They're negative, but do you know who one? I'll tell you one guy who actually.
Joe
Cole and Rio Ferdinand.
I love him.
And Rio Ferdinand.
Just give me 1 second, please. I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course. Actually, you know what? Rio Ferdinand is actually, he's cerebral. I find him humorous, and I thought he would be very Manu-esque. He's not. He's actually very neutral, and he's very level-headed. Yeah. And I think he's got a great career as a pundit. He really is.
Definitely.
And he's analytical too. I like him a lot as a person. He was a great player also. But yeah, you're right. Joe Cole is the only person I can honestly think of currently that is pro Chelsea. And you know, I love his. I just love his wink to the camera. You know, he's like, he's the he's the
You know, I had a chance to actually, as you said, I used to go to these Chelsea forums and things like that. Yeah, I had a chance to meet Joey Cole and Frank Lampard and players. No, I did. This is when I was going. It was lucky because they were doing this forum thing, right? Yeah, and he was there doing all his bits and bobs.
We don't need the timer anymore, right?
No, if
Do
it,
we still
no, we
need the
don't need to.
timeout, or we needed to be sure everything crosses the line? But I'll leave it.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
just show his. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, I had a chance to actually get a chance to meet Joey. When I say meet him, got a chance to he had a chance to talk to the Chelsea fans in the forum, and he was there talking a lot about Chelsea. You know, when they were doing this whole thing back in the day when Jose first came over, they did a forum thing always every week at Stamp. They always do like a Chelsea forum thing, and he actually came down and talked. And he had a chance to actually sit and talk to the fans, and we all asked him questions and things like that. And he was really, the way he used to come back, he was, because I don't know if you guys, I think his dad is a massive Chelsea fan. So even though he was playing at West Ham, his dad was a massive Chelsea fan. And he used to come a lot to the Chelsea games before that. And obviously when he had that opportunity to join Chelsea or Manchester United, because that's what happened when we first got him, he obviously opted to come to Chelsea because he was a fanboy as well. And everyone thought this kid was always going to go to United and teams like that, but Chelsea was always a team he wanted to join. So yeah, he's a really, really cool. He's a really, really nice guy, I have to say. He does come out with a lot of things, and he talks a lot of sense as well. Joe Cole, he really does.
Oh yeah, on
proper Chelsea.
Yeah, he's proper. He's proper Blues, and he's the only one.
Who are you guys talking about?
Joe Cole. Joe Cole.
He's the only one on British TV that really represents Chelsea. All the rest are all Arsenal, Man U, Liverpool, Spurs. It's sickening. It's bad. We get battered. I mean, to say that they're being objective is a joke. There is no objectiveness. The way we're viewed.
Let's bring it. Let's stay positive right now.
You're right. You're right. No negativity.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So,
what number does he get?
You love this one. Again, let me ask you, DJ, being honest, were you at any time, so again, did you at any time fear it won't work?
Yeah, I did.
I did say to you guys I was only feeling slightly, but I was always positive thinking this deal because it had gone too far for it not to go through, if you know what I mean. Because this whole meeting, how it all took place, I would have not thought Chelsea would come away with that. I always was positive. And I always am with my Chelsea when we're winning games. I'm always positive about us getting players. And I was always positive about Enzo to come to Chelsea. But I have to say I was losing a little bit of hope when it was going on for so long, you know.
Coach, from 3 p.m. today, this afternoon, till, 10 p.m., I went from 99% to 75%. I was losing hope.
No, I haven't. Here's the thing. I was being logical with my thoughts, and I say, remember, you did say it too, but as a human being, every now and then you say it's not going to go through. We've checked about it. How would they sanction the departure of Jorginho? Believe me, I think they were sure that they were going to get this done before sanctioning that. How would they still be in it till the dying minute of the closure of the transfer window? You go ahead, but again, we did it.
Question is, exactly. Question is, what are the details? Did we trigger the release clause, or was there a mutually binding agreement between both parties?
Like I said before, the biggest problem has always been the structure. We were willing to pay even more than the release clause, but we get, which means we're ready. We say, okay, we're going to trigger it, but this is how we want to pay it.
Right.
Yeah, but go ahead. Go ahead with what you're saying, brother.
I just want to know the details. Is it we could have actually?
Yeah, don't worry. I'll speak with Iqbal. He's going to fax me some, and I'll share with you.
Are they doing breaking news right now on on Sky Sports?
Nope, nothing so far. Breaking news has just come now. Hold on.
Reach Cup final.
Oh, departure from Tottenham. Good departure. All depart from Tottenham, please. Yeah, you all depart.
They're very Spursy, aren't they?
Wow. Again, here's the thing. I never doubted one bit whether this happens. The more we progress and the more, again, it's clear that we're still talking with them, the more I say it's done, really. Again, we've always said that, again, this is more than just a smoke coming from a pan of oil on the stove. Finally, it is done, really. And I'm happy. Let me give this guy, those in the chat, some audience. And if you're just joining us, if you haven't, please take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We're inching closer to 10,000 subscribers. We're at 9,623 subscribers. And that 600 plus nearly, again, was all today, actually. Again, I appreciate all the support. Let me see. Here we go. Yes, let's talk about that. This says again, the Bluetooth again. Here we go. Definitely go. And you did talk. Of course, you have to do it your own way.
What's he say? What's that?
Look at it. Here we go. Definitely go. Yeah, and Eddie did say it in the morning. What's going to happen, Eddie? If you have time, hop on the panel. I want to see how excited you are. I'm going to go get my boy, but that's not the problem. You guys can keep. I know if you guys have time to still keep talking, I wouldn't mind leaving the show on. I told you. Here we go. And again, what did I say again this morning? Those again with patience would have a great day. Yeah, you did say that. I think I retweeted that. Congratulations, coach. I've just again, you just saw that. Thank you, my Barcelona friend. That makes me so happy. I think we're complete. We don't even need Caicedo right now. Enjoy him. He's a beast. This is coming from a Barcelona fan, really. I think he's a good player. Have a good night again, Blues. Again, congratulations to you all. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, here we go, Fab. Again, it's done. Good night. Good night to you too. And finally, we've done it. Yep, congratulations. We got our man, Enzo. Here we go. And Kimso, you remember when I read your message, I said I wanted to see that. And once I see your negativity there, I say it's done. Go ahead, DJ. Whatever you want to say, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing, and that is cry, rivals, cry, because the amount of crap we're getting on Twitter at the moment is unbelievable. It's absolutely hit the fan on Twitter at the moment from the fans. I hate this club. You're getting some of them coming out and saying all these comments. I'm thinking, just love it, just take it all on board, guys. This is it. That's it, mate. That's it. Sorry, that's what I wanted to say.
Go ahead, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what else? It's like, listen, I'm watching Sky live right now. They haven't even mentioned it yet. They haven't even. So
you think they really want it to happen? Really?
I don't know. Maybe I'm being paranoid here, but there certainly seems to be a conscientious
bias.
Objective bias towards us. I don't know why. I don't get it. But
just quickly, Eddie did say this in the morning. If you were listening to him, right?
No, I agree. Yeah, he did.
Exactly how he said it happened. It happened like that.
Sorry,
we're never going to come out and say it's done. But Roger, sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, the beautiful game has done it again. With his comment in the back.
Kim, so I'm not sure of the structure of the deal, but we will find out.
Breaking news.
Oh my god.
This guy, he's so hilarious, honestly. Mate, honestly.
Much love, Kim. So we did it. Kim, so we did it. Yeah, much love. Let me see that comment in question. Breaking news. Chelsea have submitted the lead bid for Arsenal. Chelsea.
That's amazingly funny.
Here's the thing. If we're being honest, some people on Twitter will see just breaking news and retweet it without reading it.
Yes.
Some people do that.
Of course.
Yeah. Just for the sake of it.
Seriously, Coach, we have less than an hour. Do you think we can sign Jorginho? You think it's possible?
Yeah.
Has that happened before, really?
Yeah. It's on here.
That happened before.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking, mate. Oh, that was funny.
It was.
Yeah, it was. But again, it's worthwhile, honestly. All the the late night streams, all the panels. I know you guys will look at it and say, glad again you waited, because it'd be so disappointing if at the end we didn't see this come through. Honestly, I can't express myself enough. This is excellent, really. Is Ziyech going to play at PSG? Yeah, you said he's going there for photos, right? Let's see what it is.
Yeah, it would surprise me if he does. Oh, mate, some of the comments today.
Oh, my goodness.
It's hilarious.
I don't blame Liam Lane. Liam Lane is going to bed. He said it's been a long day. I don't blame you, brother. Congratulations to us. We did it. Let me just adjust the title a bit, and and I actually wouldn't mind even if you guys are not here, I wouldn't mind leaving the update screen. I was able to fix it a bit so it runs. But you guys can just go ahead and run with the conversation, bro. We signed our man. The question, where does he play now? I really don't want us to play him deep. I know he's a deep line midfielder by default. Go ahead.
No, of course not. I just want to say one thing about Ziyech. I think he moved there so he can get Messi shirts for his family.
That will not
Sorry,
surprise.
Chris.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
That's
I think-
seriously not
hey,
nice.
let's not
It
let's not
wasn't,
forget
was it?
let's not forget Mbappe and Neymar shirts
Oh,
as
but
well.
of course, shame
Can't
on me.
forget them two as well.
Yeah, that's a really good
Roger,
question,
man,
Coach.
seriously, mate. Honestly, bro.
Have to. I'm just giddy with happiness now.
It's excellent, mate. It's excellent. It's excellent.
No, here's the deal.
Honestly.
You're right. Where do we play him? And what number does he wear? Enzo.
Who? Enzo. He'll either get number 5 or number 22.
What
Yeah,
number does he wear for his national team?
21. Did I see 21? Him?
Can't remember, to be honest with you.
Is he 21?
I tell you what, though.
He's 22.
Yeah.
Right, his age is 22 right now. If that's what you're asking.
Do you think he could play a number 10?
Yeah, he's capable of doing that. But here's the thing. I actually was, again, I was arguing, even though he played for Argentina, again, he played from deep. He starts operating from deep, but he's very offensive-minded. That you also
He's a good tackler too. You know,
you always find him closer to the
Very
box
good.
all the time.
No, seriously,
So
I'm not,
but I'm not sure because he's a good tackler. Yeah,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
putting down Jorginho. I'm just being honest with you. I think he's a better tackler than Jorginho. Don't get me wrong. Jorginho could get stuck in also. It's just his pace that didn't allow him to get to the tackle to the actual ball. But hey, it's Bobby's here. Is that Bobby?
Yeah. More importantly, Bobby, I hope you're well.
How are you, mate?
But he couldn't hold himself.
Bobby.
Probably that's what I'm saying.
Well, do you know what? I'm lying down here and I'm pacing inside myself. At first, I thought, do you know what? I'm fed up with this shit. I ain't listening no. And now, what's happening? What's happened?
And he didn't go with SHIT.
No, he didn't.
No. What's happened?
Hey, you know what, Bobby? It's so good to hear your voice, old bean. You know, you made our day. Seriously, welcome.
So what's happened,
Yeah,
lads? Tell me.
so glad to see you on here, Bobby. Missed you, mate.
DJ,
Where have you been?
DJ.
You all right, brother? You all right? How you feeling, by the way?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good now. I'm good. Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me.
That's good,
No,
that's good.
tell me. Talk to me. You
We
know
got
what
our
I'm
man. It's
We
here
got
we
our
go.
man. Here we go. Enzo's done,
It's
bro.
here we go.
You're joking.
And you know what, Bobby?
We're not joking.
This-
We've got our man, really.
This is like winning the World Cup, mate. This is this is a deal.
It's everything. Yep, this is the thing. We got it done.
Wow.
We got it done. Wow. It's been a long one, but wow. The wake keeper for the whole thing now, because that's what it is. Nobody has slept well. Even non-content creators hasn't slept. Go ahead, Bobby.
I know there are details to follow, but you've got to say, these guys, you know,
They know what they're doing.
Hats off to them.
Yeah.
Hats off to them. You know, this was not an easy deal. Crikey, Benfica, there's something else, really. You know, they make profit from players. They just didn't come cheap. I think another driving force for them was is it Boca Juniors? Because of the 25% they made, they thought, well, if we're going to make a killing, it's going to have to be a killing and a half.
Yeah.
So, wow, it's even on flipping Chelsea. They say agreement in principle. So I hate when they put all these things together.
No, it's done. It's done, really.
Yeah. Wow.
Actually, have you gone to the fifth stand yet? I'm going there right now.
Yeah,
no, they're not going to talk about it. They're the last.
They won't do it till it's all.
Yeah,
tomorrow morning.
But I mean, this was tough. Because first of all, it was Winstanley and Vival negotiating with I've forgotten the name of that third, Bernard. Then when it really came down to the big money, it was step aside. Boehly and Egbali came in because the big deals they've got to sign.
Did Boehly actually attend this? I thought it was just Egbali.
Well, whatever, you know, when the zeros get to three digits.
Yeah, no, I
in
get
terms of the before the 6 zeros, that's when they come because they're the sign-offs.
They're just announcing it now on Sky Sports.
Yeah, they have been.
Tap in.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
They're tapping
This is a big deal, lads.
It is a massive deal.
This is a big deal for so many reasons.
Yep.
For so many reasons, we've broken the British transfer record. We've got a highly sought after player. I know he's not tested in the Premier League yet, but the intent and the reverberations that will go around world football, it's a lot. You know, these guys, they came in, Barca tried to disrespect them. You know, everybody's tried to treat them like, you know, they're these crazy Americans, don't know what they're doing. But I'll tell you what, you have to respect them now.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. Everyone in world football respect these guys because they're not joking. And if they target a player that you want, be scared.
Very scared.
Seriously, be scared. If Todd Boehly asks you to come and have a meal,
God almighty, can you imagine what the meal would be like?
Tony, take a rain check.
Yeah.
Your players.
And you know, and another thing, do you know what as well, guys? I was watching this other thing yesterday, and I don't think people really know how much these guys are actually worth. And there was a guy who's actually a baseball fan who actually supports the team that Todd Boehly owns, and he was basically just saying what they're going to do at Chelsea, how they've been doing with the baseball team. They're going to do exactly with Chelsea now. These guys are worth about 327 billion in assets.
Yeah.
We're not talking stupid figures here.
I'm really sorry.
Huh? What's that? What's that? Oh, what's it? Todd Boehly has been arrested for.
Has been arrested for what?
For attempting to leave McDonald's without paying. He said, I didn't have any money. It's a beautiful game, and because he told us they were eating McDonald's before Big Mac and all that. Go ahead with what you're saying, DJ.
Sorry, brother. Did you see his last message before that? Enzo Fernandez is old news now, bro. Let's get Caicedo.
Dude,
straight away shoved under the carpet. He's done now. Let's move on to Caicedo. Excellent, brother. Excellent. Love it.
Form. He usually is.
He's on form tonight. Excellent. He's excellent.
Today is exceptional.
Excellent.
Go ahead, DJ. You were saying something.
Yeah, basically, how they do things, right? Yeah, is they tend to buy the best players that they can get. Now, if they know another club is going for another player, this is how it was working in the terms. I mean, baseball. You could say baseball, football, are two different things. I get that. If another club was going, or another say for example, they were up against their competitions in baseball, they want to go for a player from there, they'll go and get that player ahead of somebody else. So they'll make sure they get that player just to make the team that great. Now, what this person also said was, being that how much they're worth, which is about 327 billion worth of assets, they're worth, this whole group in itself. The next thing they're saying, right, yeah, is this. The next thing with the project will be the stadium. They're going to redevelop Stamford Bridge. They're going to make that stadium so massive because, like we said, they want to achieve everything inside. They want to be bigger than Real Madrid. They want to be bigger than Barcelona. They want to set up this academy right from the bottom. This is what the next thing will be. After they get all the players that they want, they'll then go and work on the academy. Once the academy's done, and this is going from the women's team to the academy team all the way up, right? And they also said basically that what they'll buy these young players, bring them all together, and what they'll then do is they'll buy a big name player to come in and fit with that team. But it has to be the right player, obviously. So, for example, saying about, I don't know, just saying it out loud, saying about 2 years' time, we decide, we want Mbappe. They'll go all out to get Mbappe just to come and fit what we need to do, if we need to do that. So, whatever, like you said, whatever player any of these clubs want to go for, just be aware of Chelsea and his owners, because they'll come and get them if they think they're the right player for our club. They'll go and outbid any team in the world to get that player. That's the one thing you're going to take.
Here's what the truth is, again, I think in the near future we won't be spending that much money for players.
No, 100% no.
We won't be spending again. You see in totality how much you spent this window. We'll still be going for the best in the world.
Correct.
But it would be like one per season or this. It's not like going for Mudryk, going for Enzo. these two in the same window. But go ahead with what you were saying. I totally understand your point.
Can I interject quickly?
Yeah, go for it.
Carvo and Sky Sports, I don't know whether he was listening or not, but
No,
he's just said that it was leaked out that this arrangement was made approximately an hour ago. So, and it looks like Chelsea have met Benfica's release clause. So in other words, it doesn't sound like they came to an agreement. If they had to actually trigger the release clause, that means that Chelsea said, from his verbiage, he said that it was Chelsea had to meet the release clause. So it doesn't say whether he actually triggered it or not, but he said they met Benfica's demands with the release clause. So it sounds like they've triggered the release clause. In other words, there wasn't a mutual agreement other than what is stipulated in the contract.
Whatever they're going to pay will measure the release clause.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He didn't say it like that. He didn't basically stipulate it in that context. He basically alluded to the fact that this Benfica's requests were met by the release clause. So it sounds like we triggered the release clause. This is his verbiage that he used. And now they're talking about how much money Chelsea have spent in this window and in total.
Million.
Yeah,
God,
so
100 million?
Again, they can discuss this all they want. It doesn't change anything.
No,
really.
exactly. Listen, on paper, we are going to be serious contenders starting next season, and even potentially in the Champions League this season. And by the way, for the future, this isn't like we've acquired a bunch of 32 to 35-year-olds.
Exactly.
Where we've acquired a bunch of youth that is here for the next, let's say, 4 to 8 years at the very least, that they're going to be entering their prime. So this bodes well, gentlemen.
Oh, definitely.
It does.
And these are the same people. And you know what the thing of all is, and Bobby will go, I think we'll all agree on this one, because Bobby is very much like I am. All these people beforehand were saying when the whole thing of Roman Abramovich was sanctioned, right? We were finished. We were done as a football club. We're out. No one was going to know us. That was it. Chelsea's days are finished. Look what's going to happen. These guys have come in and they've literally, in one transfer window, I think they've done more than Roman Abramovich has done in one window. Correct me if I'm wrong in saying that. Am I right? 600 million?
Yeah.
In one window?
That's two windows.
Chelsea Football Club is the January transfer window.
Exactly.
They are the window. Any sum of money that was spent this window, just call it Chelsea.
And also, hey, Bobby, did you hear that Chelsea have spent all but 5 million? We have spent the same as the whole entire Bundesliga have spent this window.
Yeah, you know, it's this is why they.
Why are we sounding like Sky Sports right now?
They hate us and they fear us at the same
time.
Seriously,
and we love it, don't we, Bobby? We love it, don't we, Bobby?
Oh,
we love it.
But
we love it.
Do you know the added angle to all this, even listening to Sky Sports, is now there is a respect. There is a serious respect for these guys. These guys have just come in. They haven't really spoken money. They haven't. But when push came to shove, they've shown everybody in world football that they can compete. It's not a matter of money with them. It's about FFP, getting their structures right. I mean, they are a powerful force. And let me tell you, they may not want to be, well, they don't intend to spend like this every transfer window.
No,
it's ridiculous. It's not necessary. But the message in that is that if on a certain transfer window, the Messi resurrection comes about and Chelsea show interest, that particular player, his head will turn because he will know that this is a club that's well capable of not only buying him, but giving him his wages. I mean, we're wow. You know, we're really, really, really serious players.
We're the big boys on campus now.
Now we've got to turn it to what happens on the pitch. Because that's where it matters the most.
But there is a collective narrative on the British media, especially Sky Sports, etc. There's such a narrative, and it's negative, and it's shocking. But anyway, I'm very pleased. This window has to go down as one of the greatest ever in our history. And I would say, on paper, we are serious challengers for next year. There's no doubt about it now. Not just because of our starting 11, I'm talking about depth.
Do we have the depth now?
Yes, indeed. Yes, we do. Yeah, if you look at our squad, I know we have, what is it now, 33 or 34 players, excluding the players that are on loan, of course. I'm talking about are actually at Cobham and are able to play. Yes, we're going to, shall we say, sell players that we deem that are not in our future plans in the next window, we believe. I think we'll be 25 to 30 players probably around 25, because you'll send some out, and that will be a very deep team. And it's not just the quality, it's the quantity. Sorry, not just the quantity, the quality of the players. Let me get that right, It's that
the
serious.
Quality are all, again, it's something special.
The people that are on our bench can only be rivaled by one other team that I can think of, and that's City. Because you look at our bench, these are basically international starters. Well, they already are anyway, for the most part. But it's the competitiveness. And the one thing we need to, we're going to need serious leadership, because this is a young team. So, and we've just lost Jorginho. As much as I'm not his biggest fan, as I've said, he is he's got a great personality, and he's very much liked within the locker room, and he was a great leader. And so and probably Aspie will not be here that long. And you look at Silva cannot be here more than 2 or 3 years. So there's going to be a vacuum in leadership. So you're going to have players that will step up, like a Reece, etc., or whomever. But this is what is going to be required also. With youth comes inexperience, and that's where you must have a balance of experience to combat that, to compensate for the inexperience. But listen, if you're a Chelsea fan,
again, you could argue Azpilicueta has gone past the sort of experience we need.
No, true, but the locker room,
because he would just be occupying space. I was one of those that was happy he paid, because we needed the spine of the team to remain intact. This transition period.
A transition. You're so right about that. And also, he's a lovely person. He's not toxic. He's very much a leader and a very moral and ethical person. So, and we need people like that in our team. Listen, if you're a Chelsea fan anywhere on this planet, you cannot be more excited at our future, both immediate, mid, and long term. It's that exciting, and that's not just being, shall we say, exaggerated. That's being simplistic, because on paper, this is a tremendously deep and talented, skillful team. The future bodes well, chaps, very well.
Yeah. It does. The future is so bright. You want me to say it my own way again?
Yeah,
you want to see it, you need glasses to look at it, so you don't go blind. That's how bright the future of Chelsea is. Go ahead, DJ. You wanted to say something, brother?
I just got some more. It just says that Chelsea's offer accepted. Enzo Fernandez leaves Benfica. Rui Costa gave in. Apparently, the operation was done with 120 million euros in several payments.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, which means we played our cards well. But go ahead.
So that means that it was not triggered then. The release clause was not triggered then, I'm assuming.
But we paid something close to it.
Not only am I hearing that it wasn't triggered, but I'm hearing that this deal was actually done about an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's what Carvo said on Sky Sports. But he alluded
which
to
means
the fact...
Fabrizio knew all this while.
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, they said on Sky Sports that one of the first people that were in the room, it was completed about an hour ago. So agreement was reached anyway, in principle.
They have very, very limited time to get the paperwork through, so that that would help them.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure they pretty much had generic contracts, and listen. It doesn't take long to type that out and then fax it, and you can always fax into the authorities an initial contract agreement where it gives you a couple of hours extra. They allow that,
And you know, another very symbolic thing about them now, which is going to follow them. Once Chelsea start sending their private jets and landing, they always bring that player back on that jet. Enzo Fernandez is coming back with Ebali tonight.
Yes,
Oh
indeed.
yeah, I think I'll start the hashtag. You don't want to see our private jet land in your backyard.
Excellent. That'd be a good one.
Hashtag Chelsea
How about
private
that?
jet
Something
on
like
his way.
a trend. Let me say a
Oh,
trend because
no.
that would be again a long hashtag, but a trend to tell you don't want to see us. But go ahead with what you're saying, people. I'm working on something here, so you guys can go ahead with the conversation.
As always, Bobby would love this. As always, Bobby, you should just read Twitter at the
Bobby
moment.
isn't feeling well. He had to say to heck with it. I'm joining this conversation.
If he goes and reads Twitter, the amount of hate we're getting at the moment on Twitter is absolutely excellent. I'm loving it. Honestly, it's so great.
We gotta go remind. Okay, well, how about the GoFund? The petition guy?
Oh, that's
yeah.
Hey, Bobby, do you realise Jorginho's no longer with us? He went to Arsenal, right? Are you aware of that?
Yeah,
Bobby,
I
you're
know.
right now.
You know, part of me, there's a sadness in me because love him or hate him, Georgie is part of a massive part of our history.
Oh, indeed.
He's very much
definitely.
a part of winning the Club World Cup, the Champions League a second time, the Super Cup a second time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and another thing, what I don't like is all this going to Arsenal business. I mean, what's that about?
Yeah,
what is the point? They go to Arsenal, stuff about wait until they play Chelsea, become primetime Messi against Chelsea, and then chill out for the rest of their career. I don't like that move to Arsenal. He could have done. Anyway, it is what it is, I guess.
Well, do you know what, though? It's because, no disrespect, but it's because he wasn't born and raised in London. So he doesn't truly understand the ramifications and
No. But here's the thing. Forget about the ramification. Arsenal came to us, inquired. We're willing to sell.
Yeah, no, indeed.
We could have said no.
Well,
yeah,
no,
so
but
I don't think it would be right to blame Jorginho, really.
No,
I think he
agree.
knows. He's been here long enough to know. But go ahead.
That should also stop them throwing their silly tantrums about Modric. We just do business. That's all. We don't do malice.
But Roger, go ahead. Maybe there's something I'll learn from what you wanted to say.
No. Listen, he was going to go for a free in the next transfer window. So we based, and there's an English expression. I've said this before. You don't count the pounds, you count the pennies. This 12 million we've got for him, plus incentives, I believe, up to 5 million or whatever it is. And then we sell another player for 10, 12 million. All these players that we're going to sell in the next, let's say, 6 to 8 months, these are all going to add up to 100, 150 million. And it has done that. If you look at the history of Chelsea in the last 20 years, in fact, since the Premier League started, this was NBC reported, and their source was the Premier League official front office itself. Chelsea, and I don't know from last season onwards, but Chelsea have raised more money from the sale of their players than any other team in Premier League's history. And this has been a business plan of theirs. This is why they have one of the best academies. They mature, they come up through the ranks, and then we sell them. Yes, for, in our opinions, for much undervalued prices. However, this is what they've done as a business model, and it's been successful. And you're going to see there's probably a dozen or so players that are out on loan or in our academy or in our roster currently that we will probably raise 100+ million in the next transfer window. So it balances itself out.
Yeah, it does, really. It does. Just quickly, I want to give those in the chat again, some audience, please. If you guys don't mind, you can go ahead with the conversation. I think we should actually call it a day. We have Blue Morning Show to come enjoy the conversation again. If you guys, that's up to you guys. If you want to stay and have a conversation on the panel, I'm all for it. Bobby will never join Chelsea. We had him and let him go. You can't sign the president of PSG. Let's start from there. What color is London?
Blue, baby.
Again, and let me help you. Since you find it difficult recognizing colors, just look at the sky. Yeah, exactly. Tell me what colors you see predominantly.
No, hey, in England, it's grey.
I know he knows what he's doing. I know he knows what he's doing.
It's cloudy here always.
Yeah, and then
what color is the sky? It's always blue, predominantly.
No, not in England.
Because sometimes it can be grey, but
it's
you always see
grey
blue.
here, mate. It bloody rains in summertime.
Roger is telling me I don't know my colours anymore.
His comments just get funnier. Sorry, I'm sorry to go to the comments again.
Oh,
Cotillo,
now what?
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
first of all, the beautiful game. He's on fire tonight, big
He's
time. Big
El
up to
Fuego.
big up to Courtney, by the way, in the chat. He says, "Yeah, we legit turned a January window into a summer transfer window. We buy any star.com." And then the next one is, and then the next one at 10:33 after Courtney's one is the beautiful game. Says, "Even our North London retirement home was for washed players. It's benefiting from our fortune."
Oh no, that's good.
Oh,
Let me
mate,
just get
honestly.
this stuff.
Sorry,
I have the
brother.
one call again.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's blue. I know. Again, Nottingham
Right.
Forest signs the 28 player again this window or so. Again, nobody talks about Nottingham Forest. A lot of people do. Well, again, the much awaited release of the global treasure. I am still in the dark as to when he arrives, January or summer. He arrives now.
Yep.
If it was anything, if it was going to come in the summer, I think that would be part of Fabrizio's tweet. So I don't think we'll make that mistake. Just saying, the last time Arsenal won the league, the very next season, Chelsea began an era of domination. Let them not win it. Even that we can still dominate it, whether they won it or not.
Thank you.
It's true.
But I get where he's going. Again, the season starts on Friday. You could say that. We're going to start again. Not right now. I think it's a good thing we didn't allow Conor Gallagher go. We would have actually still kept Ziyech and still be fine. But probably, again, for his own sake, we had to let him go so he's happy. So that everybody is happy. All eyes on Potter. The bus is temporarily packed up there.
He's still on that. Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember when he started
makes
this all up.
sense.
It was a Potter Express before. It's not.
It does make sense because Roger will be on Potter's case right now. After spending all this money, at least he will give him a few games. Then he will start coming out and saying, "I don't like what I'm seeing here." Let's see again. Potter has to win the UEFA Champions. Not really. No, I think here's the thing. If I'm being honest, I think the measure is going to be just do well. Let alone let it be. It's because we're in a transition period. Or it's because the team hasn't gelled well.
We have to see
exactly. We have to see progress.
Yes, incremental.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So again, is that for us again in the window, or we're still looking at someone else? Yeah. We can sign a Caicedo in 10 seconds. How much time? I don't think it works. No. I don't think we'll be Courtney. I think time is over really. I don't think we'll be able, except if the focus, except if everybody was busy paying attention to the Enzo deal and some other entourage from the club or somewhere else working at other players we didn't know, and we'll just hear everything go boom, 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 boom like this. We signed other players. That may well happen, but you don't know. Enzo Fernandez medical, why clubs? Let me read this. Sorry, I don't have it on my big screen, but let me read it from here. He says Enzo Fernandez medical ongoing. Why clubs work as quickly as possible to get UK records transfer done, at least via deal sheet. Okay, in the next 25 minutes, only huddle paperwork up plus time. Benfica tried until the end to keep Enzo, 22-year-old, but he insisted he wanted to leave. So again, you could say he's the reason why I actually worked in the first place. You could argue he's one of the biggest reasons why we got it through. We got it done. But thanks to him, I think this guy is true blue. Really, he wanted to come to us. Let's see what else we have here. Big up to you too, Courtney. Again, I hope you're doing what DJ he's saying. Big up to you. AFTV are crying. I mean, I'm a nice person. I wouldn't mind shipping a carton of tissue to their end.
Love it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, it's enjoyable to watch them cry. They've said some rubbish even during the Mudryk hour because they thought he was going to come to them. And a guy maybe need to shut down his YouTube channel in a bit and take a break. Because nothing...
Oh, God, honestly. Nothing
has really worked for them, really. Yeah.
He's Arsenal through and through, though, isn't he? He's a proper Arsenal, isn't he? All the way through, Regal, isn't he? I don't know if you got proper, yeah.
And seriously, you see this on the screen. It's not a joke, really. Jorginho doesn't look blue. It doesn't look good on Arsenal on an Arsenal shirt.
Nah.
Yeah, I see some people responding with a throwing up emoji. Seriously, he looks like he borrowed it from someone. Maybe because he's worn blue for a while.
Sorry,
It doesn't look good on him.
I'm hearing Enzo's contract isn't till 2030, it's till 2031. That's 8 years.
8 years contract, wow.
Which means he pushed to come to us. He loves us, really.
Yeah. That's definite.
Yeah. I guess, guys, I think we should call it a day because we have a Blue Money show tomorrow. Any final thoughts from you, Bobby? I want you to go catch your rest, brother. I think he's probably trying to unmute his device.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't.
No worries, brother. Yeah, thoughts from you, so we can call it a day. We have Blue Money show. We can still talk about it at length.
Sure, absolutely. Well, you know what a wonderful transfer window. Is it our 7th player or 8th player? You know, we've really blown this one out of the park, and I hope these players all come and really do the business and fulfill their potential. But hats off to the owners, 100%, 11 out of 10, or 20 out of 10. I'll give them for this window. Excellent stuff.
Wow, excellent stuff indeed. And I'm still wondering, how was Eddie Love for Blue able to predict the time at which it's gonna come out? Maybe he's an insider and he's not telling us. We're gonna find out tomorrow. How about you, DJ? Your final thoughts on everything we've talked about?
Listen, it's been an absolute excellent show. Thank you for having me and being part of it, Kuchel, as always.
Thanks to you, bro.
And
again,
also to Roger as well.
Thanks to you.
Everyone in the comments. Yeah, it's been a fab day, mate. I can't ask for a better transfer window. I know people are saying, is it closed now? No, we still got about 20 minutes to go. Maybe we might just get the Thuram deal over the line, Marcus Thuram. That would just be the very
the deal. It's not gonna come.
Oh no, I'll just think out there. Maybe I'll just think out there just in case.
So everybody has learned to play. I'm gonna come out with my own joke. And
Maybe we get the market. Yeah, maybe we'll get him on. And the other thing, I know Bob. I know Roger said it earlier on that he wouldn't mind what's his name going out on loan, or was it yourself? I can't remember who it was. It's there to go out on loan. I really, really hope that Datro Fofana does not go out on loan. I hope we can keep him on board. I know it sounds a bit selfish, but I think he can still come useful to the remaining of the season because we've still got the Champions League to play. We've got the Premiership to play. Any of our players, should Aubameyang get a bad injury and we've got no other striker to bring on, at least he's there. He's there, and this is one of the reasons why I said we need to keep him, I think. But if it's to help him to develop, I can understand him wanting to get a loan move as well. But I really hope he stays, and we don't see another players leaving. I think Ziyech is going to be the next one that will go. I think that will probably end up breaking at 11 o'clock or before 11 o'clock. But other than that, it's been a pleasure being on your show as always. And to everyone in the comments, please continue.
And I hope to be on your own show as soon as possible, bro. I'm looking forward to you
hopefully once we move and I get my room, because I'm going to have a proper room set up for it all. So it's going to be a proper Chelsea room. If you guys know what I mean by proper Chelsea, I'm sure you guys know anyway. It's going to be like.
I understand, yeah.
But as everyone, big up to everyone in the comments as always, and always it's a pleasure being on your show.
Big up to you too, brother. Much love, much love.
Thank you.
How about you, Eddie?
Sorry, I've been called worse.
We are all tired. I'm sorry. How about you, Roger?
I've been called a lot worse. No, not at all. Listen, I have to echo everything that my brothers here have said. First of all, Bobby, I'm so glad to hear your voice, and I'm so glad to hear you're feeling better. And I hope I wish we all do a full recovery, mate.
Much love.
Seriously, you were missed today.
He was.
DJ, an absolute honor to be in your presence. Seriously.
Thank you, and same with you, brother.
Seriously, a great evening. And listen, I think we cannot express more appreciation to you, Coach. I give you grief every day, and it's all in good jest. But I have to thank you. It's
no, I don't like you.
and And we're back. No, seriously, we wouldn't be here without you, and I think I can safely say we all
And the
appreciate
channel
you.
wouldn't be where it is today without you guys. I have to be honest.
That's scary. But seriously, thank you so much, and everyone, especially the people in the chat too. I mean, boy, El Fuego on fire as always. Listen, I enjoy so much being a part of this community, and you have built a community. It's not just a bloody side; it's a community, and I feel very much at home with you chaps, and it truly is an honor. And what a great day, chaps! What a great day.
Yeah. One more just to say about the comments.
Delicious day. If I'm allowed to use that term, I don't know if there's anything like a delicious
McDonald's
day.
delicious.
Yeah, about the comments. I was going to say, like echoing the same thing Roger said about the comments today. Absolutely on fire. The only one I missed today was Glenn, because I think Glenn and the Beautiful game together on here. I think they would have been on highs today with their comments. I think Glenn's comments as well.
For them two to be together.
But they make it so entertaining when they come with their comments. So everyone, by the way, the comments. But those times, I mentioned those two in particular because you just have to hear what Beautiful Game said today. Some of his
Liam
comments
Lane
today.
was awesome too.
Liam Lane as well, another one. Big up to Liam Lane. Oh my. Well, yeah,
I'm going to be careful reading his comment from now on.
Yeah,
because he's got us on 2 occasions.
Yeah.
Let me get what we have in the chat. I think we'll call it a day. I'll try.
Back, mate.
Yeah, welcome back, Bobby. He's probably dozed off too. I will read what we have in the chat, and I'll leave the update screen to run. If I come back, I'll just shut it down. Then get ready. We'll talk again more during the Blue Morning Show. Probably we'll have a lot of story of people how they're crying and what they're saying. So it'd be interesting in the morning. Thank you very much. The pick doesn't look good. Once a blue, always a blue again, even if the color is borrowed. That's the truth. Jorginho will forever be grateful to Chelsea, if that makes any sort of sense. This one, you see, thank you, Fabrizio Romano. He says, again, understand David Datro Fofana will stay at Chelsea, no longer move to anywhere, Nice or anywhere else. Thank you. At least J5, again, is something to wash his car. I think we should tell them that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and then he says, seriously, coach, I love this channel, and we love you. Like the other day, you weren't here. Lolo was asking, "Where's the Bluetooth again?" Because he knows you bring the phone. Again, we appreciate you, brother. Much love. Congratulations to everyone. I believe I can sleep well now. Kudos to everyone. See you tomorrow during the Blue Morning Show. The praise. I hope my voice gets better. Thank you, guys. See you everyone tomorrow. God bless us all. Liam Lane, more importantly, again, I'm not going to read whatever you have there today again. I'll be very cautious. Much love to you. Much love to King Sto. Much love to everyone else who was in the chat. Bobby, DJ Sav, it's all love, and we keep growing. Hopefully, we get to 10,000 as soon as possible, but I think we can. Thank you. God bless us all. See you guys tomorrow for the Blue Morning Show, and bye.
Peace, everyone. Peace, everyone.
DJ. Cheers,
cheers, bro. Cheers.
you.